Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Good morning and welcome to a brand new day here at Sewing Street. My name is Hayley West and I am very pleased to be spending the morning through until 1 o'clock this afternoon with you guys, and we've got some amazing things that we are going to be sharing with you. Lovely John Scott, I'm kind of stepping in for him. He was a bit poorly sick yesterday and he's having a day off. He's got his feet up, he's there with his fluffy slippers. I think he's earned it personally, but don't worry, he's going to be back at the weekend. He's due back in on Saturday, so you'll be able to have your John Scott fix very, very soon. So don't worry. So much love to John. And I know he was disappointed not being able to be here today, because we have got a very exciting day. Something that him and kind of Katharine, who you'll meet a little bit later on, have been chatting about for ages and ages. And we've got a launch of a brand new trouser pattern, which you are going to love. I personally need it in my life because it is amazing. Beautiful, easy wear trousers. The design of these, they're going to be so comfortable to wear, so stylish as well. They've got this lovely kind of piece at the front. Well, it's not a piece at the front. The way they sit, it's like a very flat front, but no zips in there, which is amazing. Fabulous, kind of innovative design. Absolutely amazing. You're going to love it. And I can't wait to share that with you. You guys have already been busy because I know John gave it a little bit of a nudge last night on social media, and you've been shopping for it already. And as I say, him and Katharine have been chatting about it for a while. So yeah, always exciting. We've got a new pattern, especially from Katharine. So we've got that coming up as well. We've got all sorts of wonderful things to share with you. So lots and lots and lots. So do stay with us. First things first, though, we have to get certain things out of the way. And you may well have spied it just to my side. Our early bird for today. Oh, this is such a useful item for you to have. And it's something that you shop for many, many times over and over again. But we thought we'd give you the opportunity to maybe give it a go if you've never used it before. So what you've actually got is a 2-metre piece of your natural seeded cotton Osnaburg. Beautiful fabric to work with, a lovely kind of weave to it. And you can see that you've almost got that, almost like a fleck in there, very tiny kind of fleck in there. And it's that natural feel that you've got with it. So yeah, good size piece, 2 metres, always a useful size, isn't it? And you are saving on this one. This is something that we don't need to bring you as an early bird, because you shop for it time and time again. Lots of you got that note, item number noted down because you come back for it time and time. Got a little bit of give to it, perfect for things like doll making. I know lots of people use it in lots of different ways. Sometimes people will look at it and think, oh, is it a calico? No, it's not, but it's got a nice kind of backing feel to it. Bit of stretch. And it's got, yeah, well, you can see a calico hasn't got quite as much as weave to it as this one has, so to speak. So, yeah, it's kind of got almost like a linen kind, you can kind of see that linen, you know, the weave that you get with linen fabric, you can kind of see that. It's not linen, obviously, but yeah, beautiful. Good base as well for your embroidery. So yeah, nice to actually work in that particular way as well. And also as well, if you're into things like your homeware and, you know, like mixing up things like your, I don't know, things like your twine and napkin rings and hessians and burlaps and things like that. It's got that lovely kind of organic feel to it for your home decor as well. So you've got a £4 saving on the price that you've got there. Our early bird, if you are new to us here at Sewing Street, is launched at 8 o'clock every single day. I'm going to open this up so you can see it's a big piece. And it's something to give you a bit of a deal. So thank you for joining us so early in the morning. So this is a big piece. I'm going to open it up along the selvage edge so you can see the length. So from my left hand to my right hand, well, it's not quite 2 metres because my arms aren't that long, but you get a feel for it. If I hold it, you can see if I bring it up, you are getting a lot of fabric for a little over £10 when you consider that price, which is phenomenal value. Lovely weight to it as well. And of course, opening your basket up with your Osnaburg Early Bird means that you are opening your basket for the whole day, which means that P&P is going to last you right the way through until midnight. So when you start adding all of those other goodies into your basket, you don't even need to consider your post and packing because it is already covered. Beautiful, lovely fabric to work with. It's got a lovely kind of neutral feel, isn't it? It's good to have in your kind of your stash. Nice feel to it, nice base fabric. Wonderful in so many different ways, and one that is always popular here, as we say. So you've got a 2 metre piece. Now, if you go for multiples of these, Hannah, is it just cutting 2 metres? They're already down at the warehouse. They know how popular this is, so they get it all ready. So it's all cut, all ready to go. So if you do go for multiples, you will get multiple 2 metre pieces. It's not cut as a length, which is something that we can do for you. But with this one, we know, and they know you know. Lots of you shopping for this one already. So yeah, take advantage of that while you have the opportunity. Early bird is there for the day, if stock permits. So yes. So people will use it because it's kind of got it's got a weight to it. It's a difficult one to describe. That's why I'm glad that we've got it as an early bird, because you can kind of try it and then you can look at it and think, oh yeah, I can use it for this and that. You know, when you do things like rag rugs and stuff like that, then yeah, you can use this as a backing because it's got that open weave. So if you are wanting to do things like your rag rug and you kind of got your tool going in there, you've got the weave there, so it will actually break through those holes in your weave, your warp and your weft. So it'll go into those little kind of gaps that you've got there for things like that. Sometimes it's a nice alternative to calico. If you wanted to, calico can sometimes be a little bit scratchy, can't you? I mean, not here, we do a lovely weight. And yeah, it's one of those ones, sometimes this will suit, sometimes something that calico might suit. It just depends on the whole feel of the project really, doesn't it? And the weights of the fabrics that you're working with alongside it. Could use it as a lining if you're wanting to in your kind of bags as well. So you could maybe help kind of give a bit of weight to a lighter fabric that's on the outside. It's just a good one to have in your stash, yeah. Good one to have in your stash, so yeah, do like that. Now we've got some project. Oh, Hannah's been having a little delve. Ah, so Delphine has mentioned Osnaburg before then with these projects? Or just they're suitable for them? Ah, so during shows, and you'll be able to go back and watch these, I'm sure. Lovely Delphine here. And this is the perfect, you see that colour palette where you've kind of got that gorgeous kind of taupes and the warm tones that you've got there. So this one is your rustic home sheep cushion pattern. And there's a few from that particular range. So look at that rustic range, and then, yeah, you'll be able to utilise this alongside it. Might already have it in there. And you can see from the close-up of the actual applique work going on there, that weave really adds to the kind of the nature of the project, that kind of homely feel. You know what I mean, don't you? That gorgeous kind of yes. Warm and cosy. So it's been a very, very popular one. We'd like to keep a good stock of this one because it is kind of like a foundation that you love over and over again. But when you've checked your baskets out, about half the stock has gone. So if you're watching later in the morning, obviously you can still take advantage while you've got the chance. So do that. Pop that one into your basket. Now, teased you a little bit earlier on. We've got a little kind of flash of the pair of trousers there earlier on as well. Bruce could not contain himself. Couldn't I? Oh, no, you didn't see it. I just saw it. Fair enough. Oh, everyone saw it. We've got got so many monitors, I don't know which one it was on. So let me show you what we've got coming up, because you are going to want to spend the morning with us, because we've got a fabulous day. Lots of you shopping for that pattern already, which really does make me happy, because it's always a little bit nervy when you've got a brand new pattern. And I know Katharine didn't have any need to be nervous, but yeah, you do get those butterflies, don't you? Anyway, look at that. I mean, how fabulous do they look? Love that. We'll chat about them later on, but depending on the fabric that you're working with, they're going to be something that you could literally have that pattern and make it throughout the year. So whether it's a lighter weight fabric, whether it's something like a chambray denim, whether it's 8-ounce denim, you could, all these different fabrics get a different look. Having a perfect pattern for all of those fabrics is incredible, and that's what you've got with this one, so you're going to love that one. But that's not until 9 o'clock, so you're going to have to wait. 8 o'clock during this hour, we've got some fabulous fabrics, beautiful fabrics, some brand new fabrics, some bundles. We've got some complimentary bundles as well that are going to work with some gorgeous fabrics that we've got. So yeah, stay tuned. I'll take you through all of those. Katharine will be here modelling. Yes, she is a part-time model, you know. Yeah, she is a part-time model. Katharine will be there with her totally flattering trousers. Absolutely perfect title for them. And then if you're needing a machine to sew it all together, well, we can help you with that, because we've got at 10 o'clock an hour of Brother Sewing Machines. Chatting about tools as well, which is nice. So they're snuck in. I like a bit of sneaking. So there we go. We will be having a little look around those machines. We've got Overlockers coming up later on as well, but that's an hour of sewing machines. So there you go, perfect for those. Then lovely Katharine's back again with the most incredible coat. How toasty does she look in this? And I have to say, look at that pattern matching. My goodness, hey. Fabulous, I love it. And this is going to be absolutely beautiful, absolutely beautiful. You're going to love this pattern as well, so we look forward to that one. And then, so that's 11 through till 12, and then we are topping the day with an hour of Overlockers and kind of last chances. These are things that when we were actually live, we thought had actually gone, and they had, but obviously for different reasons. Sometimes things come back into stock. People haven't checked out the baskets. They might have changed their minds. It's all sorts of different scenarios. So sometimes we get 1s and 2s of things back. So you've got your last chance of some of those items. So yeah, we'll show you those a little bit later on. And before you know it, I will be saying goodbye to you, because the day here at Sewing Street will go so quickly. But of course, this hour is an hour we're going to be talking all about beautiful fabrics. Oh, now before I do that, keep in touch. If you are watching and you fancy asking any questions, or you've got anything you want to add to the show, by all means, please do. You can either message us via good old email, which you can do, studio@sewingstreet.com. Lovely Hannah and Bruce looking after us in the gallery today, so they will get those messages through to us. But if you are a social media follower, then why not hop onto Facebook? You can actually watch us on Facebook as well, and you can message us via there. And I have got a tablet here, so I will keep one eye on the tablet and share those messages with you. In fact, if you're looking at messaging and you're watching online, you can do it through the website as well. You've got the little kind of option there, little message box, and that is www.sewingstreet.com. And there you go, and there's our website. We've got all sorts of fabulous things in there. Have a little delve. Sometimes we just go on there for shopping, don't we? But have a delve. There's all sorts of information in there. Sewing school and all sorts of different things you can learn. And this is a little insight as to what we've got coming up. Some beautiful Moda Tango. Oh my goodness. You're going to love that. It's a proper injection of colour and sunshine and all the things that we love. Andover fabrics as well, beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. So absolutely beautiful. So the trousers, I'm going to keep referencing this one because it is proving to be so popular. Thankfully, it was one of those, we have got a good amount of stock because we knew that it was going to be a popular one. But even so, I am a little bit nervous. Bit nervous by the quantity that I've already flying out. So yeah, lovely. Good size as well, 6 through to 28, which is good. But we'll chat about it later on. Can you tell I'm excited about it? So where are we starting with? I'm going to start with this one here. Oh, this is lovely. So Andover fabrics. Beautiful. Now, if you know the name Macawa, well, Andover fabrics are kind of like the American kind of side of Macawa, and Macawa do some amazing fabrics, beautiful quilting fabrics. You can use them in loads of different ways. Now, this is a gorgeous bundle. I mean, look at these. You've got all sorts of wonderful colours here, different prints, little tiny ditzy prints in here as well, larger prints as well. These are almost like it's like a flower, but also when you look at it, it almost looks like an ethereal sun as well. Gorgeous. You're going to get those in there as well. In fact, you are going to get all of these beautiful, beautiful fabrics that work absolutely beautifully together. Now this last one, or it could be any of those, is a bit of a Billy bonus because you are paying for 5 metres, but you're actually getting 5.5, which means one of those half-metre pieces is coming to you courtesy of us here. So let's have a look at what we've got on the screen. We have got that price on the screen. So with that price on the screen, is it £6.99 a half metre? Oh, so that's normally the price. Okay, so that would be normally the price, £6.99 per half metre. But within the bundle, we've actually dropped it down already. So looking at £6 and what did you say? £6.35. £6.35 a half metre. That's a really good price because you have got a really good sized piece, as you can see. So you've got your selvage edge, obviously edge to edge with your width of your fabric, but then you've got your half metre. I love that. That is a lovely one, isn't it? Now this is a lovely, it's kind of like almost what I'd call a transition bundle, because what you've got here is you've got a seasonal transition going from winter through till spring, but you've still got that warmness and that coziness that we love about our kind of winter colours. Loads and loads of kind of different elements in here as well, little flecks, you've got little kind of ditzy flowers, you've got vines and little foliage elements in here. And some of them, if you like things just so, you know, some people will love a fabric that's all lined up. You know, things are in columns, things are in rows, which you can see with some of these, and definitely with this particular one here. But then you've got a little element of ditziness there as well, which is nice, which can be very, very forgiving. Lovely small prints that you're going to be finding that they're useful for even the smallest pieces of your patchworking maybe. And it doesn't matter which two you take together. Hannah, I'm seeing that actually, yeah. Hannah's just saying it reminds her of those kind of like vintage Japanese quilts that you can kind of see as well, which I think is a really good point. I always love a small print as well, because if you are doing those elements like your bindings and things like that. So let's take this one here and just take the edge, because it's got such a small repeat. You could actually use that for your binding. You can imagine that on the edge of your quilt, but because it's such a small repeat, you are not going to lose any of that beautiful detail. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Looking at this piece here as well, you could almost use that on your 45 degrees, couldn't you, and make your binding strips out of that as well, which is lovely, gorgeous. They're all beautiful. And it doesn't matter which you put together, they're all going to coordinate because they're all from that same palette there. Good morning, lovely Steffi. Good to have your company. Yes, indeed. Get well, John. He was I messaged him yesterday when I got a little message to say if I was free this morning, and I messaged him and said, "Oh, I hope you're okay." And he's not doing too bad. He's just taking a bit of a day off because he's not in tomorrow anyway, so it makes sense to kind of have a little bit of a run, and then he'll be back full of life as he is on Saturday. And he was absolutely blown away by all of your lovely messages and your concerns. So yeah, I said that I'd pass that on because yeah, it's always nice, isn't it? And that helps. It does help. It certainly does. And I'm sure he will be saying thank you in person on Saturday. So look out for him there. This is a popular bundle. Very popular bundle. Lots of you popping it into your basket. A nice, easy one to use as well. There's nothing here that's, you'd be like, oh, I don't know where I'm going to put that. I don't know how I'm going to place it. I mean, if you are taking just 2 or 3 or maybe 4 fabrics, you could very easily take out your 4, like so maybe. Maybe those are the 4 that you will choose because they work well together. But equally so, you could actually pick out, well, any 4 and they'll come together. So there you go. Now, this is something that is going to be such an amazing bundle. Now, some of you have got this in your baskets and you have to check your baskets out. Now, I wonder why. I wonder why it could be. Are you wanting something more than a half metre? Is that what you're waiting for? Oh, you cheeky shoppers. Don't blame you, though. I don't blame you. So now, Hannah's done you a deal. Now, don't worry if you've already checked your basket out. You're still going to be paying that lowest price. You will not be missing out. So now we are saving a full metre's worth of fabric. So you're actually saving now on that regular price £13.98. It's like any 2 of those are coming to you as a bonus. Any two that, and you'd love them. Oh, now we're checking our baskets out. That makes sense, doesn't it? What a fabulous, but there's nothing there that, because sometimes when a bundle's put together, there might be, I don't know, two of the fabrics. You're like, oh, I love all of those. Not too sure of these two or those two or whichever two. But with these, every single one of them, you're looking at less than £6 a half metre. Designer fabric. First time we've seen this. This is a brand new fabric. And for you to get that discounted price on brand new fabrics, my goodness, what a treat. And these are fabrics that sometimes you would see and you think, do you know what? I don't know what I'm going to use it for yet, but I love it. I need it. And it's going to go in my stash. And you know that although you haven't got that particular pattern at this moment in time, there will be a pattern that will speak to you. And they do. I've had fabrics in my stash for years and years, and I'm sure you'll be the same. And you see the fabric, and it's like, oh, I don't know what I'm going to use it for. I don't know whether it's going to be a bag, whether I'm going to use it for clothing. Not sure what I'm going to use it for, but I just need it because it's beautiful. There's something about it. And this is exactly that. And don't forget, you are getting the equivalent of a metre's worth of fabric free. Thank you so much, lovely Jill. It's good to have your company this morning. Yeah, I am. It's going well so far. We're 20 minutes in, so I'm not complaining. I'm having a lovely day. Well, I've actually had a lovely day since like early on this morning, 6:30, 6:45. So it's when I arrived and saw the lovely team. Oh, they were like skipping through. So brilliant value. Just to reiterate, what you've got is in excess of a £13 saving, which equates to 2 of these half metre pieces coming to you, courtesy of us here at Sewing Street. So we were a bit cheeky, drop that price a little bit further to make sure that you're taking advantage of not just one free half metre, you're actually getting 2 half metres. So now, details on the screen are saying that you're getting half metre free. You're not, you're getting a full metre. Yeah, and it's beautiful. Absolute gorgeous bundle, so yeah. We're rule breaking already at this time in the morning. Oh, so I'm going to move that to one side just for a time meter. So there we go. Let's pop that out there. That's a gorgeous bundle. Yeah. Oh, these ones. Oh, we're doing them individually. Oh, I'm sorry. Do apologise. Right, let's look at them individually. Where should we start? Should we start here and work our way across? So let me show you this one. So this one, I'm going to leave this in the backdrop because if you do start looking at several of these, you might think, actually, I'm going to go for the whole of the bundle. So I'm going to show you these individually. So here you go. If you like the idea of this one with that lovely, almost like ethereal sewn in there, it's kind of got those tapered off kind of, I don't know what you call them, fronds. I don't know what they are. But isn't it lovely? First of all, I thought they were daisies, but when you look at them, they do remind me of those kind of, like, you know what I mean, like an ethereal sun, and you get the moon, the crescent moon, and all of that kind of thing. But beautiful. Yeah, there is a flower that has that kind of wispy petal, doesn't it? That is a really good point, Hannah, yeah. Now, I've got the details on the screen. Obviously, if you're shopping for this one by itself, you want to go for your half metres, the details are there. If you want to go for a metre, metre and a half, just increase your increments. 1 is half a metre, 2 is a full metre, and so on. You know how it works. But if you're looking at this and you're thinking, well, all of a sudden I'm adding lots and lots in the bundle over here, you're only actually paying, was it £5.71? So if you start looking at these and start getting towards that £60 figure, maybe go for the big bundle, because when you've got them all together, and let me just move that one over just there, just slightly, once you've got them all together, as you can see there, they really do work well together. But okay, obviously we give you options. You might want something extras of those. So there you go. If you like the idea of that one, I'm going to pop that one back down there like so. Let's have a little look at this one. Now this is a nice one. This is such an easy one to incorporate into any project. You've got this lovely, it's almost like little kind of pairings of dots. Love it. Yeah, very Japanese, I feel that's true. Very true. Again, you can see we've got the details on the screen for this one by itself. Nice one for your bindings. Maybe you don't want just a solid, I mean, that solid on the background's gorgeous colour, isn't it? Beautiful. But I love that kind of introduction of that deeper teal that you've got in there as well. So yeah. So that'd be a nice one. If you were doing a shirt and you maybe wanted a collar or the cuffs or the button band in a different fabric, but you don't want it to be too loud, you don't want it to be too in your face. Say, for instance, we've got some solids coming up later on, but say that was your shirt. You were making your shirt out that one and you wanted to add collars, cuffs and the button bands utilising another fabric. Well, you could do that very easily with that one, couldn't you? So beautiful. Like that one a lot. Again, it is available by the half metre on the side there. If you're wanting it in the bundle, you've got the details there. Beautiful, lovely contemporary feel to it. It's going to work well with the next one that I show you as well. So you might be shopping for these in pairings, that's up to you. But just do keep an eye on the total of your basket, because I think what you might find is you will find yourself going towards that larger bundle as well. Right, I better get a jog on. We've got a lot to show, and this is the first fabrics that we're looking at. See, this one I love. You like this one. Lots of you have been shopping for this one again. Don't forget, when we come to those solids in a little while, we will have solids that are going to support these. Hannah's put together a lovely little bundle, which, yeah, this one's going to come up later on. So she's your personal shopper today. She's done a jolly good job already. I love it. Absolutely. I love that whirly Gigi. Is that right? Whirly Gigi? Indigo fabric? I've heard of a whirligig, or whirly giggy. Whirly Gigi. I like that. That sounds like a stage name, doesn't it? Not quite sure what should be whirling, or he will be whirling. Yeah, well, that's too much to think about at 8:25 in the morning. Let's move on. Now, this is a nice one. This almost looks like it's got a gold thread running through it when you look at it in the studio. It's beautiful. And I love this. It kind of fades in and fades out between the dots. Beautiful fabric, whether it's vertically or horizontally, whichever way you're using this. Again, you've got those lines there, make it very easy. It's almost like a stitch detail in the border as well. Gorgeous hunter green. Gems chain. So there you go. $6.99. Again, if you are shopping for that as your ½ metre. But don't forget, the equivalent price works out at £5.71 if you're going for it in the bundle. So again, if you wanted to go for this one in the bundle, details there. If you wanted it by the ½ metre, over there. And again, we've got all the gorgeous fabrics in the backdrop. So there you go. That's a nice one. Like the next one, this is kind of like a traditional, I don't know why, it's not a Harris tweed, but it reminds me of Harris tweed. Okay, Hannah's getting reminds her of biscuits. Not quite sure. But I like the uniformity of this one as well. Gorgeous, isn't it? Beautiful. Gorgeous. And purple, it's got a richness to it, hasn't it? And you do like your purples, I must admit. So yeah, if you're liking this one is your Little Gems zigzag stripe hydrangea fabric. Hydrangea, obviously, because of the colour. There may be other colours that are available within the range, but this particular one's that gorgeous purple. ½ metre again, £6.99. Again, it's featuring individually as a ½ metre. If you want it in the full bundle, you've got it there. Beautiful. Like that one as well. You're liking that one. If you like your purples, and maybe this next one. Again, this one's got a bit of an ethereal feel to it. And it's nice because when you actually look, and this is the thing that you see with the range, isn't it? You get these little, you've got the little dots there, which we saw earlier on. And it's where you've got that kind of connection between two fabrics. Might not necessarily be the same colour, but you've got that kind of connection, which is lovely. And again, that's almost echoes that flower, doesn't it? Nice. I mean, if you go for the bundle, potentially you'll be looking at a quilt. I mean, you could very easily do something of the simplest log cabin, and you've got obviously gorgeous colours in there. But then it could be that you're thinking, well, you know, I'm going to use this one as a bag, or use this one as a bag lining, or, again, parts of your garments. Beautiful weight and over fabrics. As I say, it's kind of like the American branch off of your Macawa fabrics. So beautiful quality through and through, 100% cotton, and brilliant value for money. Absolutely beautiful. And ½ metre for $6.99. And this is a brand new fabric. Brand new fabric. We've not seen this one before. New collection. Obviously, the collection available if you're wanting to get hold of it. But at $6.99 ½ metre, that's a proper treat. And of course, if you are watching us for the first time, quite often we will sell fabrics as a ½ metre, but you can order them in multiples, which means you get a full cut because we cut it from the bolt or the roll for you to order. So there you go. This is a pretty one. Nice little kind of ditzy. I'm going to have to change my glasses over to have a closer look at this flower, because those are my distance one. Oh, these are like little kind of, oh gosh, now, if I can hold that still. They're like little sprigs with a little kind of dot for the daisy head. But they're tiny. Beautiful. Love it. And it's nice, isn't it, to have little tiny designs, but also larger designs in the collection as well, so you're kind of covered for all eventualities. But sometimes if you've got a smaller pattern piece or a smaller quilt piece, you lose the dimension of the fabric if there's a larger print, so that's nice for those little tiny areas. So again, $6.99. Available by itself if you're wanting to. Going kind of into those rich tones now, gorgeous. Richer lovers. Lovely. Again, swap the glasses over because these are the... And I know I've got varifocals, but I just send myself giddy with those on at the moment. I need a bit of time to get used to them. These are like little vases. Oh, I shouldn't laugh. Hannah, don't tell me things like that. Hannah's telling me a story about her dad, bless him. He had varifocals, and as he was leaving the opticians, he walked into a window. They sat him down, bless him, and looked after him. Oh, that'd be me. That would be me. I think it's your pride that's hurt more than anything, isn't it, as well, in the situation? We've all been there. We've all tripped up with an audience to see us do it. That's beautiful. This one is a lovely one. Split beans. I love that. It's like little, yeah, they are literally like almost like little beans that are kind of bursting, like little seed pods. But equally so, I looked at them and thought they were like little round vases with little kind of flecks coming out from them. Can be what you want it to be. It's like when you look at clouds, isn't it? You can see whatever shape. Can't be called little vases though, because it's split beans. There you go. So if you like to look at that one, there you go. ½ metre, £6.99 also within the bean, within the bundle. This one is a lovely one. It's like a little vine. That's a really pretty one as well. I like that one. Love the richnesses. Lovely. That one is on the verge of selling out though, so I'm going to move on because that one may not be there. And of course, if you're looking at going for the bundle, it's already accommodated for in the bundle. So if you do lose the opportunity by the ½ metre, then you will still get ½ metre within your bundle. Oh, this is a nice one. It's almost got like a ditzy lace in there. I keep saying ditzy a lot today. That must be my buzzword. My word for the day. It's almost like a pinprick. Beautiful. Some beautiful, beautiful design. And because of the quality of the fabric, none of it is kind of lost. It's incredibly crisp, the design. And it's not like, well, if you squint and stand on one leg, it looks like a daisy. It's crisp. And that's the quality. That's Macao fabrics for you, isn't it? And the Andover, obviously, if you might be thinking, what's she saying, Macao? Well, part of the same company, part of the same kind of production. Beautiful. Like that one. Lovely richness to that one. Like that one. We got to there, didn't we? Oh, last one. Now, I don't know why I look at this one and it reminds me of a brushed cotton. It's got something about it, but yeah. It's got little tiny, tiny dots. But it is, it's like a warm and cosy fabric. Arros. Ross. I once had a quilt pattern that was called, it was like that Arras, A-R-R-A-S, and it was because it was made up of arrows. But there you go. But isn't that lovely, little dot to dot? Gorgeous. That might be a nice one if you were doing a little bit of embroidery as well. I know it's not an embroidery Aida or whatever, but yeah. But I like that one. Oh, Susan, thank you. Oh, so nice to see you. Lovely to have you here as well. So thank you. So that bundle, now you can understand why the bundle is so popular. There's not one there that you wouldn't want to go for. Every single one of them, beautiful fabrics. Now, let me just correct something that's on the screen. And this is a correction, not because it was a mistake, it's because Anna is feeling very generous this morning. So rather than you getting an extra ½ metre, she just thought, you know what? I'm going to give it a bit of a wiggle. We're going to nudge an extra ½ metre out of that. So you have got these beautiful fabrics that you can see. Every single one of them you will get a ½ metre. Usually you would be looking at a 5½ metre bundle where you are getting ½ metre as a free. You're still getting 5½ metres, but the price means that you're actually getting 2 free. So it's always as if you're paying for those and you're getting those as a bonus, or any other 2 that talk to you. Now, don't forget, we were looking at these at £6.99 ½ metre. Phenomenal price for brand new release fabrics from Macao. But it was £5 and what was it? £5.70. As a presenter, I'm always nervous when we get prices like £5.71 because it does seem a little bit too good to be true. But it is true. It is the price if you are shopping for them as a bundle. And usually you'd be looking at this. If you were looking at the kind of the meterage price, you'd be looking at £76.88. So when we first brought it to you, it was at a lower price. Then we dropped it even further. I didn't realise. Ah, okay. We've gone low. Beautiful. That's a really nice bundle. Nice bundle. Any quilt pattern that you've got where you need around 5.5 metres, which is, to be fair, a majority of quilt patterns, if you're looking for an average size quilt, then yeah, that is lovely. But equally so, if you've got another kind of statement fabric that you're wanting to bring in, then these would support that fabric, or a panel or something like that. Gorgeous. Oh, I'm glad that you like that one. I like it too. Absolutely gorgeous. Don't forget, you can shop for the bundle and go for additional 1/2 metres. So if it's a case of you thinking, well, do you know what, I need some extra of that because I want to do something, a feature with that one or whatever, then you can do that. So shop for it as a bundle. Each one of those will be a 1/2 metre piece. And then, for instance, if you want to shop for this one, then you find the details. We've gone through them all. They're all on the website now. And then you can increase your quantities and go for a 4 metre, 2 metres. Maybe even your dressmaking, you can go for these as well. Oh, those would be nice. And those trousers, wouldn't they, Catherine's trousers for the summer? Oh, I've gone off on one again. Details on your screen for the bundle. Check out on the website if you're wanting to go for those individually as well. So please do so. And now that I've mentioned the trousers, I'm going to tell you what trousers I was talking about, hadn't I? Because otherwise I'm just left you like, what trousers? Tell me the trousers. What are the trousers? Well, these are they. They're gorgeous. You're going to love these. And, well, you already are loving them. Catherine's going to be here doing a bit of a demonstration later on, but this is a lovely, this is going to be your capsule wardrobe. And I know I say that a lot, but take it from somebody who knows. When you've got a pattern that you find that you get on with, it suits your shape, and this is going to suit your shape from, I think it's size 6 through to size 26. Very, very accommodating. And also, you know, I'm a fan of elasticated trousers that give you that kind of give you that freedom to kind of put them on a bigger day, but also wear them on a smaller day, if you know what I mean, or if you're going out for lunch or something like that. With these, even though you're choosing a size, you've kind of got, that's the middle of the size, but you've kind of got a bit of give and take either side. So very, very accommodating, so you're going to love those. That's coming up in about half an hour's time. So yeah, it's going to be a busy one, that one. So I'm going to move that one over there. Now the motor bundle, is that this one? Oh, this is the tango one. Does anybody else remember that when I say tango? You guys in the studio, and in the gallery. Oh, no. It was a thing, wasn't it? They had to stop it, though, because people... Basically, it was for an advert for Fizzy Pop. And they had this character that whenever anybody opened a can of this particular pop, this character who was covered in orange paint. I know it sounds very bizarre, doesn't it, when you say it, Alan? Suddenly jump out of nowhere and then run up to whoever was about to take the drink and then do that. Because it's supposed to be like that pow, that zinginess. Well, I think that's what marketing were trying to do. But then what was happening was all the kids at school were running around slapping each other in the face, so they had to withdraw the advert, I believe. If you are of a generation like I am, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Anyway, that's not what we are here to talk about. You are getting the most incredible palette. It is the Moda Tango collection, first time that we have seen it, and oh my goodness, I love it. This is brilliant. Now, quite often when we bring you a bundle, we will give you a ½ metre saving. So any one of those fabrics, you'd be shopping for, is it 4.5 metres, then you'd get that ½ metre as a bonus. The price on your screen, oh, so it's over there. The price on your screen hasn't had any reduction on it at all yet. So that is the price we should be bringing it to you for. And that's, oh, look at that one, that's gorgeous. And that's the price that we'd normally be bringing it to you. But you know what? Hannah is going to treat us. Treating us to a £10 saving. Hannah, that is fabulous. Thank you so much. Moda fabrics. Oh, look at this. Beautiful. They're all gorgeous. They are beautiful. I love them. And also as well, if you are into your embroidery, you've got the scope that you could add to these. You could put little sequins, couldn't you, on there and actually do a little bit of stitching if you wanted to enhance it even further. But just as they are, absolutely. I mean, I'm going to step back and show you those on because they are absolutely beautiful. You've got a £10 saving with these. And you're going to get a ½ metre of each of them. Are we going to be bringing them as ½ metres as well, Hannah? Oh, so we can get extras if we're wanting to. That's good to know. It's good to know because you can go for the bundle and then go for extras, can't you? Beautiful. So, £79.90. Now, if you did, that price has come down now, but if you did shop for these prior to that price coming down, then yes, you will be getting that lower price along with everybody else. And it doesn't really matter if you've ordered it and then you've disappeared off and you don't know we've dropped the price down. It's automatically done at midnight when we batch up those orders. But what a beautiful, I'm going to open this one up so you can see. You've got ½ metre of each of them. Some of them you've got, I mean, this is a brilliant one if you're wanting to kind of do your EPP, because you could very, very easily use that as kind of like the centre of your piece. You could applique these. Isn't that lovely? Gorgeous. It's got a bit of a kind of retro vintage kind of vibe to it, I think. Beautiful for the summer. Absolutely gorgeous. A nice happy fabric as well. I know I often say that. It's like, ooh, it's one of those, yeah. Gives you one of those like, ooh, let's get ready. Let's get ready for spring and summer. We need it. Gosh, it's so cold, isn't it, at the moment? I was in York yesterday and oh my goodness, it was so cold. Beautiful, beautiful, gorgeous fabrics. There you go. Again, I love this one as well. Large bold print, maybe. But it's kind of like a large print, but I wouldn't call it bold print. Love the shirt in that. That would be a fabulous shirt. I'm getting that vibe as well, Hannah. I looked at it and I thought, is it bad to look at it and think, do you know, it reminds me of like a wallpaper. But you know, there's many a time I've seen a wallpaper and thought, I wish that was in fabric. Many a time. But again, you've got large pieces. You could make, and also you could take inspiration from this, because it could be that you're wanting to change a look in your home. It's much easier to change a few cushions than it is to redecorate, isn't it? And it can completely transform. My mum, bless her, no longer with us, but she'd have a day when she suddenly think, I'm going to change things around. So you'd come in and instead of the sofa being over there, it was over there. My dad's chair wasn't there, it was over here. And he was like, what's going on? But it just made everything look different. Like redecorating, but without all of that. Lovely. They're all gorgeous. You've got a £10 saving on this one. It's a brand new collection from Mode. It's called Tango. And again, they're all absolutely beautiful. Gorgeous floral elements in here, but not in your face. See, I love that one as well. That's a nice one, isn't it? With the Moroccan tile influence there. Again, you've got some that are going to work together because of the fabric repeats. Oh, yes, quilted weekend bag. Yes, I like that, Hannah. I like that idea. That one there, again, that's working with that tiled look because those two work together. So you've kind of got colour ranges. So if you just want to pick out two, then you could do. But equally so, I mean, you've got the gorgeous, lovely kind of soft shell pink almost, isn't it? Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Doesn't matter which of these fabrics. You could take any two at all, and they would work beautifully together. Now, I will let you know that saving Hannah has put in place. We can't keep that discount on forever. It's a brand new release. So it's kind of like a thank you for getting involved. Thank you for checking your basket out. So if you've got it in your basket, do check your basket out, because if you're thinking, oh, I'll pop back in a couple of days' time, the saving won't be there. It's only good up until midnight tonight or while stocks last. And we haven't got a bountiful supply. And we only have a couple of handfuls left, excuse me, when everybody checks their baskets out. So yeah, brand new collection, £10 saving, absolutely gorgeous, and all a bundle. So you're going to get all of those ½ metre pieces, all cut, ready to go. If you like the look of the whole collection, if you're thinking, well, I want to use this in a quilt together, this is the perfect way to do so. But equally so, if you've got projects that you're wanting to put together and you're just using a couple at a time or 3 at a time, then that's fine. That's the most economical way to shop for it. But we recognise that you might want to kind of cherry pick. You might want to go for certain fabrics. So we are going to introduce them to you as individuals now. So we're going to work our way through. Should we go from the top across, Hannah? Where do you want me to start? Let's start with this one. So this one, we've got a lovely kind of retro feel to it. Lovely vibe. So I will open it up just so as you can see, because obviously there is a flow to this one. It's not a non-directional pattern. So if I open it up, just in case you're going for multiples because you're thinking of a dress or something. So that is your selvage edge, obviously going across to your other selvage edge, and it's all going vertically, that design. So it's nice. Tie backs. Those things that hold back curtains. Yeah, tie backs, those are they. But you see, you could this is where you could change your room. It might be that you've got lovely kind of sage green decor and you've got plain sage green curtains. And as Hannah's just said, change the tie backs and you've got a different look. And you could do that with a ½ metre of fabric, to be fair. Yeah, because you could slice it down the middle there. Gorgeous. Now that one is called Valencia. That's a place, isn't it, Valencia? It is. Is it Italy? I think it's in Italy. Or is it Spain? Oh, it's Spain. It's in Spain. I just got a feeling that it's a port. I think it is a port. Oh, there we go. So, yeah, Valencia, that one. Let's work our way along. Oh, this is a pretty one. This one's a bit like, oh, is it a hydrangea that's got all the little tiny floral heads? I think it is, isn't it? Oh, this is cute. It's got little tiny fronds coming out with little kind of elements here. Nice, minty, fresh it is. It's almost looked like the design's been bleached out. It's very, very kind of innovative fabric. And little tiny ditzy yellows in there as well. Gorgeous. Oh, simpatico? Oh, Bruce, I think you could be right, simpatico. Oh, it means pleasant. See, can you just shop for your fabrics here? It's educational as well. I love it. Simpatico. Beautiful. Now, the challenge for the day is to bring simpatico into your dialect today. Yes. Oh, I love this. How lovely Hannah's introduced it in loads of different phrases. Did you get your degree in English? Because I was going to say, it sounds like you did. Beautiful. Now, so that one is simpatico. If you're not careful, though, it does sound like it's Saint Patico. But no, yeah, it's not Saint Patico, it's simpatico. Albrama. It sounds like there's a very Spanish influence to this particular collection, isn't it? Alhambra. That sounds Spanish. Beautiful. See, this is a kind of fabric. You know when you go to places and you look at a floor, a tiled floor, and you think, oh my goodness, that'd make a fabulous quilt or a fabulous fabric. You can almost imagine that somebody's gone off somewhere and they've seen this and thought, I'm going to take that influence. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Again, ½ metre. It's quite symmetrical as well. So, I mean, I've turned it now because you've got the selvage edge there. Obviously, that will go across to the other selvage edge. I've folded it in half. But kind of tiled. Oh, Alhambra is a fortress. Yes, you can kind of get that, yeah. Ooh, beautiful. Hannah's now making a destination list now of all the different places that she's searching for on the internet to find an explanation. Beautiful. And if you're watching from Bradford, you'll know that there's a theatre called the Alhambra as well. Beautiful. It's probably easier to get to, really, isn't it, as well? There we go. Love it. Now, this is a pretty one. Now, we've got this one in a few different designs, so this particular one. Gorgeous large florals, and this one is Barcelona. I don't know why I have to say it in that accent. I'm glad that you don't need to look that one up, Hannah. Beautiful. Oh, I love the vibe of this particular collection, isn't it? And it kind of echoes the warm, the sun. Beautiful. And this gorgeous colour, I think we've seen that representing the sea, when it says sea fabric, I think that represents this kind of colour, doesn't it? So beautiful. And again, if you're wanting to kind of cherry pick out, that could be the centre, very simple. You could be doing the simplest of quilts, couldn't you? And that could be almost like your block, if you're cutting your block. You could kind of use that as your focal point in the centre, or even go larger. I mean, it's entirely up to you, isn't it? But that could be your focal point of your block, and you're just kind of using that and building up around the outside of it. Nice, easy one to work with, like that one. So that is that one. So wonderful. Incidentally, I'll very quickly mention the yellow, because I know the yellow one's been a popular version of that one as well. So since we are looking at that design there, Barcelona in the yellow, if you're wanting that one. Oh, turmeric. Yeah, it is actually, isn't it? Yeah. It's kind of almost that deeper tone, yeah. Yes, you do have to be careful with turmeric, don't you? Yes. Beautiful. It's £8.99 again. So you've got the turmeric there. Oops. And the other one was, did we call it C? I think it was the other one, wasn't it? There we go. Gorgeous. Lovely. Very nice indeed. Like that one. Oh, we're going back to, oh no, hang on. That one, was that one Barcelona? No, that was Barcelona, yes. This one was it Alhambra? This one with the tile? Yes, Alhambra. Beautiful. That's pretty, isn't it? Beautiful. Oh yes, makeup bags would be nice. And also if you've got something that's got quite a rectangular style pattern, then yeah, that would lend itself to that perfectly. It would make a very good grab and go bag, that is very true. But also as well as a band, you could actually cut that and then top and tail it with solid fabrics and just use a small area of it, maximise it, make it go further. And again, perfect if you're wanting to just isolate an area. Lovely, like that one, Alhambra. Beautiful. We did that one, didn't we? What was this one here? This is a nice one. This is like a feature fabric, this one. So this one, we've got two. In fact, I'll do the two together. It does look very different, actually, when you change the colours. So this one, let's drape this one out so you can see that one. Oh, isn't that gorgeous? Oh, gosh. Saraband? Oh, no. It does sound like a Bond villain. I'm not going to lie. Saraband? I don't know. Oh, I do apologise for my pronunciation. I'm just a girl from Birmingham. Now, if you can help me with the pronunciation, by all means. It's always when it's interesting when kind of you spell it out as it sounds. But gorgeous. But it's about the fabric. It's about the fabric. It's not about that. So. Oh, apparently it's to do with dancing and music. Fabulous. Didn't see that one on Strictly. I saw a tango. So yeah, saw a tango. Isn't that gorgeous? And I think you could take inspiration from this. You could almost maybe, I don't know, a bit of a applique maybe. You've always got like seed pods with this one as well. Gorgeous. Beautiful. Gorgeous, we're calling this kind of green sea. So you'll see the word sea. You'll see the word sea appearing on the other fabrics as well. So when you're kind of shopping for them in the similar ones, it's the sea one that you want to kind of echo that colour. Beautiful. Beautiful. I love that kind of pod-like element that you've got in here as well. We'll move on because we are a little bit confused by this particular name, but do your own research. Now we've got that one in multicolours. As you can see, these ones, doesn't it look different when you actually change the backdrop? Nice one to go. But I like this one because you could pick out very easily. I mean, again, this could be a feature fabric, couldn't it, on a block? Oh yes, quilted jacket, very nice. But you could actually make your garment and actually do a bit of free motion work in the white area, couldn't you? Trace out these different pieces. Be a fair amount of work, but it'd look amazing. Beautiful, gorgeous fabric. Again, a larger print with that one. If you want to see it in comparison with the C version, there you go. If you want to use the two together, then you can do. Good morning, Hayley. The Alhambra is an amazing place. Loving your brows. Did you make it? I didn't actually. I saw this one and I love this. It's got different colour cups on there, which I love. It's actually a man's shirt. I didn't actually take it off a man, but yeah, I bought it in a man's shop. But yeah, and it actually, with boring you, it's to do with the button placket, because when you're on TV, you're that way, kind of, yeah, it covers bits. Anyway, I'll probably go, I'm digging myself into a hole there, but thank you for your Your travel recommendations, Alhambra, I will put that on my list. Can I get a motorhome there? That is the thing. Maybe get the wheels wet on the way. Maybe I'll go to the one in Bradford. Yes, that's it. That's a fair point. That's an easy one to get to in a motorhome. This is pretty. Simpatico. I don't know why I say it like that. It just seems right. I don't know whether it sounds Spanish or Italian when I put it like that, but there you go. It doesn't matter. It's a beautiful fabric. This is really pretty. See, this would be a nice one in a garment as well, wouldn't it? Instead, we're looking at 1/2 metre pieces now. All of these fabrics that I've been sharing with you are available in a bundle, which has been very, very popular. Looking at them individually, because it's a brand new collection from Moda. It's called the Tango Collection. Very much kind of Spanish influence we're seeing with these, the different names that are coming up, but beautiful, gorgeous. That one, obviously, you can see there in the sea as well, so if you like that green tone, that's exactly the same, the Simpatico, but look for the sea. But £8.99, price comes down, obviously, when you are shopping for them in the bundle, because you've got that deal price where you are getting your bonus in there. Now, this is a pretty one. I like this one. This is the last one of this bundle. Isn't that pretty? Love it. It's got those lovely flourishes. Again, it is a directional fabric, this one, so just bear that in mind. This is showing you from the selvage edge, obviously going, you imagine it stretching out. Shall I open it up so you can see rather than just talking about it? So selvage to selvage, that design runs vertically, as we saw previously as well, so yeah. Isn't that gorgeous? I don't know, why am I getting kind of essence of William Morris when I'm looking at this one as well? I don't know, but yeah. I think it's potentially because of the green in there. I don't know, but I'm getting a William Morris vibe. But we are looking at Moda Tango Valencia. And it's cream because of the backdrop and sea because of the florals that you've got in there as well. And we have got that one available in the bundle. So let me reintroduce the bundle to you as well. I will fold this one up and pop this one back in place. The deal price that you've got on your screen is deal price because what you're actually getting is a £10 reduction in that price that you should be paying with this one, meaning that you've got a phenomenal deal getting all of those beautiful fabrics from the brand new collection that we're seeing from Moda. Spanish influence with that tango title, as you can see there. 5 metres, beautiful, isn't it? It's that little kind of, it's like when the sunshine breaks through those clouds, isn't it? It's like, oh, look at that, it's fabulous. Normally, you'd be looking at £89.90, as we said. Hannah has been very generous with that £10 saving. Definitely one going for. Lots of you are shopping for this as a bundle. When you complete your purchases and check your baskets out, we're looking at single figures with regards to these. So yes, be quick. If you want to shop for them individually, because you could shop for the whole bundle, take advantage of that discounted price, that £10 saving, and that extra tenner that you're saving, you could actually use and get an extra ½ metre of any of these. They're all available on the website. We've just gone through them all. They are live and able to be ordered. And again, if you're particularly thinking, well, do you know what, I like that one, but I want to make myself a shirt out of that one, I need 3 metres, by all means, while we have the stock available, increase your quantity of that one as an individual item to 6, and you would get your 3 metres. And it would be a complete piece because we cut it from the bolt. The only time that we cut them down is when we've got a bundle where you've got your ½ metre pieces like so, or whichever the increment is. But it gives you a little bit of everything. Please check those baskets out. All of a sudden, lots of you adding this into your basket. I can see the stock quantities diminishing. Yeah, you need to make your decision. If you're going for multiples of these, they will come as cut pieces. So you could, if you wanted to go for double the quantity, if you wanted 10 metres equivalent, you can do that. But it's a case that you need to be quick. Most of you shop for those 5 metre bundles, to be fair as well. I love it. Oh, look, I love this. You guys are fabulous. I love you guys. Right, Bernadette, thank you, from West Yorkshire, so you're in the right place. Hi, Hayley, Alhambra, Bradford, West Yorkshire. My sister-in-law's a dancer there. Oh, wow. Around 17 years ago, around 17 years ago would have been good because she's 80. She was about 17 years of age. Oh, I bet that was an amazing time of her life. Oh, wonderful. And she's now in her 80s. Oh, fabulous. Well, I don't know her name. I could have given her a name check there. And what kind of dancing as well? That's a good point, Hannah. Oh, yes. You've taken the lid off that box now. We need more information. But I love it. I love it. I love the old theatres and things like that. So anyway, we digress. It's about fabric. That's what this house is about, not about theatres. So there you go. Keep checking your basket out. Don't forget, it's not the only collection that we brought to you. We brought that fabulous collection earlier, and that's just a kind of a little taster of it. That one is available on the website. And Hannah has put together some solids to complement those bundles that we've been chatting about. So go and check it all out on the website. We've had too much fun chatting and talking about Spain and theatres as well. But join me the other side of the break. And do you know what? Some of these fabrics I think would look amazing in the next hour because we've got those amazing trousers and you are loving them. I will give you an update straight after the break, but I can assure you it has been a very, very popular pattern already. I can just see lovely Katharine walking through the studio and they look amazing. You're going to want this pattern, so make sure you get involved as soon as you possibly can. I will introduce it to you in the next hour, so I'll see you the other side of this.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned. So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt. And because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
This is so exciting. Lovely Katharine is here.
Hello.
Oh, and she's wearing these amazing trousers already. Now, this is a launch of a brand new pattern, and you are loving it already. Loads of you have placed your orders before we even went live. We gave you that tease. And of course, lovely John, who I'm sure will be watching as well, gave us a little tease, because this is something that you've been chatting about for quite a while.
We have, yeah. I think I've been talking to him about it since about September. Well, in fact, he's had a sneaky preview in September, and he was like, oh, I love those trousers. So, yeah, we've been kind of excited about it. So I hope he's feeling better, John.
Yes. Messaged him yesterday. So, yeah, he's going to be back with us on Saturday, so look out for that one as well. But let's have a look at the closer details. So details on the screen. So if you want to get involved already, then you can do, as many of you have been doing. You can see our lovely Katharine is wearing them. And I have to say, they are such an elegant look.
Thank you very much.
But equally so, it's one of those outfits that, or those kind of pairs of trousers that you could just be quite comfy at home, but equally if you're going out for lunch or going out for dinner, they're absolute classic.
They're perfect for lunch or dinner because you've got this kind of adjustable thing going on around here, so very comfortable.
Very clever.
You can loosen them when you've had a big dinner. Or if, like me, you've got a Christmas cheese belly right now.
I love a cheese belly. But sometimes when you've got trousers, I mean, the elasticated trouser is the classic, isn't it, to accommodate for different sizes. But you've got a lot of fabric coming into a small area, which can create that kind of almost like ballooning look.
It can. So when I set out to design these, I always think trouser patterns are tricky. Yeah. It's hard to find a really good trouser pattern. Elasticated ones are the easiest to make and the comfiest to wear, but they're not always the most flattering. You can get a lot of fabric at the back round your bottom, and it doesn't always look that nice, does it?
Absolutely.
And then when you start putting zips and things in, it starts getting complicated and fiddly. I mean, I never want to make ones with fly fronts because it's just like, no, that's too much hard work. So, I spent a lot of time thinking about this, about how to create like a fastening and an opening that's comfortable, but that also looks really nice and really flatters your figure. So I think I've managed it. I'm very, very happy with them.
And we will show you all these in closer detail when we actually get over to the desk. But just kind of the different points that hit me with this particular one. You've got trouser pockets. Love pockets.
You've got to have
trousers.
pockets.
And these are really, they're kind of in with the seam, but they're almost like a pocket on the surface. It's
Yes.
like a hybrid type of pocket, which is beautiful. Love this line that we've got here.
Thank you.
You've got this fabulous kind of, it's almost like there's a fastening at the back, isn't there?
So I turn around.
Would you mind? I don't know.
No,
Yeah.
you see.
And then I think this is important because this is such a lovely, excuse me, just lifting your blanket.
No, you're fine.
You've got this wonderful tie at the back here, and we will explain how the kind of the ergonomics of them in just a few moments. But it's just some of the features that really sang out to me. Absolutely, I love that detail from the back. But equally, I love it's a very forgiving kind of sweep that comes into that. We are so busy for this. Thank you very much, Catherine. We are so busy. Twice the amount that sold before the show, which was a lot, has already gone. So yeah, absolutely amazing. We're going to have a closer look at these, but there's so many different ways that you can actually create these. Catherine, we're going to have a little closer look at these ones as well. So if you're wanting to take advantage of the pattern, the details are on the screen, so do make sure you're popping that into your basket. We've got a pair that we're going to talk around the actual kind of...
Well, here we
Let's
go.
bring them in. Yeah, we'll bring them in and we'll have a little look on the overhead and have a chat about that. So yeah, I mean, it's a bit much asking Catherine to take her trousers off and talk about
Yeah,
it. So
I have-
we've got a spare here.
I mean, I've got nice knickers on, but I don't want to show them to you.
That's right. Now, these trousers are amazing. Lots of you shopping for these already. But as I say, it's about the style, it's about the design. And I am a massive fan of a capsule wardrobe. And when you've got a pattern that you just connect with, that's it. You make it in all sorts of different fabrics.
Absolutely. And it'll work. I mean, this is a fairly heavyweight denim, and when, it's got a slight stretch in it as well. And when they sent it to me, I was a bit like, oh, I'm not sure if it's going to work, but actually it works really well. There's a picture of me in them, isn't there?
Beautiful.
And the main thing about this trouser is really the fastening. So how it works is at the back you have a little piece that comes round. So I'm in there, yes. So this bit's coming round my tummy.
Okay.
And I've just got a press stud just to fasten it. So you can have a press stud, a button, you could put Velcro on, you could put a hook and eye on, you could put multiple ones on for, you know, days when you're feeling bigger than others.
Cheese belly days.
Yeah.
But the thing is as well, because you've got those two pieces, like you say, you could almost have that it's a variety, 2 or 3 different sizes, couldn't you?
Absolutely.
So even when we choose a size, you've almost got permutations of that size.
Absolutely.
Love that idea. Little press stud there, lovely.
And then your front bit comes up and covers it, as you saw on me. So you've got that nice flattering front that I think is more slimming. When you've got a nice flat front on a trouser, actually it doesn't really matter how big your tummy is, it's more flattering, isn't it?
Yep.
And so then the ties come round through the back, come through your belt loop, and it's like you've got a little belt on it, so you can tie that and tighten it up as much as you need to. But you've got wiggle room in here. Because they cross over, you've got quite a bit of adjustability
I love this piece.
before you're going to reveal it. You're not going to reveal anything.
And I love this. You've got kind of tapering into the back, which I think is a very, very forgiving design. It's gorgeous kind of flow. I love this. Now, I don't know if this is Mrs. Kent or Mrs. somebody from Kent, but hello, these look fab. Just a question, will they gap at the sides? Worried that they will show my knickers. Who'd have thought there would be knickers in the conversation so many times?
Can you see my knickers?
No.
Promise you're not going to see your knickers. You will see they come down. Where it's joins up to the top of that wrap part. So there's no gap here that's going to reveal anything because then that folds over the top.
Yes, yeah.
So no, there's no danger that it's going to show anything.
That into my head when I looked at the design actually, but no, it's a good point.
And we have tested it on many people. Lots of people have had these trousers on in the craft centre, all shapes and sizes, and everyone's liked them. And no, I haven't seen any knickers that I shouldn't say. What's nice as well, because it undoes it's basically at the hip. So when you go to the toilet, they're not completely falling off.
Yes,
you know, it's like if you have sometimes you have wrap things, and you have to completely get undressed, don't you? Whereas this is just undoes a little bit and it's easy.
Absolutely. Now, these size-wise, you've got a huge range of sizes. Don't forget, you've kind of got the permutations within those sizes as well. So if you kind of border between a 14 and a 16 or a 22 and a 24, you have got kind of like a little bit of kind of room between those as well. So you can see they're size 6 right the way through to a size 28. So I think I said size 26 earlier. Is that the size that you usually
Normally it's 6 to 26, but Kath, my lovely grader, added an extra size on, so we didn't take it off.
Oh, that's fair enough. I love it. And also as well, obviously you've got your body measurements there. You can see there it mentions cropped length as well. So
Yes, so if you're slightly short like me, so I'm 5'3", the cropped length is my full length.
that would be the same
So
for me
when
then.
yeah, so when we made them up, because the first 12 was, we always do the first 12 for me.
Yes.
And we did it, and I kind of went, yeah, that's great, but we're going to have to make them longer for all the tall people. So the crop length is if you're a slightly shorter or you want a crop length, and then there's an extension as well.
Lovely.
You can also make them as shorts if you wanted to.
Point.
Yes. I mean, you can make them any length you like.
Oh yeah, exactly. Because having that straight leg, it just makes it easy, doesn't it?
Yes,
Which I love.
absolutely.
And one of the questions that I ask, because so many people will ask this when we bring a new pattern, what level of sewing? And I think you hit the nail on the head when we were chatting about this one. I mean, the design is so simplistic that pretty much anybody, it could be the first garment that you've made.
You could. All my patterns, I strive to make them very accessible and easy for people who haven't done a lot of dressmaking. I try and do very detailed instructions, so if you follow them, you can do them.
Yeah,
I write them like I teach them.
Oh.
So people in my classes say they can hear me telling them what to do.
Your voice coming out. And I love this. Loads of photos and loads of very easy kind of language to understand, no huge terminology and things like that. And then the end result, I think, is incredible. And it's the end result that will get you to that point. If you like the look of these trousers, if you've shopped for trousers like this in the past and you want to have that creativity of using your own fabrics and making them yourself, making them to your own dimensions, your own size, then this is the perfect opportunity. So please do not shy away from the fact that you've never made anything before. You're a quilter, you're a bag maker. Don't worry, you will be able to achieve the most amazing garments with these trousers, and take those compliments. Take those compliments, grab them by the handful, because you will be getting those. Now, it's been a very popular pattern before we even went live. What was the update that you wanted to give me? Sorry, Hannah. Oh, somebody's asking about overlockers. Oh, there you go. Do you need an overlocker to make these trousers from Heather?
No. I always say an overlocker is a nice to have.
Yes.
But you can get on perfectly well without one.
Yeah.
You can use a zigzag to neaten things. You can use, often there's overlocking stitches on your machine these days. If all else fails and you've got a very basic machine, get the pinking shears out. That's what I do at home when I want to be quick.
Good question, yeah. If you've got an overlocker, great. If not, if you're thinking about an overlocker, we've got some coming up in the last hour today. So, yeah, it might be worth tuning in for that one. But the other thing that struck me is the fabric that we were looking at here, which we have got on the show, is kind of like a denim weight.
Yes.
But then we've got kind of the lighter weight.
So that's a linen blend. This one's a viscous.
Yes,
So
yes.
really nice for summer. I'm going to have
Absolutely.
these ones on all summer.
Oh, you're going to
I really like them. They're really funky.
But these as well, and with the viscous, I mean, you've got that lovely fluidity, I've got trousers like this that I wear summer after summer after summer, because instantly they look classic. They're just easy. And if you're fortunate to be able to go on things like cruise trips or holidays where you've got to fit a lot into your case.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
A non-creasy viscous in your suitcase is perfect, isn't
And I
it?
love it. I don't know if we can get a shot at the top, but we've got a lovely kind of bow that's been tied. Don't forget that bow is at the back. Could you bring it around the front if you wanted to?
It's not really long enough to,
Okay,
and
no.
I think it would take away from your line at the front, really.
Because the whole point is to have the flat front, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
But that will be kind of like the back of your trouser, which I think is lovely, because as you're walking away from people, you've still got that kind of look.
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
Beautiful.
I mean, I've obviously got my tops and that tucked in so you can see, but obviously you can put your things over the top and it will still look just as nice.
Yeah, absolutely. The key thing is now get your pattern. And your pattern, when you actually get it to you, we will talk around the pattern and kind of get a demonstration underway in a moment. The thing that strikes me is the storage, which I think is brilliant. The booklet, it's so informative, but the quality of the actual pattern as well.
Thank you.
So perfect.
I work very hard to make them good
too.
and to hopefully, make them really user-friendly.
Yeah.
And something you're going to reuse.
Absolutely, and this is the thing, because when you come to reuse it, you are going to pop your pattern pieces back in the folder there, which you've got there. You've got the little booklet obviously there, and another feature which I thought was so clever. Literally, it sits on your bookshelf.
Yeah, so if you've got a few of them, you see, you can have a little set.
Lovely.
That's the idea eventually.
And if it is your first pattern from Katharine, then yeah, you will have a set of these. And if you have shopped with Katharine's patterns already, then you will know just how informative they are. Absolutely beautiful. I'm going to leave you and I'm going to pop over to my own counter and I will have a little chat with you guys as well. So do keep shopping for your pattern. Brilliant pattern, incredibly popular. When everybody has checked out their baskets in less than, 15 minutes or so that we've been live, 100 of the patterns have gone. Did you say 100? Oh, nearly 200, sorry. Nearly 200 of the patterns have gone. Wow. Didn't hear that very clearly, did you? I think Hannah gave me an update and then we got chatting and then, yeah. So it was old news when I gave it to you. So if you like the idea of getting hold of your pattern, that is the first thing. Get that in your basket, get your basket checked out. We've got some beautiful fabrics to share with you, and these are in bundles that kind of work with the pattern. So they're already kind of cut to the larger size that you've got within the pattern. Yeah, you can accommodate with those as well. So we're going to start off with, this is the one that we saw the sample trousers in. So here you go, the embossed denim. Lots of you asking for that one. That is this one here as well. 3 meters, beautiful fabric.
It's really nice, yeah. The only thing I would say is just wash it before you sew with it.
Yes.
Tends to bleed a little bit.
And that is the case with many denims,
yes,
to be fair. Otherwise, jeans, when you buy jeans, you can end up with blue legs.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
I kind of like the reverse.
But I very nearly, when I made them, reversed it for the pockets because I thought that would look quite cool.
Yes. Oh, that could be a design feature, couldn't it? Like it. So there you go, £32.99. That is enough fabric for you to create your trouser in whichever size you're wanting to go for. Do make sure that you are getting your pattern, though, to work alongside it and you are ready to go at the moment it arrives, which is very, very exciting. We will chat about the other bits and pieces that you need to help you along the way. But the key thing is your fabric and your pattern. You need those. Check those. Make sure you've got those. Lots of the other things you'll have in your stash, but we'll help you with that in a little while. So, embossed denim. You've got a 3 metre piece, £32.99, loads of you shopping for this one. Absolutely gorgeous fabric as well. Beautiful. We knew we were going to be busy. But it's nice that you're shopping for your fabrics at the same time. So there you go. If you like the look of that one, then please take advantage. Now, the fabric that we are going to see Katharine working with, classic. Absolutely classic. It's almost like a linen look.
It's really nice, yeah. It is a
Gorgeous.
linen look.
Beautiful. So this one, it's got that gorgeous kind of gold tone, enzyme washed. I wish I knew what that meant. I'm intrigued. 100% linen. So with this one, you've got your 3 metres. Right, that is good. I wonder if that's, because that's the thing. I always do that.
It's not too creasy.
And it is one of those, as I did it, I suddenly thought maybe I shouldn't have done that. But no, I'm happy that I did because we love the linen look. We love that kind
I think that's what the enzyme washing does.
Oh yes, it could well be, couldn't it? Yes. There you go. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. We're going to see this one in action during the demos. If you like the idea of making your trousers in these, then £39.99 is all you need to pay for that 3 metre piece. We have got other colourways with that one as well, but that's the one that we will see in the demonstration. So just in case you're wanting that particular one as well. Lovely message coming through as well is just tuning in. Is that a pattern that Katharine has made? It is indeed. Isn't it amazing? You can get yours. Brand new pattern. Details are popped up on your screen. There you go. People just shoot and they need it.
You do. This is going to be your go-to trouser pattern.
Absolutely. And shorts.
And shorts.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really wear shorts, but I am tempted to because I think it'll work really well.
And because sometimes shorts can be a bit kind of tight, I think.
And they can when you sit down and you're a bit...
and they can ride up in the thigh area and stuff like that. With these, you've still got that fluidity, so I think they're going to make amazing shorts. So, yeah. Love it. Please be quick. Please be quick. It's a popular item. We've got good stock at the moment, but not as healthy as we thought we would have at this point of the show. So yeah, just go and make sure that you're checking your basket out. So there you go. And you can see the fabric that we've just touched on being utilised there in that example. You can see lovely Katharine wearing that. She's wearing the kind of the chambray version at the moment, which is lovely as well. So there we go. So the chambray, if you wanted to go for your chambray as well, this is the details that we've got. So that's this one here, which it's got, well, it's slightly lighter, actually.
It's slightly lighter than mine, yes. But I like it. I think it's a really nice colour, actually.
Nice, fresh feel to it. So again, lovely weight again. It's going to be wonderful within your garment. Absolutely. I mean, look at that price on this one. If you were a little hesitant, maybe shopping on a budget, well, for £19.99, you could be marrying a brand new pair of trousers that you have created.
And chambray is so nice to sew.
Yes, I do love working with it. And in addition, I mean, I know we will cover this. It's just a little bit of interfacing that we're going to need, and a button.
Yes,
That's pretty much
all
it.
press stud, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, and we have got some lovely press studs on the show if you do want to go for the press stud version. So there you go. So that is your chambray. Loving that one. There you go. Then which one are we showing next? The stripy one. Oh, now this is going to be a look. This is going to be quite a nautical feel, I think, with this one. So this is a bold look. Now this is, again, it's a slightly weightier fabric. It's probably on par with the denim that I showed you, the kind of embroidered denim, or embossed denim, should I say. So this one there.
Wouldn't that look nice with like a navy jumper?
Absolutely, yeah. Or a white T-shirt and a navy blazer or something like that. Gorgeous. Very much a designer look. Now this one, it's cotton rich, so it's 80% cotton, 20% polyester, which is brilliant when it comes to the durability, isn't it? So yeah, but it's got a lovely feel to it, so there you go. That is your stripes. If you're a fan of stripes, then that is definitely one to go for. Lovely. And then, where do we go next? The national washed, I nearly said that. Natural washed, not national washed, but natural. I suddenly sounded like Sean Connery. So this one, if you like that linen feel, then here you go.
Oh, you see, they're just perfect for your summer holidays.
Absolutely.
And, just through the summer.
Year in, year out, these are going to look amazing. Beautiful. That's a popular one as well. 3 metre there, so that is for whichever size you're wanting to go up to, a size 28. So yeah, very, very affordable way of creating some classic style wardrobe. I'm not doing very well with the old folding thing, but I'll slide it out the way. I'll do that when we get to the demo. I'll tidy up in a little while. And the gorgeous red, I have to say, this is a gorgeous colour.
It's a lovely colour.
Wine, we are calling this one. Hannah likes wine, apparently. Not at 9:25 in the morning, hopefully, but there you go. This is lovely. Again, it's sometimes nice to go. I tend to find I work a lot with certain colours.
Yes.
If I open my wardrobe, half my wardrobe is black.
Yes.
And I kind of made a New Year's resolution one year to wear more colours. And I think it's stepping into other colours that can make all the difference. Could you kind of take two fabrics and do...
We could. Like this one, we've got like the tie has got a contrast.
Yeah.
So you could use contrasts on your pockets.
Yeah.
On your facings.
Ooh, so if you've got two fabrics, there'd be space on some of them to kind of do a contrast of the other, I suppose. So,
yeah.
And that's what happens when you've got a good pattern. When you've got a good pattern where you can kind of play around with the fabrics, similar weight, obviously, because it can kind of counterbalance if you're not careful. Or you need to counterbalance, should I say. But yeah, if you've got into two fabrics that are the same, like our linen looks, then you could very easy make your pockets or your tie or your line, kind of face it or whatever. There's loads of combinations. But do you know the key thing is? It's the pattern. It's the pattern that is the connecting factor. Having that good pattern, that classic style pattern that you're going to go to time and time again. And it will make it easy when you you go out shopping for fabrics, because you'll kind of think, right, I've got my flattering trousers, those would be perfect. That fabric would be brilliant for that. And you're kind of shopping for a purpose. Two more to share with you. So we've got a lovely, I love this one. This one is giving me a festival feel.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Yeah.
They're your festival trousers.
Absolutely.
Not that I go to any festivals, but
Well, you don't
sometimes
need
I dress like I'm going to.
But you might have like a little party in your garden or something like that. Oh, isn't that fabulous? Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. That is beautiful. 3 metre piece. Again, what an affordable price, £24.99. That is amazing. So many lovely comments coming through. I keep forgetting to check on the tablet, so I do apologise. So yeah, more in nice pattern. Need accessibility clothing items, please. Oh, okay. Actually, I would imagine this being like if you're in a wheelchair or something like that, it's quite easy to.
Yes, I think so. Well, you could do Velcro at the front.
Yeah.
You don't have to put the belt loops on.
Yeah, that's a fair point, actually.
You know, to thread it through. You could Velcro it at the back.
Yeah. good point. Everything is adaptable. Apparently we have got a range of patterns on the website as well. Oh, it's a book. Oh yes, because it's Rebecca, isn't it? Yeah, Rebecca Cole. She's done a fabulous book about adapting patterns. So yeah, check that one out as well. And the last one that we've got for you, I've worked with this one in the past, and it's a lovely fabric, which is beautiful. And this one, again, it's kind of got that feel of denim, but then you got this kind of print on top that steps you out of that denim zone, perhaps. Perhaps it's a bit like me with the black fabric. You need something to step away, and it's almost like a transitional fabric.
Again, that's a really nice one to sew.
Lovely weight, beautiful weight. And as I say, one I've sewn with in the past, and I loved working with it. So yeah, if you like the idea of getting hold of that one, $19.99, incredibly affordable. I will warn you, this one has been one of the most popular of the fabrics, and it is on the verge of selling out. So yeah, oh gosh, yes, I can see. Yeah, I can see we've not got very many of those. So, busy, busy, busy. You are loving the pattern. Absolutely loving the pattern. Now, we're going to go over to Katharine. I'm not going to join Katharine because you've not got a huge amount of area.
Never have quite enough space, do we?
Yeah, it's not quite enough. So I am going to stay over here. So you guys asking questions, we are going to cover a few of those questions. And if you have any more questions as the hour progresses, please do message through. So the first question that we've got here, lovely Yvonne, who's in Essex. Good morning, Yvonne. Could you please show where the bow rests on the back, please? I've just had back surgery. Oh, I hope you're feeling better and you're on the mend. I'm wondering if it might be a problem when sitting. Okay. Oh, it's high. It's on the waist, isn't it?
Yeah, because they're quite a high-waisted trouser.
If you want to move over into...
Shall I go over here?
Then you can do. It's kind of...
You see there?
It's almost the small of your back, really, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, how you tie it will make a difference as well.
Fair point, yes.
If you do a reef knot, it's a flatter knot.
Yes.
I think I've just done a granny knot.
Just for speed, really, isn't it?
Yeah, so... but it's not particularly bulky.
No.
So it's just in that sort of... It's not really low.
No.
Yeah, in that kind of small
I
back there.
don't think...
I mean, I have to say, when I was sat down in the green room earlier and... it wasn't like...
You didn't notice it being...
No.
It's kind of that bit where your back comes in anyway. So when you kind of, your back, the bottom of your back isn't often on the back of the chair, is it? So I think it kind of sits in that little recess, if that makes sense. But because it's the fluidity of it, you tie it where you want it. If you wanted to take it further round a little bit, then you may be able to accommodate and make one half a longer tie to have it more on the side.
You could, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, accommodate.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, was that a question? I missed that one. Sorry. What was that question? Pamela. Hello, Pamela. Could I cut the tie shorter and maybe use Velcro to fasten, as I only have one arm and cannot tie the bow? Loving the show. That's
absolutely.
Good. Yeah.
So instead of tying the bow, just cross it over and put Velcro on. Absolutely. Yeah.
That's a fabulous suggestion. There's loads of ways you can accommodate this because it's not a tricky fastening. This is the thing that I love about it. You can adapt it to whatever you need it to be.
And so on the front, I mean, this one, I will give you a sneaky peek. I have a button.
Yeah.
But again, you could Velcro it.
Yeah.
Whatever's easiest for you.
That's it, yeah. Exactly, yeah. So
I'll have put a button because that's what I've got handy.
This is true. And sometimes some people like buttons, some people don't like doing buttons and things. So yeah, a great pattern. I would be tempted to add wide turn-ups.
Nice.
I like that.
I like that thought.
Very
absolutely.
French style.
Cut it a bit longer if you're going to do that.
That's a good point. Unless you like us to, we're 5'3".
Well, yeah, then we're okay with our cropped anyway.
Normal length. So good choice. I love this. All these different styles that you're coming out with. Keep them coming. You've got the pattern. Well done, Karen. And don't forget, do share your images of you making your garments as well with lovely Katharine, because I know she is a pattern designer. We'd love to see what people
absolutely, absolutely, yes.
We are going to go over to demo, but let me very quickly bring the kind of the pack up to show you the different sizes. Sorry, Hannah, what was that you gave? Oh my goodness, really? Oh dear. Okay, right. So this is important now. Lots of you, those questions have been answered and you're confirming your order, so thank you for that. We've seen that a lot of people, a real surge in the order, so much so that we are now left with about 40 chances, 40 patterns. That's all that we've got left. We are hoping to get more of them, but it's not going to be a bountiful supply. So still, don't stop ordering. Don't think, oh, well, that's okay, I'll leave it to the end of the show. It potentially could be too late. So still get it now, because, of course, you can still watch the demo if you're watching online, and you can go watch them back on YouTube as well. And in the last 7 days, you can go back on our schedule as well. So, yes, if you wanted to get hold of yours, do it quickly. Size 6 through to size 28. 3 metres of fabric that you'll need, and that's the key thing. Just go for it. Go for it. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. The fear itself is the thing, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so yeah. Now, what do we need to know?
Okay, so obviously pin it on, cut it out carefully. There are 2 bits on the trouser leg that are important, notch-wise. So make sure you cut this hip notch. That's the bit where it all joins, and you need to make sure you get that at the right place. Otherwise, you will be showing your knickers, and you don't want that.
Fair enough.
Okay, so that one, and where the bottom of the pocket rests. So they're important. Obviously, mark up your darts and things like that. And I'm just going to pop the dart in here. If you're working with something like this, lovely linen, when you take your pattern pieces off, before you do, just make sure you mark the top and the bottom, and so you don't muddle them round.
Yes.
And because I'd prepped some at home, this morning I was like, okay, I don't want to end up with 2 left legs.
Yeah, that's really good.
So just make sure, because trousers never look like trousers until you've got it all together, have you? So you just need to make sure you've got 1 leg of each.
And also as well, because the fabric almost looks the same on the right side.
Absolutely.
And the wrong side, it's difficult to determine.
So I never take off my pattern pieces really until I'm ready to sew them.
That's
and
good
then
advice.
you don't get that confusion of, oh, which is this bit, which is that bit. So I'm just going to pop the dart in this front. So we've got darts on the front and the back to give that really nice shaping that's so flattering.
So for anybody that's not done darts before, anything they need to consider?
So when you do a dart, you're going to pinch up the pieces to match with the little dots. You want to start at the top. You can reverse at the top. You're coming all the way down, and then you're coming right off the end. And don't reverse at the end.
Oh, okay, right. So
Leave your threads and just tie them in a knot, and that way you won't get a point at your dart. You just want a nice sort of soft end to your dart.
Lovely, thank you.
Okay. You can see I've marked mine with tailor's tacks. I like tailor's tacks because I'm old-fashioned, but if you prefer, whatever method you like to mark them, but just make sure you do. We'll give them a press.
And it's good to press as you're going along.
I always press as I'm going along. Your stitching looks so much better when you do, and things go together better when you do, and obviously you can pull those bits out.
Lovely.
Okay, so you put your darts in the front. So with this pattern, you get all your front legs ready, all your back legs ready, and then you put them together.
Okay.
Is how it works. So I've prepped 1 pocket there, which is going to go on like that. So what happens with the pocket? I've just got them, it is that way. You've got a nice little facing,
Lovely.
which I've put some interfacing on and just neatened the edge. And it's going along this edge of the pocket here. So we'll pin that on. Now my seam allowance is 1 centimetre in my patterns. So just make sure that you take notice of that. Now when we sew this, and this is important, you only go down that part. You don't stitch this bit.
Okay.
It is very clear in the instructions. But
It's a very clever design of a pocket, I have to say, because they're a feature because they're kind of sitting on the surface, but it's not like a patch pocket where you would normally stitch around 3 sides. It's actually encapsulated within the seam, not only in the side seam, but also the waist as well. So it's very secure, and it's a really clever design.
thank you.
It's lovely.
Okay, I'm going to press that facing away, and I'm going to understitch it just so you get a really nice crisp edge. It's the one question I get asked in my classes all the time. What is understitching?
Well, there you go. What is
So
understitching?
understitching is when you stitch on your facing, it will, to catch that seam, stop it moving around, and it gives a really nice fold and stops facings moving around.
Yeah, because sometimes they can roll, can't they?
They
if you're not
can.
careful,
I mean, you
yeah.
can if you want top stitch. The
Yeah.
ones I'm wearing, I have top stitched as well because I like a bit of top stitching. But if you don't want to see a lot of stitching on the front, then understitching is the way to go. So you can see I've opened it out And I'm just on the facing, close to my seam, and just stitching up there.
And I guess if you're top stitching, you could also use like a decorative stitch off the machine if you wanted to as well.
You could, that would be
Extra
nice.
feature.
I mean, I've done a contrasting pink thread on my denim.
No, I
Look
noticed
here.
that, yeah.
I do really like a contrasting top stitch. Okay, so then we press like so.
As you pressed in that, lovely Pamela is messaging.
So you can see we're pressing as we're going along.
Oh, you've gone for that fabulous denim fabric. Well done. Was it the larger or the smaller one? The smaller one, I think, sold out. So well done if you managed to get hold of that one.
Okay.
We have still got the one that we saw. We were talking about earlier on.
So around the bottom edge of this curve of the pocket, so that we get a nice even curve, I'm just going to add a little row of gathering stitches.
Okay.
And I'm going to do that inside my seam allowance so that you can't see it.
So within the 1 centimetre.
Yeah, so it's about sort of 1/2 centimetre, just round the corner. And because it's gathering, I'm not reversing.
Okay. And is that just a longer straight stitch?
So I've just put it on like number 5.
Yeah.
So yes, a longer stitch.
Okay.
Got to remember to put it back.
Oh, yes.
The times you forget to put it back and discover you've just tacked everything together. So then what you can do, so the idea now is we press up that pocket.
Oh, could I just get you to just move it over a little bit because we just
Am I just,
can't quite
yeah,
see
sorry.
what you're
I was
referring
doing it on the ironing
to.
board, wasn't
thank
I?
you.
So we're just going to pull up one end. So can you see that's going to gather in a
yeah.
little bit? And then when I press it, it's going to give us a really smooth edge.
That's a good tip for doing like a curve.
It works really well, yeah. Because otherwise you end up, it's really difficult to do. And you end up with lots of little folds in your fabric. So this way you can just get a really nice pocket edge. Okay, so hopefully you can see there, that's looking really
Lovely,
nice and
very
smooth.
neat.
And then that's going to pin on to your, let's move that leg out the way.
Obviously, when you're working at home, you can have
a bit more
You
space
can have more than
than
a
me.
12-inch square
And yes.
workroom.
So the bottom of the pocket lines up with that, with the notch that
Oh, that's
I
one that you drew
mentioned
attention
earlier.
to, yeah.
And then the top of the pocket will line up there, and we're just going to tack those in. We're going to tack along those bits, but top stitch that in place. So we'll pin on.
So I'm guessing that the tacking is going to keep it in place, whereas the top stitches, it's
So
permanent.
yeah, the top stitch is the curved sides to hold it in place, and then tacking the top and the side because they're going to get sewn in properly later on.
Right.
When you
Lovely,
add.
neat look already.
It is a really good pocket, isn't it? I do like a pocket. You've got to have a good pocket.
Oh yes, definitely. Yeah, and it's weird. If I had made some trousers, I hadn't quite got enough fabric to actually put pockets in. I wish I just used a contrast because after I made them, I was so pleased with them, but it's almost a little element of disappointment because I hadn't got pockets. So yeah, patterns flying out still, folks. Lots of you taking advantage. Keep checking your baskets out with that. The details are on your screen.
Move that one out the way.
Lovely, nice and neat. Oh, now, somebody's messaging asking about videos and demos and things like that. Don't forget, everything that you see here on Sewing Street, you can go onto our YouTube channel anytime. You can go back, search for the show, and you can get straight on there and see the exact demonstrations that we've got. I've actually left my open pattern. Can I just grab my pattern?
Of course.
You have got, obviously, within the book itself, sorry, within the pattern itself, you've got your booklet with loads and loads of tuition in there. Very, very clear the way that is explained to you, all the different stages. And also, if you are watching within the last 7 days, you can just hop onto the schedule and find the show and see. But everything from laying out your fabrics to all the points that we're learning here, exactly as we're being taught by Katharine, detailed there with photos to support them. So very, very easy. Yeah, you're going to find your way around with this one. And to be honest, when you look at it, I mean, there's not many sides of this A5 booklet with the instructions. It's very, very simple.
It's not that difficult. No, I mean I haven't got online video tutorials mainly because I'm quite a busy lady and I haven't got time.
To do them, yes,
to
yeah.
do them. But people can always email me if they get stuck.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's kind of
the
you.
details for the craft centre
But you're
are on
kind of
there.
doing the trickiest bits in the show, aren't you?
Well, that's what I try and do, show
Yeah.
you the hardest bits, absolutely. So you've got your pocket on, and then the other bit you need to do on your front leg is put your tie on. And that gets put on now before we put it all together.
Okay.
So obviously you've cut out 4 ties. I've already put one together. That's a case of stitching round, leaving the longest edge open. It's quite important when you turn it round, is just to trim your seams on this so it's not too bulky.
Okay.
Because you don't want to feel like you've got a big bulky thing,
Yes.
whereas if you've trimmed it and pressed it nicely, it won't be.
And is this where, if you wanted to do a contrast, you would have one in one colour and one in another?
Which would be quite nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I can imagine almost patchworking fabrics together to make them as well. So
I do like using, quilting
proper,
fabrics.
Yeah, proper mishmash of fabrics. Oh, Dawn, are you a total beginner? Oh, she's asking, would this pattern be suitable for a total beginner? So we've kind of covered this, but I'm going to throw it over to Katharine.
I would say yes, absolutely, give it a go. What's important when you're a total beginner is measure yourself so that you make the right size. So all the measurements are on the back, and it's your waist and your hips that are most important. And then just follow the instructions carefully. You know, take your time, don't rush it.
Yeah.
Measure twice, cut once, that
Yes.
kind of thing. You know, be careful with your layout of your fabric. I would teach this in a class to a beginner.
Perfect.
And feel that they would get on with it
And everything
fine.
that you've covered there, speaking about that, the measurements and the fabric and laying out your fabric, it's all in the booklet. So really, really easy. So yeah, get it.
Yeah,
Get it, do it. Make it this year that you make your first garment.
Absolutely, and I mean, there's not complicated zips.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it. You don't know till you try, do you?
Absolutely. Also as well, I think these are lovely trousers, like beachwear. You know when you go to the beach and you need something to cover up your cosy? If you nip into the bar or go into the bathroom or anything like that, these just be so easy to just literally pull on.
You could make them in a really lightweight, couldn't you? Really lightweight cotton.
Beautiful.
For that kind of thing.
Absolutely. Oh, another question. I'm always looking for new trouser patterns. Well, here you go. You don't need to look any further. These look fab on Katharine, don't they just? So you've taken the plunge as her instructions are great. Well, you are going to love these. Oh, very exciting.
So there we go. We've sewn that. Just clipped into the curves to turn it round.
Lovely. It's always like it feels like it's taking forever. When you're doing it at home,
You need one of those little tools to push it out, which I haven't brought. It's in my sewing basket.
That's okay, you're nearly there now.
Nearly there.
But this gives it a lovely neat finish as well, doesn't it?
It does, and again, at this point, if you wanted to top stitch it, you could top stitch it. I think I'd have on mine, haven't I?
Yeah, you have.
Yeah,
See that pink stitching.
Yeah. To give it an even crisper edge.
Love it.
So that is now like that, basically. I just haven't
Perfect.
pressed it.
That's okay.
And so this is going on your hip edge of your garment, and you need to measure 1 centimetre down from the top so that when we put our facing on, we've got room to stitch our facing
gonna
without
catch into it,
losing
yeah.
the tie, absolutely. So this is going to go on here. And you can see the bottom of it is coming just below that hip notch, so it's all going to get caught in when we put the facing on.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Perfect. It's exciting to think that we've got brand new sewers getting involved with this as well. So,
Oh, I love it when people get into dressmaking.
Exactly the same for me,
because
yeah.
it's just such an exciting thing that you never run out of things to have a go at. And
This is the thing. And also, as well, it's like many areas are saying, I mean, if you cast your mind back to the first thing that you ever made, I'm sure you will have looked at it and thought, oh gosh, I don't know if I'm going to be able to make this, even if it's the most simplest of quilt blocks or a bag pattern. But it's that sense of achievement. And the fact that you're making something that nobody else is going to have. Nobody's going to have the combination of the pattern and the fabrics potentially. And then you've got fabrics in your stash. And I'm a big advocate we buy fabrics that we're attracted to because we just love the print of them. And quite often there'll be practical bags and things like that we make, but why not wear your fabrics and showcase that?
Oh, I much prefer wearing my fabrics. Yeah,
absolutely.
Totally.
That's the reason you bought them, because you love
Much
that
more
fabric.
fun.
Yeah.
Much more fun. So that's how our front leg will look. Got your pocket on if you want to, and got your tie on.
Gosh, that's coming together really
So that's
quickly.
coming quite quickly. So then, obviously, you're going to make 2 of those. Let's go over to my back leg.
Lovely.
So on your back leg, I just want to make sure I get the same one.
Yeah, it's always best to double check this.
Yes,
as
and if
you're
I, you
working
see, if I
over
was
it.
making them from scratch at home, I'd have no problem. It's only because I've taken everything apart.
Well, this is it.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of sticky notelets as well.
Yes,
Stick them on and
absolutely.
pin them on and clip them onto everything.
So on our back piece, I've put my dart in already. These little tailor tacks are to mark where my belt loops are going to go.
yeah.
Because they just stop. If you put them on at the back, they just stop that tie from sliding.
Yeah.
And keeps it in a
And
comfortable
I must admit, I am a big fan of a tailor tack. But if somebody wanted to mark it, could they use something like a heat erasable pen or something
Absolutely.
like
You just want to be careful, because if you've marked it all up with your heat erasable pen and then you do a dart and you press it, you're going to lose it.
That's
So
a
just
good
make
point.
sure
Yeah.
that you're being careful. So we've got exactly the same idea on our back tie. In that, we're going to have the 2 together. We're going to stitch round, trim it,
that? Perfect.
turn it round.
Wonderful.
Here's one I made earlier. Okay, so you can see once it's all pressed and trimmed, it is very flat again. And
Lovely fabric, isn't it?
it's
pressed
nice. It's nice to
beautifully.
sew with, actually. Yes, it's nice and crisp. Same idea, just a centimetre down from the top. We've got a notch to match up there. Notches on my patterns are little lines.
Okay.
Just so that I like to cut them outwards. How do you like to cut yours,
I was
Hayley?
just about to say, if John was here, we'd be having this conversation about innies and outers.
Yeah.
Because, I know John always does them on the outside. I must admit, I do tend to do them going inwards. But after I've done them, I think I should have done it outwards because,
I mean, I like them outwards just because, I mean, a 1 centimetre seam allowance isn't huge.
Yeah.
And if you get a bit scissor happy and cut them too far in,
true.
you know.
Very, yeah.
But it's personal preference
Yeah.
again, isn't it? So again, with that 1 centimetre down, we're just going to pop that in place.
Wonderful. So far, so good. It's all coming together very easily, don't you think, guys? Lots of you continuing to shop for your patterns. Pop the details up on the screen of the fabric that Katharine's working with. This is the gold enzyme linen fabric, which is beautiful. Stitching up absolutely beautifully, so lots of you shopping for those. Incidentally, we've got different bundles of fabric, 3 metre lengths, because that's the optimum length to create all of the different sizes within the pattern. And if you do like that linen look, we have got other colours as well, so do check those out on the website.
Right, so I'm going to just carry on with this one leg, but obviously you're repeating this.
Okay.
I have done it the wrong way. I thought I got that right then. No, I'm not. I'm going to make another leg.
Shall I quickly go through the different fabrics then while you're doing that?
Yes,
Yeah,
just-
no problem. So let's start with the gold fabric, the beautiful golden. I mean, it's gorgeous, isn't it? Mustard tone. Looks fabulous with greys and whites and navy as well, actually. Beautiful, beautiful fabric. Lovely to cut, lovely to sew with, and beautiful to press, as you've seen from the demo. And it's got that. Well, it's enzyme washed, which we're assuming kind of stops. Oh, let me just move that out of the way. Sorry. Which I'm assuming helps with that kind of the softness. Usually it gets quite crushed, doesn't it, linen? You end up with loads of kind of creases in there, but this is not happening with this one. So yeah, if you like the idea of that particular fabric, then the details are on your screen, 3 metres. Don't forget, get your pattern in there as well. Don't forget a little bit of Vaseline if you're needing it. It's only £2.99, but you might have some in your stash already. Those are pretty much all the items that you need, and a button or a fastening as well. The linen finish in that kind of natural tone, again, a beautiful finish, classic. Timeless classic. Lots of you shop for this one. Not huge quantities of these left, less than a couple of handfuls. So yeah, be as quick as you can for that one. It's a classic look, isn't it? It doesn't matter whether you're wearing a polo neck jumper with that one. You could wear it almost like your winter woolly jumper and then have these as trousers, but equally so a white t-shirt and a navy blazer in the summer. This is going to go season to season. Absolutely beautiful. 22. I'll try again. Third time lucky with the price, £29.99. My brain and my eyes are not working together, but there you go. So yeah, just take the details from off the screen. It's probably your safest option, to be fair. Next one that we've got is this beautiful blue. Now this is similar to the trousers that we've seen Katharine wearing, but a lighter tone, and it's got a lovely kind of chambray. It is a chambray fabric, beautiful blue, as you can see there, 3 metres, and a lovely one to sew with as well. Oh, I forgot about the other linen one. So yeah, this one, incidentally, it is the most economical of all the fabrics at £19.99, and it is the one that is most vulnerable. So if it's in your basket, please check your basket out. Just because it's in your basket does not guarantee that you will get hold of it. We only do the kind of quantity check when you check your basket out, and you could get that kind of, sorry, no longer available message. And the last one of the linen, which I'm sorry I forgot a few moments ago. This one is even more vulnerable. You've got one chance left. Again, it's a classic. It's lovely because it's a wine tone. So if you like red, but red can be quite bold, can't it? It can be quite in your face. This is toned down just that little smidgen to make it a classic look. And again, your navies, your whites, your nautical feel, absolutely beautiful. And a 3 metre length there, again, perfect for any of those sizes, from your 6 to your 28 with your patterns there. So £22.99 if you like the idea of getting hold of that one. You need to be pretty quick, in fact, speedy quick, because there's only one person that's going to be able to take advantage of that. So yeah, details are on your screen if you're wanting that. And of course, one last fabric to share with you. You had very, very popular, you've had sellouts actually of one of the other denims. This one is that lovely festival feel, which I just think is a beautiful look. And again, £24.99, very affordable. Karen, you went for this one. You use your £10 advent calendar. Clever lady. Clever lady. Yes, of course you can use that, can't you, as well, in January. So there you go. Brilliant shop. Gosh, that brings that down to like £14.99 for a pair of trousers. My goodness. Oh yes, if you've got your voucher still, that's a wise way to use it. Or maybe use it against your trousers, because of course we're talking about these gorgeous fabrics. The perfect way to actually showcase those fabrics is a beautiful pair of trousers. These totally flattering trousers. I will warn you, we have more people shopping for this than we have stock available. Watching live, please check your basket out now. Hopefully, if you're watching on repeat, we've been able to secure some more stock, but at this moment in time, we're kind of busy. We can't tell you that for definite. So yeah, the key thing is get it now to make sure that you are going to get a hold of it, and I am sure we'll see it again in the future, but you will want to have yours all made up and ready the next time we see this pattern, and at £19.50, an incredible addition to your pattern plethora, shall we say. Details there. How are we doing, Katharine?
Okay, so yes, I did the other leg. So I'm going to show you how the leg goes together then. So just make sure those ties are inside out of the way, folded in
Oh, could you
on
slide it a smidgen?
Yeah, sure.
Those irritating words on the
So I've just put a pin in just to hold them out of the way, and then the outside leg, we've gone down the outside leg, and you're only going to sew up to that hip notch.
Right, so that's kind of where you stopped last time?
That is the important bit.
Right.
Yeah. Now this isn't exactly the order. It is in the pattern.
Okay.
I'm just doing it to sort of show you how this side bit works.
No, that's fair enough.
Obviously, when you're making it yourself, you'll make both fronts and both backs, and then put it together. Yeah. But I just want to explain this bit because it's the bit that's called different to normal trousers.
Makes total sense.
So where have we got it to? That's the bottom of the thing. That's my hip notch. Okay. And just make sure you secure it well forwards and backwards at that hip notch.
Well, yeah, that's going to be kind of
because
like
that's
the traffic point, isn't it?
It is, yes, absolutely.
Now we're going to stick with Katharine for another kind of 10 minutes or so. So, yeah, don't worry. We are going to continue with that demonstration. One thing I will say is Katharine's going to be back a little bit later on with a fabulous coat pattern from the Sussex Seamstress. And the coat would work with these trousers, actually.
Yes. So I'm going to finish these because I got some knee-high brown boots for Christmas.
Ooh.
And I'm going to make these probably slightly shorter.
Nice.
I think they'll look really nice with the brown boots. And actually, that coat, I will look pretty good, won't I?
Very welcome.
bit swish.
I love it. Big fan of swish.
And I wouldn't normally choose a yellowy, goldy colour. Certainly not next to my face, I'd look dead. But on my lower half, all right. I do. I can't wear that colour.
Pretty frank.
So if I open that up, you will see that going up to that hip notch.
Oh, this shows it so much better, yeah. It's easy
Yeah,
to see,
so you
yeah.
can see it's taken in the edge of the pocket there, so that's
Lovely.
nice and neat. And it's taken in the two little bits of your ties so that they will now fold round. So you can see how they fold round on each other.
So one comes to the front with the button and one goes to the back with the tie.
Absolutely, and that's going to go around like that.
That's
you
a
see.
beautiful look.
So it's nice and neat, and it isn't bulky.
Yeah.
And just wraps round. So when you've got both legs together, obviously then your facings go on.
Yes.
I'm going to see if I can put on half a facing to show you.
This is quite a challenging demonstration because this is not actually how you would do it at home, so yeah.
But the thing is, because you do everything twice, it becomes repetitive,
That's
doesn't
true,
it?
yeah.
And I haven't got the time to do the
So
whole
you're up
thing.
against the time there.
Now, I would say put interfacing on your facings.
Okay.
And the reason for that is because they is coming round you and you're going to be pulling it a little bit. So if you don't put the interfacing on, your fabric's going to stretch and you're going to lose the nice shape. Plus, the interfacing almost, I mean, it's only lightweight, it's not a heavyweight one, but it almost acts as a little sort of inner underwear holding things in.
Absolutely, yeah.
And that's nice,
Totally,
isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. We have got that available. I think it's, did I say it's £2.99? Vaseline, yeah. So you've got enough there. This is, again, is cut to order. So if you wanted to go for larger pieces, you can do. It's a useful item number to have. I've got like a little notepad of things that I regularly shop for, and I keep a note of those item numbers. So this will be one that you go for time and time again. And as you can see there, you're going to get a ½ metre a piece for £2.99. You don't need any more than that, I suppose.
Not really, no, not really. Okay, so again, there's a dot on these interfacings that you need to mark because this is the point that matches our hip notch intersection.
It all comes together.
So it all comes together. So you know, there's just the odd little bit you've just got to be careful with so that it all goes together nicely. So what will happen is you do your side seams of your interfacing. No. I'm getting muddled up. It's because I'm not doing it in the right order.
Yeah. So when you
I'm trying to show you without quite doing all of it.
Yeah, and there's bits that you would have already done at this stage, which makes it, yeah.
Okay. So,
One
but I want to try and just tell you as much as I can.
okay.
So your front facing, you can see, goes onto the front like that. And when you stitch down, it's going to take you
got you,
to that point.
That crossover point, yeah.
To the crossover point. And because you've left your 1 centimetre up here, you're going to find that when you turn it round,
okay.
the tie is going to come out very beautifully at the top.
So don't worry that it doesn't line up. It's not meant to line up. The tie and the top bits aren't all
No, the tie is supposed to be slightly lower
down, yeah.
so that if you line it up with the top, you'll find it doesn't...
catch it in, aren't you? Yes.
Yeah, it's going to catch it.
No, that makes sense.
So I'm going to sort of stitch this part just to show you how it turns through.
Wonderful. I love that we've got different weights of fabric. We were just as Catherine's stitching that one. I would ask Catherine the question, but she's busy sewing. I don't want to distract her.
You can
Are
talk to
sure?
me.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
So the fabric-wise, I mean, are there any fabrics that you would say to steer away from when you're actually making it? I know it's a bit of a negative question.
Well, no, I wouldn't go too heavyweight.
Okay.
Just because you have got a few seams coming together on those hips, and if you're careful, if it was too heavyweight, you're going to make it very bulky.
Okay.
You're going to have to do a lot of trimming
Yeah.
and layers to go through. The other thing, I would avoid stretch fabrics.
Okay, I was about to say, what about stretch fabric? But I suppose with the tie, you wouldn't want to stretch.
I don't think you want it to stretch any more than it already is.
Okay.
I mean, you could try it. I'm always happy for people to try it.
Yeah.
But again, I think I'd add a bit of interfacing to stop it overstretching.
Yeah, that's a good point. And there's loads of kind of speciality interfaces that you could use to kind of counteract the lasting content, so to speak, with it. So yeah.
Okay. So that's gone on like so. We'll trim down just to make things less bulky. So I talk about layering the seams.
Oh, yes.
So that means that when you trim your seams, you're going to do them at different lengths so that they lie flatter and again, less bulk. You don't want to feel like there's a big chunky seam on your hip. And if you layer them like this, then you won't get that.
Oh, okay, that's a good tip. See, these are all the little tips that you learn as you go along, but they're lifelong sewing tips, aren't they? You find yourself using those over and over again.
So you can see as you turn that through, then your tie's going to pop out. Okay.
Oh, doesn't that look professional?
And your facing's making that look really neat. So you do exactly the same on the back. And then what happens is, where's my back one? Have I got time to put my back one on and just show you how the last little bit does that? If I do it really quickly, perhaps, or if I pin it, perhaps I'll pin it to show you.
Oh, that's a good point, yeah.
Yeah. Just because, if you read my pattern, Hayley, you will see the one little bit right at the end says.
I wasn't doing my job. I was busy watching what you were doing.
Well, no, I'm not expecting you to stand and read it. But literally on the sort of second to last page, it goes, this last little bit is tricky, take your time.
Okay.
Which is why I'm just quite keen to show you it.
No, that's fine. And I have to say, the photo, I was just mesmerised by the demonstration, sorry. That's me being a sewer. But yeah, you're so right. I mean, the photos and the illustrations in here are brilliant. And like you say, attaching the faces. Things have been, in the demo today, they've been done out of sync to the pattern. So when you do actually follow the instructions, if you think, well, hang on, Katharine didn't do it in that order. She's doing it purely because these are some of the bits that, they're not tricky bits. They're just bits that are kind of, sometimes it's easier to explain and do them.
It's because I've only done one leg.
Yeah.
So you've put in your back facing, and then the last little bit that you do to make it all neat and beautiful is you join these two edges of facing together. This is where your dot comes in handy because you stitch from the bottom of the facing to the dot.
So you need to move any of that fabric out of the way.
Yes. So if I show you on this, so you can see then that that's hopefully that is joined up. Underneath you've got your different sections. That's joined up and everything's hidden and secure away.
Yes.
So that's why you don't have oh dear, I'm going to show my knickers, because you're not. And it's that last little bit just of joining your facing separately that makes it all neat and tidy and work.
Perfect.
That's why I wanted to get so that I could just show you that bit.
Explained it perfectly. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. But don't worry, when you get home, if you're wanting to watch the video, watch the show back, you can go onto YouTube. If it's within the last 7 days, then you can actually see it in our schedule, but in YouTube it's there forever. And you've still got your booklet. Your booklet is going to show you literally step by step, including those steps that we just saw Katharine taking us through. Katharine, thank you so much and congratulations.
That's okay.
Everybody's been loving the pattern. Thank you.
I hope you will really enjoy them.
I'm sure everybody will. And thank you for such lovely feedback from you guys as well. If it's in your basket, please take the opportunity of the break between the shows to actually check out your basket. We may touch on this a little bit later on because we are going to see Katharine back again, but it's a different show. We're looking at a different projects as well. So we're going to be looking at a coat, beautiful Sussex Seamstress jacket coat. A little bit later on, can't get my words out. But in the meantime, Katharine, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Keep checking your baskets out. I will see you the other side of this.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned. When you hear the term half-square triangle, or HST, it refers to a simple way to create 2 identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with 2 squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the 2 outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half-square triangle is ready to use. having a fabulous morning here at Sewing Street. It's been a really good day already, and it's been so good that so many of you have been spending the morning with us. Thank you for confirming those orders with the lovely Katharine's patterns. My goodness, honestly, so busy for that one, and Katharine's going to be back in about an hour's time. So I am here to entertain and hopefully help you cover some of those areas that maybe you need a little bit of help with your sewing. We've got some fabulous tools to share with you, brought back some beautiful fabrics as well. And yeah, any questions? If you've got anything that you want to share with us, then do get in touch. Told you all the different ways via social media, the website, all those different avenues are there if you want to keep in touch. But I am going to be spending the next hour with you. So what have we got? All sorts of goodies. Something that I know very well is something that we're going to be bringing to you first off, and it's my ruler set, my first ever quilting ruler set. And this evolved, oh gosh, I'm trying to think how many years ago it was now. It's probably about 3 or 4 years ago. Probably longer than that, actually, when I think about it, because the time flies, doesn't it? But this is a set of quilting rulers that basically I got introduced to quilting. Loved the idea and the concept of quilting, but I got myself a little bit bamboozled with all the marking. So I wanted something that would make it nice and easy for me to kind of get the cutting done and get on with the sewing, which was the bit that I wanted to do, which many of us want to do. So I evolved these rulers, and there's a set of 3. So you'll get all 3 of these. You're going to get your longer ruler, which goes up to 14 inches and 4 inches across. It's got your 1/4 inches with regards to your red marking. So you've got your 1/4, your 1/2, your 3/4, and then the black markings will give you your full inches. Now the idea of this one is it's stripped back all of the bits that were confusing me. So you haven't got your kind of 16th markings, you haven't got your 8th markings in there, because when I was getting started with my quilting, I just wanted that stripped back. I just wanted to use the measurements that I was finding I was using more often than not, which were the 1/4 inch, the 1/2 inch, and then sometimes the 3/4 inch. So yeah, those were features that were very important to me. And this is all kind of like your quilting journey. So I will quite often, and I use this on a daily basis, there's lots of people out there that are very accomplished quilters that do use this, even though it is very simple ruler, to dissect and cut up their fabric. Sometimes it might be that you just wanted to trim off a 1/4 inch seam allowance, so you can kind of do that and very easily do that with this one. You've got your 45-degree angle on the end as well, because again, quilting rulers, quite often you will have these angles. Again, I was finding the 45-degree one is the one that I was using more often than not when I was making my binding strips, when I was doing things like my bunting flags. So that's why I just went for one kind of 45-degree cut on this one to keep it simple. So that is kind of a quick talk about that one, but you can use it in loads and loads of different ways. Nice handy side, and yeah, it's one that I use on a daily basis. So I would be using that potentially to cut my fabrics up into smaller increments so as I can start doing things like my quilting patches, making my patches. And that's where the Patchmaker Square evolved. So this came about because what I was finding is when I was referring to a quilt pattern, it was telling me what size I needed to cut the squares to in order to make my half square triangles, well, my squares, my half square triangles and my 1/4 square triangles. And I got bamboozled by the 6/8 and all the different, you know, all the gobbledygook that you get with the kind of fabric. And what I was finding, I got my instructions here, so I'd read it, and I'd only have to go from that distance to here to cut, and it was like, what did he say? And I'd be going backwards and forwards, and it just bamboozled me. So I came up with this concept of this Patchmaker Square. And it actually helps you create your squares in your 2 inches, your 3 inches and your 4 inches. And I was finding that that was a kind of an accommodating size for what I was making. So the way that it works is, we need to use our imaginations a little bit now. So imagine this is a piece of fabric and I've got my straight edges that I've cut with my ruler, and I've trimmed it off and all that kind of thing. So the idea being is you would look at your pattern, and if it's I don't know, say a 3-inch half square triangle that you're needing to cut, you would find that line. So you can see, use this line for the 3-inch half square triangle. So what I would do is I would use that arrow and I would line that arrow up with the raw edge of my fabric. And I would do exactly the same where it goes around the corner, I would line it up over there. So those 2 lines that it says, use this line for your half square triangles, are sitting on the edge of my fabric. Now, again, we're using our imagination. This is no longer a pencil, this is a rotary cutter. Okay, so yeah, imagination wise, there we go. We're going to cut our fabrics up along that edge and then we would cut our fabric along there. And that means that that square that I have created is now the right size with the seam allowance to create my 3-inch half square triangles. I don't need to know how many inches that is. I don't need to know how many parts of inches that is. I know that whichever technique I'm going to be using, and quite often I would use that technique where you drawing your line and then you're stitching 1/4 inch either side of those lines to create your half square triangles. So I don't need to know the measurements anymore. I've achieved what I wanted to achieve. Say if I needed to do things like my 1/4 square triangles, well, I could do that again. So let's move this corner around here. So then in my pattern, I use my half square triangles and 1/4 square triangles. So again, I would take it down to that line there. And again, I would use my imagination and my imaginary rotary cutter, and I would cut that up to the top there and across like so. And again, that is now the right size to do my 1/4 square triangles. So that was kind of the fundamentals of how it evolved. But let's flip this over. Say you've got a scrap of fabric, and you've got a scrap of fabric that's too big to throw away because it's a usable piece, but you don't necessarily know what you can do with it. So I might have a piece of fabric, again, use your imagination. This is a piece of fabric that I've got a moustache. Okay, now I don't know whether I could use that in a particular quilt patch or anything like that, but if I am using this ruler, I can see from this, well, hang on a minute, it's not big enough for me to use as a 4-inch patch, but I could use it as a 3-inch patch. So let's go back in 3 inches again. So again, I would place it on my cutting mat, and I would take that line where we've got the half square triangle. Now I haven't got my nice straight edge at the moment, but that doesn't matter. So I would come from my 3-inch half square triangle up to the top, and I would cut again along to my 3-inch half square triangle like so. And then if it's on a rotary cutting mat, I would basically turn that round, and then I have got my straight edges here. So I can then take my 3-inch half square triangle and line it up there. So that is now the edge of my fabric. And then I can come again up here like so. In fact, I would have been better off putting it on the right angles thinking about it. And it would basically mean that I can then create that square. So even though I didn't know the size of that particular piece of fabric from my stash, I have now cut a piece that could just go into my stash. I don't have to use that straight away, but I could have like a maybe a deflecto box where all of my 3-inch half square triangle, I could put a little kind of, oh gosh, that's good, isn't it? Broken bit pencil, half square triangle. So I could put those all into my stash, and then I could make a little scrappy quilt at some point, knowing that those are all cut to the same dimension. So that is the way that it worked with that one. Thankfully, I don't need my pencil anymore, so I'm going to be okay. It doesn't matter that I've broken it at that point, but that kind of explains how that works. Then the last part that you've got with your trio of quilting rulers, let's pop that one to the side there, is this little one. Now this was because the last stage of your quilt making is your binding quite often, but also as well, I create bags, I make bag straps and things like that, and this actually accommodates for those as well. So this was where you would get your binding strips, and you can make your strips in 4 different sizes to accommodate for this here. So it explains what you need to do. So cut your fabric strips to double of the finished width. So your finished widths that you've got on here, you've got 1 inch, so you cut your fabric to 2 inches. You've got your 2 inch, so you cut your fabric to 4 inch. You've got your 1.5, so you cut your fabric to where are my 3 inches, and that one you cut to whatever double that is. I'm not very good with my 3/4, so yes. So you basically take that as your guidance. Now I've just got a strip of fabric. It's actually from a strip roll, so it's 2.5 inches wide. I'm not going to bother trimming it down because we've got lots of other things that I'm going to show you as well. So all I would do is I'd take my fabric that I've created to make my strips, and I would take my iron, so I've got my iron that I'm going to bring in, and just take those ends and fold them in together like so. Then come in with my iron and just give that a little press just to get it started. A little press like so, so as they sit flat. And then I would take my my binding square, and whichever size slot that I need, I'm going to pop it through the 1 3/4 because I think that's about right. It's a little bit big for that particular one, but it's kind of an in-betweeny size. So fold it, comes up through the middle and down through the outside edge. I'd then use a couple of pins. Now, top tip, make sure they're not, well, they're the glass head pins. They're not plastic pins because you are going to be getting your iron involved in just a few moments. If you've got fork pins, you could use fork pins as well. They're quite useful. The whole point is you're just securing that fabric so it doesn't wiggle too much. And then all you need to do is take the binding square. Now, I tend to put my index finger in between the raw edges and make it almost like a little pocket. And then you can actually just do it, just get it started with moving it backwards and forwards. It will start sitting quite flat. But then the idea is you would continue to hold it with that little pocket formation, and you would bring your iron in, and as it feeds through, it is folding in the outside edges. Now you've got a line in the centre, so try and keep that running along the raw edges, and then what you will find is that your binding strip kind of evolves from under the iron, but you are nowhere near, your fingers are nowhere near that sole plate, which means that you're creating your binding, whoops, nearly lost the iron, the different sizes, or it might be that you're creating things like your bag straps and stuff like that, or utilising that. And then all you do is, if you need to make it longer, you just feed it through, pin it in place and just keep sliding it along. So nice and easy to use. But a set of rules that, well, changed the way that I was kind of crafting, made it very, very easy. I've lost my swearer card. Oh, there it is. Just made it really easy. So, yeah, lots of you shopped for these in the past. Who have we got here? Oh, lovely Wendy. Oh, thank you. I have the set, and it's a game changer. Very easy to use, and the binding maker is a godsend. Thank you. Thank you. And it is something that maybe this year is the year that you're going to start quilting. And like me, you want to kind of those baby steps initially. As time goes on, you may well be using other tools and a regular quilting ruler. But for me, I found that for me to get my head around quilting and the mathematics, this just helped me to get started. But as I said, there's a lot of people that I know who are very accomplished quilters that still use that patchmaker square because it's a time saver. And as I say, your half square triangles, your quarter square and your complete squares, they're the pieces that we use day in, day out when we're quilting. So a trio there, $19.99 if you like the idea of getting hold of those. Lots of you shopping for them. Thank you so much. As I say, made my life easier with regards to quilting. So hopefully you will find yourself in a similar situation that will make it nice and easy for you to get your quilting kind of deciphered. So there you go. Sorry, Hannah, what was that? Oh, lots of you, lots of people getting involved with that one. So thank you very, very much. And yeah, you'll see these regularly when we do Handmade by Hayley shows. They do appear. They're something that we try to bring into stock every single time. But yeah, we've not got huge amounts of these at the moment as well. And yeah. Jolly good value. It is jolly good value, I have to say. Yeah, it is good value. So there you go. If you fancy treating yourself to those, then you can do. I'm going to pop those to one side because we've got lots of other lovely things to share with you as well. Okay. We've not got these, but I've just mentioned them. So Hannah's found them. So yeah, if you want to get your glass head pins, then we have got those on available on the website. They are popped up on your screen there, so you can see £2.49. So yeah, if you are going to be utilising the iron and any pressing, to be fair, and you're going to have your pins quite close by, then yeah, make sure they are glass head ones as well. So there you go. Brilliant value for money, I have to say. Nice size those, nice little pot to keep them in. So there you go. So yeah, they do look like they're very, very big pins. They're not very big pins. They're just, yeah, we just zoomed in quite closely. Perfect. Thank you very much for those. So there you go. Keep checking those baskets out. So what have we got? Oh, now needles. New year, new project, new needle. That is the thing that you need to remember. So your needles, where are the needles? Oh, I've got them. Now, we've got two different types to share with you. Different people have a preference. We've got some universal ones. Which ones have I got here? Oh, hold on, I've got to swap my cloud. Those are my distance glasses, and oh gosh, backwards and forwards. Hold on, number 41. Which is that one? Okay. So, oh gosh, the iron. Let's get rid of the iron. Let's turn it off. Or the smoke detector, well, the smoke detector won't go off, but yes, it's always a good idea. No, we're okay, we've not damaged the desk. So this is a brilliant way for you to get hold of your pins. Now, these are universal. Universal for two reasons. Needles you can pretty much use on any sewing machines anyway. I don't think I've ever come across a machine that you can't use a particular needle on. These ones are universal because they are perfect to use in that scenario where you've got, well, different types of fabrics, different weights of fabrics, different types of stitching. It's just an easy one, isn't it? So it's not a specialist for a particular technique. It's just a nice, easy one. Maybe you use these for your foundation seams when you're constructing, and then you go on and use something like, well, it might be like some of the ones that we've got coming up that you want to use for your top stitch and your applique and things like that. So good foundation one to have. Brilliant value for money. It works out at 39p per needle. Now, dare I? Yes. It's making sure that I've done it the right way around because, yeah. Schmet's brilliant name when it actually comes to your needle. You can see all your needles in there. So they are all in there. And you have got the indexing on there, so you know exactly what you're going to be stitching with. Quality without compromise, that's it. This is brilliant. I mean, needles, this is the thing. Before I got into my sewing proper, it was like, how often do you change your needle? Well, when it breaks, obviously, when it breaks. No, it should be, well, they say technically 8 hours of sewing, but 8 hours of sewing, it could be what type of sewing are you doing? So you do have to have a certain amount of kind of wherewithal as to changing it. Quite often, if you're working on a brand new quilt, then I would start with a brand new needle straight at the get-go. And it does make a difference with regards to your actual stitching as well. Makes a difference to the sound of your sewing as well. And sometimes that's the first kind of indicator that you need to change your needle. So if you get almost like a thudding noise, that your machine is making, then you'll get to know it and you will hear the difference between a needle that needs changing or a dull needle and a brand new fresh needle. So yeah, and I have to say, you're investing. I mean, if you're looking at, I don't know, say a project, a needle per project, it might be a quilt that you're going to get through several of the needles, in all fairness. When you've got a box of 100, these are going to last you a good time. So when you're looking at that $39.99, you might think, well, that's a lot for your needles. But if you break it down and maybe, I don't know, how much does that work out as a needle? 39p a needle. So that would work out, because needles tend to come in packs of 5 more often than not, don't they, when you're kind of buying them. So yeah, you're probably looking at what, $3.99 a pack of needles or something like that. So it's a very, very accommodating price, I have to say, the one that we've got on the screen there. And it's just easy. And that is the exact point, Hannah, I was about to say, yeah. Oh, no, you don't apologise. It's key, it is important. You don't want to suddenly think, oh, I need a new needle. I'm halfway through a project. You're on a time scale. You've got to get this project finished. And then it's all of a sudden, I've got no needles. I've got to order some needles. I've got to wait for my needles to arrive, or I've got to drive into town, or all those different scenarios. Have them there ready, and then you can just get straight on with your sewing. So there you go. If you like the idea of the universal ones, 100 of those, £39.99. Lovely little container for them to go in as well, which I think is brilliant. And yeah, always a popular item. So if you want to get hold of yours, now is the time to do so. Size 70 as well. That's a good kind of medium weight fabric. You quilting cottons and things like that. That's a good size with regard to actually sewing. So yeah, sometimes it's deciphering all of the phraseology, isn't it? But yeah, good Goldilocks threads, needles. So yeah, sits right in the middle. Now, other techniques. So some people prefer to use a universal for pretty much anything, and you can use a universal for pretty much any sewing, to be fair. But then sometimes people want to kind of fine-tune it and get that finishing touch, and that's what you've got with these ones. So these ones are your Microtex needles. Now, with your Microtex, sometimes you tend to think of these, I don't know why, I automatically thought of stretch fabrics with Microtex. I don't know why, but they're not. They are sharp. Well, needles have to be sharp, obviously, but these ones are sharp. They're designed to do things like your detailed work, maybe things like your top stitching, things like your applique work as well. So they're really, really good to utilise for kind of making sure that you don't make holes in your fabric, if that makes sense. They've got a nice sharp point, so they kind of go right where you need them to go, and they're not kind of breaking the fibres of your fabrics at all. So yeah, brilliant one to go for. Each of the needles, when you look at them as well, you'll probably see that they've got different like little banding on their collar. So it depends on different brands. They have different kind of little collar markings. So you can, if you find a needle just kind of on the side and you're not quite sure what it is, then you can you can use those. Always popular as well working with panels as well. So if you are working with fabric panels that you've shot from us here, nice size. And again, being a 70, just your kind of you light to medium weight fabric. So again, pretty much your everyday size of fabrics. If you've got weightier fabrics, then obviously do check out on the website. We've got things like your denim needles and your heavier size. So yeah. But again, just brilliant value to have them there, ready to use when you need them. That's the thing. You want your needles to be there when you need them. And that is a brilliant bundle again to go for. So $49.99 if you're wanting to shop for those. 100 needles in there again, so they're going to last you a good time as well. So get that investment. That's going to sit neatly within your accessory box on your machine. You know exactly where they are. And then you go. You're ready to go. Love it. So there you go. 2 different styles of needles. Keep a note of the item numbers because they are things that you will shop for as time goes on. But you won't need them for a while because you've got 100 in that pack. So yeah, brilliant. But you need something to put your needles into, and that'll be a sewing machine. And we have got, obviously, a fabulous relationship with Brother here at Sewing Street, and we've got a lovely machine that I'm going to introduce you to now, or maybe you've already seen it. And this is almost like, it's a machine that's kind of got, well, not an area of sewing, because sewing machines, you can use them in lots of different areas, but it's kind of a quilting bundle, we'll say, with this one, because you've got a variety of different elements in it. So have a look at this to start with, and I'll get all the bits and pieces together for you. So Brother and our buyers have had a little chat, and they've put together some of the most useful things you can have when you're getting started with regards to your quilting. But please don't think this is just for quilting and nothing more, because there are tools in here that are going to be very, very useful in lots of different areas of sewing. So yeah, do make sure that you do consider that. Don't look at this and think, oh no, I'm not quilter, don't need this, or no, don't switch off. Listen to what I have to say, because it's a fabulous machine, and I have to say, substantial machine that's been very, very popular with our viewers. So quilting bundle, normally you'd be paying £160 with regards to that one. You're going to get your extension table. Extension table is not just for quilting, it's for any larger garments, any weightier fabrics. It just supports your fabric as you're sewing. It means you get a better stitch out result with it. It also comes with a free motion grip. This is that kind of horseshoe shaped piece that you can see there, and it's got little grippy elements on there, which means that you're not having to put your hands on your fabric. And personally, I find free motion very much easier with the horseshoe that you've got there. Because of the walking foot, naturally, if you're using different types of fabrics, including things like your wadding walking foot, we all know the benefits of having that, and that is included. And it does come with a quilt guide, so if you're wanting to do things like your parallel lines or your diamonds or your squares, you can do that very, very easily. And if you were to shop for those each individually, it would cost you £160. But not when you are going for this machine, because it's included. So you can almost take that price off the price on your screen and think, well, that's what you're paying for your machine. Now, you've also got your 5-way split, which makes it a very affordable way for you to get hold of your machine. And you've got a 3-year warranty with regards to Brother as well. So they've got very much a pride in their brand, which is why you've got that kind of, it's almost like an extension to the warranty that you get with some machines. So yeah, brilliant value. And it's a jolly nice little machine. Look at it there. Beautiful, all those features that are on there. Also, you can, if you want to go on and get a knee lift with regard to this one. Not sure whether it's included. Now, it is quite a substantial machine, so I've got it here in the studio to share with you. It comes with a hard cover, so perfect when you're at home. It has got the ability for you to store kind of all your bits and pieces, your pedal and your cables and all that kind of thing within the case as well. So, yeah, you can do that with this one. It is a substantial machine. Is it one that you would be taking to classes and workshops? I don't know what weight it is. It depends, to be honest. I mean, I know some ladies that will take huge machines to classes and workshops. Quite often there's help there when you get there if you need help, and trolleys and things like that, and trolley bags and stuff. But it's 10 kilograms in weight, so it's a substantial machine. It's probably not the lightest of the Brother machines, but when you're at home sewing, you probably won't want it to be the lightest. So you could take it to classes, would you? It's entirely up to you. It's personal preference, isn't it? Now, I have actually got some packaging in here as well. You can see the polystyrene that is there as well. So you've got the polystyrene there, which is going to kind of keep it safe and secure when you actually are taking it out and about on its travels. You've got your display on here as well. So it is should I plug it in? I've not used this machine before, so this is me literally just having a little look at it. I know John was meant to be here today, bless him. He's going to be back on Saturday. And he'll know this machine inside out, as I'm sure many of you as viewers will do, because I know it's been a popular one in the past. Lots of you shopped for it previously, but let's get it in, let's get it switched on, and we can kind of see that screen. So the screen will give you all the information that you need to know about the stitch that you are working with at that moment in time. It'll also give you an indicator of the best type of foot to use with it. So you can see with this one, it's suggesting quite often what will happen is your sewing machine will open up at, when you turn it, not open up, when you turn it on, it's kind of gone back to the initial stitch, your straight stitch, which is the one that we use most times, isn't it? So this is set up with the kind of the factory settings, if you will. So with this one, you've got a 2.5mm stitch, which is pretty standard. You can see with the stitch width, which you've got your zigzag there, it's at 0 because it's sitting right in the middle of your needle swing. So it's right in the middle of the foot when it's sewing. And you can see that the little indicator screen there is suggesting that you use the J foot. And the feet will all have indicators on there, so you can actually go off and find that J foot for that sewing. But then you've got all of these different kind of quick buttons, 1 through to 10, well it's 0, and all you need to do is, if you're wanting to use any of those, then you can do, very, very easy. So you can see stitch number 1, which is what it's set on at the moment. You've got a little tie-off stitch at the beginning, so that's like the old forward and back that many of us used to do when we didn't have fancy tie-off stitches. And then you would commence with your sewing at whatever length you've chosen. If you wanted to do things like a 1/4 inch seam, then you can kind of nudge those over. Zigzags, you've got them all in there. But let's press number 8. Okay, so when I go for number 8, it will straight away tell me the width of the swing. Now the swing is when your needle is lifting up and rising out of your machine. So it's coming out of your machine and it's moving across and it's coming back down. So that distance that it travels is your needle swing. So on this particular stitch, it's saying that the needle swing is 1mm. So it's quite a shallow stitch. But if I did want to make it larger or smaller, well, how do I do that? Well, this is where you've got a logical machine, because you've got the little marker there. Can you see that little kind of up and down, that little marker there? That's showing that if you press on the plus, it's making it wider. But have you noticed also as well, the image that you've got there is changing with regards to the actual width of that. So you can see that you've got that going up and down there. The length, if you're wanting to make it longer or shorter, then again, you've got that feature that you can do that with that, and alter it to whatever you need to do. Now, if you suddenly think, oh no, I want to go back to where it was, then all you need to do is come off that stitch, so select another stitch and then go back to it, and you will get those factory settings again. But if you, oh, pressed on number 9 there, sorry, there you go, the factory settings again. You can, I believe, create favourites, so you've got, quite often it's a little heart button that you've got there, so you can go in and select that and save that. So if you've got particular dimensions of a stitch that you don't want to have to keep resetting each time you start sewing, then you can do that with this one as well. And of course it comes with a comprehensive guide. Brother are very good with regards to kind of their support, so there'll be loads of kind of videos and tutorials. It's got the traditional reverse button, as you can see. It's going to cut your threads as well, so you don't have to cut them with the scissors. That's inbuilt, it will cut the threads for you. Loads of decorative stitches on this one that you're going to be able to work with. You've actually got 140 stitches. Mixture of utility in there. You've got a mixture of decorative stitches, and you've also got some of your fonts in there as well if you want to do a bit of personalisation. You've got 5 different styles of lettering depending on what it is that you're wanting to use it for, and it's just a machine that is very intuitive. It's got a lot of features, but quite a small keypad. So it's going to be one of those ones where you're pressing those buttons, taking yourself through all the different stages. So this one here, I'm guessing that's going to take you through your different kind of stitch styles that you've got with these. Check out your book though. As I say, this is a brand new machine to me, so I'm just assuming some of the elements with this. But no, it will come with a comprehensive guide, so you don't have to worry. Always a popular one here at Sewing Street. So if you want to go and check out things like the reviews, then you can do that as well. Don't forget, it comes with those extra bits and pieces. So normally that is what you would get as your machine. You get your hardcover, you get your guide, you get your machine. But what Brother have done is they've actually put together a fabulous bundle for us, a quilting bundle. So you are also getting the extension table. So the extension table adds on to the kind of sewing area that you've got. So you take the accessory box off, and then you add the extension table on. So it's as simple as taking the accessory box where you keep all your kind of your extra bobbins and things like that. They all kind of slot in here. You've got the little kind of covers and things. So all the storage there as well. I don't know if you can see that, but when you've actually got this one, I'll tip it forward a little bit. It's not easy because it is a rotating machine. You've actually almost got like a little housing unit for all the different feet. So instantly you know if you're missing any, and they've all got those kind of letters on there. You just pull that and that will open up. That is the area that if you're doing things like sleeves or smaller areas of sewing, then it's easy to kind of wrap your fabric around. But you're going to get an extension table with this one as well. And this is part of that quilting bundle that would normally cost you £160. You've got your little flip out leg. So if I turn that around, you can see those are stabilising. And you can kind of twist and turn these dependent on how level the surface is that you're working on. So you can add height at the different kind of corners, so to speak. This then sits where your accessory box was. So that will slide in there, clicks in place, give you a much larger area, somewhere potentially where you can kind of lay out your fabrics if you're needing to. So if you're wanting an extra bit of work area, then you can lay your fabrics on there and kind of audition them or pin them and piece them. So you've got a nice work area there. Good amount of throat space there as well, so if you are into your quilting, brilliant. And don't forget, you have got that, that hoop. So this is part of the bundle. This is part of your creative quilting kit. I call them a horseshoe, but it's a free motion guide. Well, not guide, but what do they call it? I forget what they call it, the official name. Grip. There you go, free motion grip. So you've got kind of like your gripper bits underneath, which will attach to your fabric. And the idea being is it sits on your fabric, and bear in mind I'm doing this back to front when I show you this. But you've got your little handles there. So you would sit at the front of your machine, you would hold the handles, and that means that you are then moving your fabric around. It grips onto your fabric, makes it nice and easy, means you're not getting your grubby fingers on your fabric, but also as well, I just find it gives you something to hold on to. You're not bunching up your fabric and kind of causing issues with that. So yeah, nice, easy. So brilliant bundle. All comes in a fabulous box, so everything is explained to you. All the different elements that you've got there. So not only that free motion grip, but you're going to get a walking foot and all the additional bits in there. And the benefit is it comes with your machine. You don't have to go out shopping for it. It is there. Normally £160, included within that price, just shy of £1,000, 999 spot 99, and you've got your 5-way split on this one. Comes with a hard cover as well, so if you haven't got a dedicated sewing area, you know it's going to be safe and secure behind the sofa, the bottom of the wardrobe, in the cupboard, wherever you're keeping it, and it's a good solid case, as you can see there. And it's storage, because you can see there you've got your additional pieces in there. So there you go. If you like the look of that one, do go and have a little look on the website. I'm sure you will be able to find kind of tutorials and demonstrations, especially on YouTube, because it is a machine that we regularly see here at Sewing Street. And you can see that it's got also the amazing features on here that are going to enhance and help you grow with your sewing. So could be a beginner's machine. Oh my goodness, what a treat if you've gone for this as a beginner machine, because this is going to be with you for many, many years, because the features on this you're not going to outgrow anytime soon. And of course you've got the elements in there to help you with quilting if you are going to be doing your quilting. But if it's dressmaking, if it's home decor, bag making, it doesn't matter what your sewing is, you have got a fabulous sewing station, so to speak, with this particular machine. Details on your screen. Spread the cost if you choose to. You don't have to. You can go for it all in one go. But if you do choose to split the cost, there's no fees, there's no interest. It's a considered purchase, so take a bit of time if you need to, but please do not leave it too long, because we haven't got a huge quantity of these available, and I don't know when we'll be able to bring that deal back. Details on your screen if you're wanting to take advantage. Loads on the website as well, so you can go on the website if you want to find out more information about it and all the features and what's in the box and all that kind of thing. It's all there. Right, so there you go. I'm going to leave those details with you on the screen there. CTB468 if you're wanting to shop for this one. And as I say, check out the reviews, go and have a little look, do your research, compare those prices. But bear in mind, we have got a fabulous bundle, not only the machine, the hardcover and the creative quilting kit together. But yeah, take advantage while you've got the opportunity. I better dismantle all of this now, hadn't I? I've got other things to share with you. So let me move that out of the way. Where are we going next then, Hannah? Oh, the bobbins. Yeah, bobbins is a good idea, because you will need those, won't you, when it comes to your sewing. Let me just pop that down out of the way. Now, bobbins, just make sure that you've got the right bobbins for your machine. That is the key thing. So just move that one over there. So if you've got a brother machine, then you're going to need your brother bobbins. So let me show you those. We have got a lovely little pack for you here with these in there. It's all explained. they're bobbins. You will have some of these in with your machine anyway if you're shopping for a machine, but it's always good to have extras. You should only ever really fill these with one thread, because some people will, and I don't really quite understand this. Say if you've got a black thread and you've got half of the thread on there, and you think, do you know what, I'm not going to decant that thread. I might need that thread, but I need white today, so you'll wind some white on top. When you need to come back to the black, you've got to take the white off to get to the black. So why do it? Just make sure you have got a bobbin for each of those fabrics. Each of those threads. So yeah. You're looking at it's a little over £1 a bobbin, small price to pay, but just so inconvenient. And we've got a perfect thing for you to wind your bobbins if you're not actually doing it on your machine a little bit later as well. £10.99, very affordable price, but something that, just get it, have it in your stash. If you've already shopped today and you've used that post and packing, or you paid for that post and packing, you don't want to come back at a later stage and have to pay £4.95 in order to just get these. So add them in, and then you've got them there for when you need them. So there you go. What's next then, Hannah? Oh, the light boxes. Got those over here. Now, I think I've got the smaller one here. I don't think I've got the A3. Right. Oh, it's underneath. Yes, I've got the A3. It's down here. Pure Light. Brilliant brand. Brilliant brand. So the details, which ones are we doing first? So the A3. So here you go. So the A3, that's the one that I've got here. I've got the A4 plugged in, so I'll take you through that one in just a few moments. Let me unplug the machine. Make sure I've unplugged the right thing, because otherwise it'll be, there's no light on my light panel. Right, so comes packaged perfectly, because it is a big tool. To be honest, I actually keep my light box out and I will use it. And under my counter, I've actually got all of my cutting mats and my pressing mats all on almost like a little shelf unit underneath. So I kind of pull them in and out as I need to. Lightweight. Use your USB cable that comes with it to actually plug into your wall. I don't know if it comes with a 3-pin plug. Quite often it will be a case of that you'll have one. Oh, it does come with one. This is the one that I've got at home actually, so there you go. You've got your illumination button here, and it will take you through the different kind of stages of lighting. We'll show you that on the A4 one in a moment. And you've got your increments down the side here, so your centimetres coming out from that point. Brilliant for when you're doing things like your applique and you're tracing off your fabrics. We'll often see Delphin refer to these, and that's one of the reasons I use mine more often than not. And tracing pattern pieces if you're not wanting to actually cut your pattern. And you've got, obviously, the ability to store it with all the foam in there. So this is the large version. They're basically fundamentally the same, it's just down to size. So if you're wanting the A3, it's £64.99. Details are on your screen, but I'm going to move that one out of the way, and we'll have a little chat about the A4 one. Get that one switched on. So A4 again. Maybe you're going to classes and workshops, maybe you can't stretch to the larger. It's up to you. But they both are fundamentally the same. So you've got your little power point at the side here. So that will be your USB cable. That will go into one of those little kind of plugs like you have with your mobile phone, and then you just literally will have it there. It's not rechargeable, so you need to have that plugged in when you're using it. Now, if you were to go off shopping for this one, what potentially you could be paying. This isn't exactly the same, this price comparison. Fundamentally, it's an A4 light box. It's just a different brand. It's a considerable amount more than the one that we've got, actually. But fundamentally, you've got that A4 area. Tick, we want that. You've got your presumably different levels of lighting on that. But, weight-wise, I don't know where we sit with the weight-wise on this one, but yeah. But looking at it, I mean, it's a lot more expensive. But anyway, that's by the way. £32.99, that is our price today. And what you've actually got is you've got the ability to go through the different light stages you can see. So it can be dependent on what you're working on, whether you're tracing something out, whether you've got a darker fabric, so you can need more of that illumination from the back. Might be that you're just simply sitting in a room where everybody's watching telly and the lights are dimmed. You haven't got the big light on. You've only got your little light on, or maybe no light at all. But you're wanting to do a crossword or anything. You can literally pop anything that you like on there and you will be able to see through. So for instance, say that was my pattern earlier on. I can illuminate that. I can take that light up as high as I like. Now I've only got card, so I don't know whether it'll show through because it's kind of like but for like. But oh yeah, Yes, you can see it there. I'd probably be using a photocopy paper at home, so that's a little bit thicker, but taking it up to the different levels. So that's off, then you've got your first, second, third, and then it will go off again. So when you get to that third level, that's the brightest, you'll have potentially your pattern, and then you would put your paper on the top of your fabric, and you can trace it through. That, as I say, is card, so it's a little bit thicker than what you might be using. Again, a fabric you can see because you've got the weave of the fabric coming through. But again, a brilliant addition to any sewing room. We don't have very many of these though, so I will warn you, we're looking at single figures now. And it's just a nice size that's going to sit beautifully within your, maybe your travel bag if you're going to classes and workshops. No bigger than, well, a little bit bigger than A4, I suppose, but there you go. £32.99, brilliant addition, definitely worth going for. Incredibly light, wafer thin as well, and it's not glass as well, so that's sometimes people will look at it and think it's glass. It's not, it's perspex, so very, very durable as well. There you go. Leave that one with you if you like any idea of that one. Busy for the rulers as well, so just going back to the quilt ruler set that we spoke of earlier on. Lots of you shopping for these, which is nice. It's always gives me a little bit of a warm glow. Yeah, a little bit of a warm, not as glowing as a light panel, not as bright as that, but just a nice little glow. Because this is something that, well, I suppose you could say I invented them, which sounds a bit bonkers, but yeah. It was purely a selfish need. I wanted to get into quilting. I was making too many mistakes when I was following a pattern and a traditional quilt ruler, so it's like, how can I make this simpler? I can't be the only person that struggles, the only person that would like a simpler option. So that's where these three evolved from. So you've got your larger ruler with your 1/4 inch, your 1/2 inch, your 3/4, and obviously your full inches marked out on there, in red and in the solid black line. That will give you your inch increments. You can use it in loads of different ways. If you've got your fabric and you wanted to trim off a 1/4 inch seam allowance, then of course you could do that very easily if you wanted to. 45-degree mitered edge there, perfect for things like bunting pennants, or it could be that you're using it for your binding, you're joining your strips, you've got that 45-degree. Again, I always got confused about crossing over the fabrics and drawing the line, so I found it easier to actually cut the fabric and then line it up and do it that way. So that's how that one evolved. Making my patches, 3 different sizes, 2, 3 and 4 inches, whether it's the squares, 1/4 square triangles, 1/2 square triangles. No need to know the maths behind it, because to be honest, I do like maths, but I just can't cope with fractions, so that's why I didn't want those. So literally you will take those lines, line them up to the edge of the fabric, cut, and that will give you the exact right piece for whatever it is you've looked at on here. So as I say, all those different dimensions. And then the last one was to create your binding. So again, cut your binding to double the required, as it says on there, fold it in, pass it through that little buckle formation, and there's loads of demos of this on the YouTube and also on the Sewing Street website if you go back. And then you are creating your binding to whatever size you want, but it's unique binding for your project. Trio of rulers there. I think good value for money, and I've had incredible feedback and some lovely comments actually on the website. Every so often I dip on there just to make sure that people still like them and get some lovely reviews. So yeah. If you like the idea of those, just £19.99. OWT465 is the all-important item number if you're wanting to shop for those. And thank you to everybody that sent you messages through saying that you use them and they make your quilting life that little bit easier. So we are running out of time. We haven't got a huge amount of time left. If you've not long joined us, you won't have seen the 8 o'clock show when we brought some beautiful fabrics in. We launched 2 beautiful fabric collections. The Andover one, which we've got here, and this Andover is kind of the American branch of Macawa. So if you've worked with Macawa fabrics, same quality, and these are beautiful. So this is a bumper bundle. We actually had a deal. Hannah was a bit naughty, actually. It was meant to be a 1/2 metre as a bonus with this one. You've got, I think, was it 5? Yeah, there you go, 5.5 metres. So you're only paying for 5 metres. But Hannah, oh, she's a naughty girl. She actually took an extra 1/2 metre off, so you've actually got a full metre as a bonus with this one. So should be £76.88, I think it was, for the whole bundle. beautiful, beautiful collection. I mean, they're gorgeous, rich colours. We've spoken at length of the different kind of styles of print that you've got in here, so I'm not going to go through all that again. But what you've got groupings of fabrics, all from that wonderful gems collection. As you can see, they're little gems. Small repeats on some of them, larger on others, but just a lovely collection of colours, very warm tones in there. They were available individually as well, so if you wanted a specific one that you wanted to go for more of, for instance, you can jump onto the website and see those. But as a bundle, we don't have huge quantities of these left. Half metre of each of those, they're giving you 5.5 metres. Don't forget the price on your screen is including that metre as a bonus, which is why you're only paying £62.90. So yeah, if you wanted to. We were shopping for them individually, I think they were £6.99, which is brilliant value for money. Brand new collection, brand new fabric, so for that price, phenomenal. But when you're actually looking at the bundle price, it was £5.71, did we say? Yeah, I keep asking over and over because it seems too good to be £5.71 per half metre, which is phenomenal when you're talking about the quality of this as well. So yeah, so if you are wanting to go for it in the half metre, you're looking at £6.99. They've each got their individual item numbers and you'll find them all on the website. But take advantage while you've got the opportunity. And that was the first of the bundles that we shared with you, which was beautiful. Kind of going to the other extremes. Lots of richness with that particular bundle. With this one, we're looking fresh and airy. If you joined us, and it was lovely actually, because Katharine, who's coming up after the break, we were chatting about, where was the place we were chatting about? Alhambra, was it? Yeah. It was at Alhambra. She said, I've been there, it's lovely. So yeah, so there you go. So many of you were mentioning. Now, it's got a very Spanish influence, I believe, this particular collection. Brand new one from Moda called Tango. We're saving you £10 on this one. So, yeah, we just took £10 off. We thought, you know what? Well, Hannah. Not throwing you under the bus there in case management are watching. There's nothing to do with me. I was just here. Don't shoot the messenger. So there you go. Was originally $89.90, but Hannah has dropped that price down. You've got a 5 metre bundle. They're just beautiful fabrics, each and every one of them. Absolutely gorgeous. And it was incredibly popular, not only as a bundle, but also when you were shopping for those as individuals, which, of course, individuals are on the website if you want to shop for them. In the bundle, a half metre of each one of those. But if you particularly like the look of one and you're wanting to go for more of that particular one or more of that particular one, then you will find them on the website and you can shop for them as a cut length. So again, increase that increment from 1 to 2 if you want a full metre, 6 if you want 3 metres, and so on. And shop for it while you have the opportunity. But of course, the most economical way is with a deal price with that £10 saving, which is what we have on the screen there. So there you go. Last thing I'm going to mention is going to leave those details with you for the fabulous Brother machine that we spoke of. So yeah, if you wanted to take advantage of that, then we have got that deal back up on your screen. I know some of you have been shopping for that one. Comprehensive machine with loads and loads of features, including that wonderful quilting bundle. Quilting, not quilting, because you can use it in loads of different ways, not just for your quilting. Extension table, free motion grip, all included, as is the free motion foot, your 1/4 inch foot, your walking foot, your quilt guide as well. And if you were shopping for those by themselves, you'd be paying £160, but not when you are buying it via us. And the added beauty is you can spread the cost if you're wanting to. 0 interest, no fees, just taking that cost and spreading it over 5 monthly payments. So yeah, this is a machine that you're going to have a lot of use from. You're going to grow with it and you're going to love it, because I know so many of you already do love it. I will see you the other side of the break, which is coming up in the next few moments. We're going to head over and see Katharine and see what we have got for you. A fabulous coat, which I know you are going to love. See you in a moment.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool, and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket, or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt, and because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is. In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned. Welcome back indeed, and thank you for your feedback on our little sewing school videos. Loads of you are commenting on social media, and we've got some fabulous little clips there, which I've enjoyed myself too. Talking about enjoying myself, my goodness, had a fabulous hour earlier on at 9 o'clock. Did you tune in? Did you see the trousers? Catherine's back again, and Catherine, you've been busy in between the shows.
Well, yes, we were. I think when it's on the table, it's really hard to see what I've got, and I knew I was really close to like actually finishing them, so I've whizzed them up so you can see what they look like all finished.
I love it. So what we're talking about is a brand new pattern that was launched at 9 o'clock this morning to phenomenal success. Lots of you shopped for them earlier on. We had a lovely demonstration, and look at these. I love these. We've got these fabulous trousers that you've got. Do go back and watch the show. Get the pattern while you've got the opportunity. And they've got these wonderful ties, and we saw the demonstration where pretty much all done, ready to be worn, which I was like, so that's really quickly that it came together.
Yeah, once you've done your pocket and your ties, it goes together really fast.
Absolutely, I love it. Different sizes, as you can see, size 6 right the way through to size 28. You're looking at 3 metres of fabric with regards to those. So yeah, brilliant idea, wonderful concept. We may chat more about it during the hour. We've kind of got another focus this hour, but yeah, if you fancy getting hold of it, then the pattern is just about hanging on by a thread, if you excuse the pun. But we'll talk about it a little bit later on potentially. But this hour, we're talking about keeping yourself all warm and toasty. And that is why we have got a fabulous coat pattern that we are sharing with you. I'm just going to pop those trousers to one side because I'm sure we will come back to those in a little while. But have you seen this coat? Isn't it lovely? Love it. And have a look at this, because in this actual photo you can see you have taken a lot of time and pride.
I had a lot of fun over Christmas with this. Yeah.
I love it. You look so warm and toasty.
That was the day it was all snowy everywhere.
Oh, perfect.
And my daughter, bless her, Helena, she was in her pyjamas, and I was like, come outside, take a picture of me.
Oh my goodness. Oh, bless her. She thawed out, yeah. I love that. What a lovely coat. Now, this is the Danehill coat. Brilliant size range again. We're looking for size 8 through until 30, and it's a lovely coat. It's kind of like a bit of what I'd call a fitted coat to a certain extreme.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, quite tailored, but
Yes.
but not, I would say, overly smart.
Yeah. No.
You know, it's
And it
nice
depends
to wear.
Depends on the fabric, again, that you're working with. I mean, you've got the beautiful check here. And I have to say, this pattern matching, wow, 10 out of 10. Looks amazing, classic style. One that you'll find yourself using time and time again, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
Nice and easy. Now, again, when you're actually shopping for this one, the pattern itself obviously has got the illustration on there. It looks like it's actually been done in denim on the cover, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think Sussex Seamstress, Jane, I think her demo online is with a denim.
Oh, that was it.
And then of course it's got a more casual look, hasn't
Yes,
it? So
yeah.
it just shows you fabric that you use makes all the difference.
Absolutely. So, and this is the thing, because when I actually, and this is a true story, I was over on the previous set and we'd got the pattern on the side, and I was thinking, why are we selling this pattern when we're coming up with another pattern later on? Because I looked at this and I thought, but that's not that. That is not what I've got in the studio. But it is. But doesn't it look different when you actually, let me put them side by side, when you actually put them side by side, totally different look by changing out the fabric.
Yeah, and just even when I was making it, which button I chose to put on the front, because I had various ones in my stash, and I was like, oh, you know, just whichever one you put on gave it a different look.
Yeah, absolutely. So whether you're choosing to do it in a more casual, lightweight fabric, like the denim that we've got here, might be that you're adding a fancy lining, or it might be that you're using something that's got a weighted feel to it, like a wool or something. There's so many different fabrics out there that you could be utilising to create something that looks incredible. Now, Price on this pattern is £20.99, which is a phenomenal price for a classic style pattern that you're going to be able to use over and over again. Now, the one thing that would worry me as a novice sewer is a buttonhole with thick fabric like a wool.
Oh, there's no buttonhole.
Oh.
It's a popper.
Oh, okay. Oh, right. Oh, we've got a lovely buttonhole on here. So, oh, okay. Oh, wow.
So it's just, yeah, giant popper.
Oh, that makes
So
sense.
that takes all the stress out of it, because
I'm
there's
not
nothing
worried
worse than a buttonhole that goes wrong at the end of a coat.
Well, especially when it's in full vision, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, yeah. That is brilliant. Now, we have got these poppers available. They're larger than the traditional poppers that you might have in your stash, but we have got those available in a silver tone and kind of like an antique tone as well, so if you want those. And we've got some incredible buttons as well, because you want to make a feature of that button.
You do, you do.
Yeah.
Yes, I didn't have the one that you're selling. I just got one that was in my button tin.
Lovely. And also as well, what was that, Hannah, you said about a demo? Oh, there's a video online as well. Oh,
Yes, and it's very good, so I have watched it.
Oh, okay. So that's something. Would you suggest people watch the video before they actually get in, like with a cup of tea or something like that? Watch it?
Yeah, definitely. Or if you're, as you're making it, if there's a bit that seems a little bit tricky,
Yeah.
Jane explains it really, really well, really carefully, and really good sort of view of overhead of what you're doing.
Wonderful, I love that. So there you go. If you're wanting to shop for your pattern now, then you can do. You can see that you've got that fabulous coat there with all of your different dimensions, so your different sizes, as you can see there, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 and 18 with regards to this one. And then in the bottom line there, you've got 20 going through to size 30. So go by your body measurements, and then obviously you can actually get to all the kind of dimensions of fabric that you need when you are good to go. And talking of fabrics, we've got some wonderful ones on the show as well to share with you. Sorry, Catherine, not Catherine, you're Catherine. It's not you with the question, it's Hannah with the question in my ear. Sorry, Hannah, what was the question? What are you doing to me, ladies? More lovely patterns. Can I ask a measuring question, please? And then it's ... So don't keep us in suspense.
You know what? You can't have too many patterns, can you?
You can't have too many. But I mean, they're ones that you go to time and time again. So, and I know you did tune in earlier on because we had a message from you earlier. So I don't know whether you hit send before you got to the end of the message, but I want to know now.
Now we need to know the measuring question.
We need to know what the measuring question is. So yeah, message back in and we'll help you out with that one. For anybody that's a nervous sewer about making a coat, because it's not something you don't make, well, I suppose you can make hundreds of coats, but it's not something that you tend to do a lot of.
It isn't. I actually really like making coats.
Oh,
I've
right.
made about 5 coats.
Oh, fair
Yeah,
enough.
I often choose to make a coat. I don't think you should be any more worried about it than making anything else, really.
Well, the thing
there are
is-
some that are more tricky, that are trickier than others. Obviously,
Yeah.
there's different levels. It's when you're thinking that you're dealing with bulky fabrics.
That's
maybe.
true. That is.
But you've just got to approach them steadily.
Yes.
Yeah. You can't
by step.
whiz through with a thick fabric in quite the same way as
Yeah.
a cotton. What's nice about this pattern is it would work very well in a much lighter weight.
Yes,
that
yeah.
you could try it out with,
Yeah.
and then when you're happy, you can go with like the heavier weight.
Well, back in the 80s, I know the youngsters here won't even know. You'll get taught about it in school one day. But back in the 80s, there used to be a thing like duster coats that
Yes.
you'd have like a fabric, cotton weight coat that you kind of put on top of other things.
Yeah.
So, yeah, not an actual thicker coat like this one. And then you saying that about don't think of it being a coat. I mean, you could look at that. That could be a dressmaking pattern. If it's got kind of like double-breasted or whatever, it's almost like a dress.
Well,
isn't
it's
it?
exactly
Yeah.
the same skills,
Yeah.
you know, darts, sleeves.
Yeah.
It's only, I think people just get worried because they think, I don't know, because maybe for thicker fabrics,
Yes.
but they think a coat's more complex. It's not necessarily more complex.
And also as well, this is going to be such an amazing thing for you to make because you've actually got a lining that you can add to this as well if you're wanting to, giving it a really professional look. We've got some beautiful lining fabrics today as well.
Yeah, it's really nice to have a go, I think, as well, if you are a dressmaker, to do a project like this that teaches you some new skills if you've not done it before, just takes you to that next level, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. And yeah, again, it's Take it step by step. That's the thing, that when you've actually got the pattern where everything is laid down, videos to support it, you have got the perfect situation to learn a new skill. So don't be afraid of it. Don't be afraid at all. So the pattern itself, £20.99, incredibly affordable. And again, explore those different fabrics. That is the key thing. Both loving both patterns today, sorry. Put your teeth back in, Hayley. Please could I ask what the coat looks like if you don't want to fasten it? Thank you. So I suppose, shall I just open it up?
I mean, if you didn't want to put you press
Is that what
it
you
and
mean,
button
just side
on.
by side? Yeah?
Yeah.
Not out of place? If you're confident, so it might be that you want to put some belt loops in and make a little tie belt.
Could do. Yeah.
Adapt it.
That'd be nice.
If you're wanting to as well. So yeah, like that. Now my pattern's not open. Have you got an open pattern?
I've got the instructions, but obviously the pattern I've cut.
Okay, am I all right opening this one? I always get a bit nervous about opening patterns. John makes me laugh because I did a show with him when I said I was nervous and he just literally ripped everything.
Yes.
Oh, I've got a question. Oh, Lisa, I'm getting rid of all my old tissue patterns. And I'm buying all the lovely ones from here. I bought the trousers earlier. Well done.
Thank you, Lisa.
Oh, I hate those. I hate those. I've got loads of tissue patterns, and I can't remember the last time that I made some of them. But I don't want to throw them because they cost money.
They do.
They're not cheap to buy.
No.
But I just prefer this style of pattern. And the pattern that we saw earlier on of yours, Catherine, the same feeling as me. You like that pick of paper. Love it. So this one. What are you going to get in your packaging? Well, first of all, you're going to get your instructions, so they're all there, ready for you to work your way through. We'll look at those in a little while. And again, the quality of the paper, phenomenal. Love it. No need to trace as well, so you can cut it out if you're wanting to. Obviously, if you do want to trace your pattern, then you can do. Are you a tracer when it comes to pattern? No, I can't be bothered.
Life's too short to trace.
Absolutely.
Just cut it out. Just get on with it.
100%. So yeah, there you go. But you have got obviously the option if you do want to do that and keep your pattern pristine. I can't be bothered. I just want to get in there and make my coat.
Yeah.
So there you go. Everything in there. And you've got brilliant quality, I have to say. Fabulous instructions. Loads of kind of images there. But don't forget, you have got the assurance of that video that's available as well. So yeah, everything that you need to know, all in that fabulous envelope, giving you everything for just £20.99. So there you go. Pop it into your basket. Why don't you?
So can I tell you, so you've got one set of pattern pieces for the fabric and then one set for the lining.
Okay.
Different pattern pieces. So what I did when I made the sample was I did all my outside bit first, because else it felt like an awful lot to cut out.
Yes.
And then I came back later on and cut my lining. And then the lining wasn't sitting there, maybe fraying. And
Yes, that's a good way of
stuff like
doing
that.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a good tip. There you go. Now, if you're needing your outside fabric and you're needing your lining, well, we can help you here as well because we've got some fabulous fabrics to share with you as well. In fact, let's quickly go through those and we'll get into a demo. So I'll be as speedy quick as I can because I know we enjoy watching those demos. So where am I going first? The checked one. Oh, we like the one that we've got here. So now, what we've got is bundles for you. So the piece of fabric that we've got that will appear on the screen is for all the sizes that you've got in here. So going from the smallest through to the largest. So you just choose whichever one you want to go for, and then you can go for that. What we'll mention is if you are, just bear in mind that if you are looking at doing pattern matching, that just make sure before you cut anything out that you've got all your patterns in the right places before you do so. So £69.99. You've got your gorgeous kind of beige toned tartan, 3.5 metres there with that lovely wool effect. This is lovely fabric.
yeah, it was
Quality,
nice.
yeah?
Nice.
Gorgeous there. So lovely as well. Now, I know in the pattern there's talk about interfacing. I know on the video referencing interfacing all of your pieces. Does that work with
I did not interface my pieces. I felt that they were structured enough.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Because the fabric is quite heavyweight.
Yeah, oh, that's fair. Yeah.
So
But if you were doing it in something like a denim, then
if I was doing
potentially.
something more lightweight, definitely interfacing
Perfect.
is a good idea because it is a structured coat.
Yeah, absolutely. So there you go. If you like the idea of getting hold of this one, then there you go. Details are on your screen there. £69.99. Again, it might be something that you love the look of the fabric and you've got a different pattern in mind. That's okay. You don't have to get them both together. But if you do want to make the garment that we've got on the show, then you'll need the pattern, you'll need the fabric that we've got on the screen, and don't forget your kind of haberdashery, which we'll go through that a little bit later on as well. It's all on the website there, so you can get hold of it there as well, which is lovely. Now, the ochre bundle. Now, is that the one? Is that ochre? That's like an orange yellow, isn't it, ochre? I'm just thinking of Joseph and his amazing. That's the only time I've ever come across it. Oh, This is so soft.
It's a lovely feel to it, isn't it?
Oh, I love this. Now this one, this is a beautiful feel to it. Absolutely, I bet this is going to be amazing to sew with as well. Are you working?
I'm working on the beigey fawn one of this. Yes,
nice.
It's a very good price as well.
Absolutely. I mean, can you imagine making the outer of your coat for $39.99? It's 150 wide as well. So you've got the polyester mix in there as well, which is going to make it nice and easy for you as well. So you've got a little bit of stretch in there as well. So very, very forgiving. And also as well, looking at the edge, it's not a fray type of fabric.
No.
So that's going to be a nice one to work with, one less thing to worry about. Beautiful fabric, my goodness. So soft. I can't stop stroking it. Lovely. And I think this is a brand new fabric to us as well, soft coat. Lovely. So $39.99, we've got a few different variations of this one, so I'll quickly whiz through those. So the features are the same, so 150 wide for each one of those as well. So the beige tone, this is the one that we'll see in the demo, and I think this is going to be a popular one because it's a good neutral. Yeah, lots of you checked your baskets out on this one as well. Can you imagine making your outer coat for $39.99? I mean, you've got your pattern, but that's an investment. You'll be making more of these as time goes on. Absolutely beautiful fabric. Oh, look at this.
I know, it's really nice.
Oh, it's going to wash beautifully as well because the polyester mix that you got in there as well. So beautiful. £3, try again, 3.5 metres. 3.5 I saw. Getting delirious now. $39.99, brilliant value for the outer fabric for your coat, phenomenal. Again, you might have another project in mind where you need 3.5 metres. By all means, help yourself. Details are on your screen there. KA6619 if you are wanting that. Then the last of the colours that we've got in this particular style is this gorgeous, almost like a terracotta orange. It is beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. So with this particular one, again, brand new fabric. Very weighty, actually, these fabrics. Moving these around.
Goodness me, when the box arrived with all the fabric in, it was like we couldn't lift it over the doorstep.
Beautiful, kind of like a terracotta. Well, we call it a terracotta, that's handy. Didn't notice that. Beautifully soft, lovely richness to it again. So all those features that we spoke of before as well. And it's almost, at this sort of price, you could almost have a coat for each season.
Oh, definitely, yes.
Rather than just like one that's going to see you through the whole year. Then and it completes an outfit, doesn't it? It does complete an outfit. I need to make more coats. So there you go, $39.99 if you like the idea of getting hold of that one. Details are on screen, TL6640. And again, a beautiful fabric as well. Gorgeous, they're all beautiful. It's down to the colours, but that price, you could quite easily go for multiples of those, couldn't you? So disappearing under a fabric wall here. Oh, sorry. Let me just fold that up. That's the lining. I'll show you that in a minute. Now, we've got two kind of almost like tweedy type fabrics. One's a herringbone. Well, yeah, it is kind of a herringbone. And then you've got this one. It's kind of like a dog tooth. So let's go for this one first. So again, from a distance, you've kind of got you can see those lines that are in there. It's got a texture to it. I don't know. Oh no. Is that the outside?
Is it kind of a little bit furry on the other side?
Yeah. So that's the inside.
Nice. That'll be really snuggly.
Is that the inside?
Yeah, I think
that's the outside, is it? Oh right. Because it's folded with that together. Oh, the way I do it inside out. Yeah, because I was looking at this thinking, well, that's lovely and soft. So that would kind of, I think that would be the outside.
I think you could do either. You just need to make it your choice, don't you?
Yeah. Oh, now, I don't know. It's lovely, though, with the soft in there. So we'll go with this one. We'll say that that's the outside. So this one is a polyester mix. And it's got cotton in there as well. So cotton polyester mix, 3.5 metres. 140 wide, this one. Autumn wool, that is lovely. Beautiful colourway. $69.99 if you want, oh no, it's not, sorry. I was about to give you your final price there, but Hannah said, no, I'm changing that. $59.99, that's what you're paying for it now. And that is for you to get your 3.5 metre piece, which will help you create your fabulous coat. So there you go, if you like the idea of that one. WS6623. Wonderful, but then I've got one more kind of tweed style fabric to share with you, which is a wool polyester mix, and this is a classic style with a kind of like dog tooth in there. Dog tooth. Apparently I say the word tooth, funny. I don't know. I've always said it the same, but there you go. So there you go. You've got almost like a beige tone as the backdrop, and that almost it's like a chocolate brown on the top. Maybe black. Not sure.
No, it's
but
brown.
it is brown, isn't it? Yeah.
Just a very dark brown.
Yeah. £69.99. She did it again.
Oh.
£10 saving. £59.99 instead. And you've got that 70% wool. That's a good content of wool in there for that price. Polyester, obviously, is always good to have when you've got alongside your wool, because it just means you can kind of wash it and stuff like that, doesn't it? If it was just pure wool, then you've got to go into the realms of the maintenance of it. And you'd certainly be paying a lot more than you are for that. So, yeah, like that one. Classic style. There you go. Love it. Linings, very speedy, quick. Let's go through the linings. Oh, these are gorgeous. Let's start off with the paisley. We both were drooling over this one earlier.
We liked the paisleys.
Gorgeous. Now, we've got 2.5 metre bundles for the lining. Do you need less lining than you do the main fabric?
I would say so, but I'm just going to check in the pattern. Yeah, that's right. You've got plenty. Yeah.
Yeah, just to make sure. Oh, that's gorgeous, isn't it? Lovely. Nice if you're doing something like a waistcoat as well. Like that idea. So there you go, £12.99, very affordable. And that's going to make the inside of your coat just as beautiful as the outside. We've also got it in a lighter tone, so you've got that kind of bluey grey there, but this time, oh, this is lovely. It's almost like a gold that you've got running through it. It's been very popular already, so lots of you shop for this one as well. Nice to have it in your stash as well, isn't it? Because, as I say, if you were making, I don't know, cravats or ties, or it might be that you're using it for something else, not necessarily making your coat.
Nice for waistcoats.
Exactly, that's the one that always springs to my mind with waistcoats, yeah. Beautiful. So again, very, very affordable at £12.99 and a bundle of 2.5 metres. Now we've got some plains for you as well. I'll bring them all in just to show you, and then we'll give you the details individually. So yeah, so you've got all three of these. You've got your silver, you've got your green, your brown, and also your cream. But start off with the silver. Let's move those out of the way. So the silver, this is the one that you used on yours, isn't it? The silver. Lovely. £6.99. Very, very affordable. Lining fabrics are often very, very affordable, and at 2.5 metres for £6.99, that's amazing. So, yeah. Obviously, complement or contrast, that's the other thing. I mean, do you like it to complement?
I like a contrasting lining.
Yeah,
I
it's
have to
completely
say.
different.
So, for example, I've got like a grey wool coat I made, but it's got a bright blue turquoise
Oh,
lining.
wow.
Yeah, I always like to be a bit...
It's like a bit of a surprise.
Bright on the
isn't it?
inside.
Yeah,
Makes
a bit of a
you smile.
surprise. Yeah, absolutely. The green, I mean, yeah, Hannah's just said if you've gone for the terracotta and the green, those are a proper contrast.
Nice,
yeah. Yeah, it depends, isn't it? But it is like what you say, it's like that pow, isn't it, when you take your coat off? It's like, whoa, look at that, that looks amazing. £6.99 again, so no surprises with regards to the prices. They're all priced exactly the same. It's just personal preference and what you're working with that with. So there you go, £6.99 if you like the idea of the green. You bring in the brown next, so yeah, nice, easy one. If you're just shopping for it without a project in mind, neutrals maybe, I don't know. Go by what you like. I suppose that's the thing. So if you like your browns, your taupes, maybe this will be the one for you. And as you can see on the screen, you can actually use it for lining dresses as well. It doesn't have to just be coats. Again, £6.99, 2.5 metres in that particular bundle. And then the last one, fail-safe really, isn't it? Fail-safe, as you can see with your off-white that you've got here. And again, lovely quality. Actually, when you look at it, because sometimes lighter fabrics, sometimes it can be quite see-through, can't it? But that's not too bad at all, I have to say. And again, dress lining. If you're making, I don't know, wedding dresses and stuff like that, that's not a bad price, actually, is it? That's almost like a trade price. £6.99 for 2.5 metres if you wanted those. So all of them on the website now. Everything is live and available, including the pattern. The only other thing I will mention is your snap fastening. So if you are shopping for those, because it's got a lot of work to do. So a little tiny snap fastening you might struggle with. So we have got them available in 2 different colourways. So the silver one to start with, let me show you the silver one. There you go. Getting 2, so you can make 2 cuts. And you've got obviously the other half tucked away in there.
So you know you said earlier about you didn't like doing buttonholes?
Yes.
So I made a coat a few years ago and the buttonholes went wrong. And I threw it in the corner for a while because I was so cross. And then what I ended up doing was putting those big snap fasteners on and faux buttons. So that's always an option.
Clever, yes. I don't think I've ever seen them this size. They're huge. So get them while you can. £1.99, bought in especially because we were doing the coat show. So yeah, if you're wanting those, that was the silver tone. And again, this one's almost like an antique black finish. Yeah, we're calling them black. So there you go, £1.99 if you like the idea of those. Pop those in as well. And I know Hannah said that I'm not going to give you the details, but if you're looking for buttons, can I just feast your eyes on these? These are amazing. Oh, she's going to do it. Sorry, that's a bit no. Because if you're looking for buttons, I mean, these are fabulous. You're actually going to get two. So they're in different colours. So you've got your orange there. Oh, they'd be lovely on, yes. Hannah's just said on a knitted jumper or something like that. Maybe you've got something you just want to change the buttons of. Well, they can do. Nice on bags as well.
Yeah.
Like those. So that is your orange, if you want those, £2.99. Get two in your pack. 40mm in size, as you saw as well. The yellow. So again, is it contrast? Is it going to be complementing? It's entirely up to you, but £2.99, a very affordable way of getting hold of your wooden buttons. And again, if you paid your post and packing, just get them. You don't have to come back and pay £4.95, do you, when you realise you haven't got any buttons. And last one's natural. These are lovely. These will probably potentially vary dependent on them because they've got a very natural look to them. I don't know whether you might have different markings. But there you go.
Are they coconut? Do they look like
I don't know. Oh, they could well be actually, yes. Oh, we haven't got that information. But that's a good point actually. I think
they look like they are. Yeah.
Gorgeous. I do like a button. I like the look of the button.
And you can wash them. I've had that sort. You can wash them before people ask.
Okay. Oh, there you go. There you go, £2.99, so whichever colourway you choose to go for, they are all now available on the website. Right, let's get into a demo.
Okay. So obviously, measure yourself first, so you cut out the size. I was kind of between sizes, between a 10 and a 12, so I graded it out because it's sort of most fitted around your waist. So I've graded it out to accommodate the Christmas cheese belly. I've still got so much cheese in my fridge. It's unbelievable. We've got loads at home. And I'm going to, so although the pattern starts with the welt pockets, I'm going to just show you some of the top part of the garment and the collar because I felt that that was the trickiest.
Well, that's the bit that,
but it is all covered on Jane's video. We were talking about tailor's tacks earlier, so I'm just going to show you how to do a tailor's tack because we've got a dot here to do. So tailor's tacks, you have a double thread, and where your little dot is, you're going to go down and up, and you're going through both layers of your fabric. Leave a tail, and same again, leave a loop, and then snip off, leaving a tail. And then when you take your pattern piece off, so I know a lot of people will then snip through that loop, but you don't want to because else your tailor's tack is more likely to fall out. So when you take your pattern piece off, just going to ease it over your pattern like this, and then when you take them apart, where's my little scissors, you can snip through like that, and you've got thread on each side.
Perfect.
I tend to use tailor's tacks because I think as you progress through the project, although they do sometimes fall out, they don't fall out as much.
No, that's true.
So that's my personal preference.
I must admit, I do the tacks,
Yeah.
Same.
So we've got a darts to put in on the front and the back. I just realised I haven't marked the bottom of the dart. Now I do it often, a little tiny snip for that, but it is tiny.
And not going any more than the seam allowance.
Yeah. Again on this pattern it's a 1 centimetre seam allowance. Okay, so we're going to pinch our fabric up and went with pins.
And obviously with the pattern, with the fabric that you're working with, it's not that easy to see the front and the back of the fabric, but just make sure that you're mirroring it. So you've got two pieces and it's right sides together at this stage, is it, when you put your dart in place? Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so pin at the top where you're going to come off with the dart, pin to match that bottom bit, and you're going to sew in it's a straight line, but it's a diagonal.
Yes.
Sometimes if you're new to sewing, I do get people to draw their dart in.
Yes, yeah.
Because then they find that a bit easier.
Does it matter which end you start at a dart?
Yes, it does. So you want to start, I'm just swapping my pins around. You want to start at the wide end, and you can reverse there. Then you're going to come all the way up, and you're going to come off the end.
Okay.
Don't reverse at that end, else you'll get a little point, and that's not such a good look.
We don't want to look like Madonna in her.
Not really.
her
Now,
pointed
because
garb.
this is a heavier weight fabric, I've just put my stitch length up a little bit
Okay.
so that it copes a little bit better.
What
And you
about-
maybe don't want to go too fast, especially when you start to get seams together.
Yes. What about needles as well? Because if we're working with a weightier fabric, should we be thinking about the needle that we're working?
A heavyweight needle's not a bad idea. I haven't changed it on this just because
It's time,
I don't know where all the
We
different
I was going to say, we probably haven't got any handy, to be fair, of all
But-
places.
But it's not a bad idea to have a heavier weight needle. Absolutely. If you're really struggling, you could put a walking foot on your machine. But I mean, I sewed the sample up on my normal domestic machine at home without anything
Okay.
special, and I just took it steady. So you should be fine.
What were you doing then?
I was just knotting the ends of my
Oh, I
dart.
see.
Can you see it?
No.
Over the tower of fabric.
No, I could see you
So it's
doing
just
that.
knotting
What
the
were
end.
you doing?
And then
Oh, I see. So that's good advice.
Now, again, because this is a fairly weighty fabric, so normally you would just press your dart one way or the other, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And she doesn't actually mention this, but what I think would work well with this fabric is actually to snip up your dart so that you can press it flat, because it's just going to sit really nicely. So a
Makes
little pair of
sense, yeah.
scissors. It's not going to fray this fabric, so you don't need to worry about that. And just kind of as far as you can without getting through your stitching. And then that's going to lie much
Oh, that's a good
flatter.
tip.
So, and do press your darts. I do like things pressed as you go along, not all at the end.
Yeah, it's setting up your kind of workspace, isn't it, that encourages you to actually do all these little
I
things.
think it's, hang on, my iron's turned off. Let's just pop that back on. Right, I'll sew the other one while it's warming up.
No problem. But yeah, getting your area, your work area, so as it's convenient is a big thing. Because if you go walk to the other side of your room, then sometimes, and I know that from personal experience, it's like, oh, I won't bother pressing that bit.
Yeah.
You should.
You should.
Or if you want to increase your steps, move your ironing board to the other side of the
Well,
room.
absolutely. I mean, I quite often walk from one room to the other, often.
Yeah.
But if I'm having to get things done, then actually those you know, the little, like these little
Yes,
mats
yeah.
or the wool ones
Yeah.
next to you are really handy as well.
Absolutely.
Right, I'm just going to make, yes, I've got it the right way.
And that's not a bad thing, isn't it? Just double check before you put your stitches in place. I mean, you can unpick, but who wants to be...
Yeah, and if you're not sure and you are taking your time, you can always tack things.
That's a good
I mean, we
yeah.
never tack things here because it, you know, we're trying to show you as much as possible. And to be quite honest with you, I'm pretty lazy and I don't tack things.
Well, when I think back to school, I mean, my experience of sewing at school, I was awful, which is ironic that I've ended up in the industry.
Well, they made you tack everything within an inch of your life, and it was so boring, wasn't it?
You had to tack, you pin everything, then you tack everything. And I remember also the seams, when you did the side seams, you had to fold in the raw edges and hand stitch those as well. So, because we didn't have overlockers and things like that. And it's like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, they took all the joy out of it.
Absolutely,
back
yeah.
then, didn't they? And I mean, so many people that I speak to and people that come to Craft Centre, they're always like, oh, my sewing teacher was a dragon. She was so scary, and she, you know, and they have like, they're quite sort of, you know, traumatised by it, really.
That's why I love it when we get patterns come along that encourage us to give it a go, because as I often say to people, it's not as scary as you might think, and everything is step by step. So if you can follow a recipe step by step, then sewing, you can follow a sewing instruction booklet. step by step
Absolutely,
as well.
absolutely. And the more you do, you learn the language, don't you?
Yeah.
Because yes, there's some terminology, but I mean, these days it's very easy to look things up online, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
You know, or most of the patterns have glossaries that
Yes.
explain things.
And also as well, quite often patterns, they're not kind of done in a fussy way now,
No.
are they? You get little comments on there that help you. It's not like it's, I don't know, they used to be quite
And you have to remember, if you sew something and it doesn't go right, you can unpick it and have another go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's only the cutting out that's really important. Okay, so you can see those darts then are going to lie nice and flat.
Gorgeous.
Okay.
Love the look of this fabric already.
Right, let me just see where we're at to. And then we've got to do our back dots.
Now, if you have just joined us, sometimes it's a bit difficult to actually look at a pattern and try and figure out what's being made. Well, what we're looking at is this fabulous coat that we've got to the side of me, secured with a little popper. I've left it kind of edge to edge at the moment because somebody was asking about that. But we've got a little popper. There's no buttons in this one. If you want to add a button, you could do. But the idea being is you use those larger poppers, and that will secure it in place to create your beautifully kind of semi-fitted coat, I would say. You've got darts, which is the area that we're looking at the moment with lovely Katharine. You've got your little pockets as well, which would normally be one of the early stages, but Katharine's keen to show you some of the trickier points, so we've kind of bypassed that one. So when you come to your instructions, you will see that in there. And there is a full video as well for you to actually create this one. So if you're wanting to work alongside the video, you can, or sit with a cuppa, get yourself familiarised with it. And this is the kind of coat you could be creating. Doesn't Katharine look amazing? Look. Beautiful. How are you getting on over there?
I'm getting on all right. Yeah, so how you put this coat together is you make the top half and you make the bottom half.
Okay.
And then you join them, you see. So that's why I can kind of show you just the top bit.
Yeah, that's something.
Or just the bottom
Yeah,
bit.
I mean, we'd be very hard pressed to actually make a coat in an hour, to be fair. So yeah, that's why it's useful to know that there's a video there that you can actually go and look at. And I'm guessing the details are all in the instructions as to where we're going.
Absolutely, yeah.
If
And if you're going to make something, because a coat does feel a bit more special, doesn't it?
Yes,
You spend
yeah.
quite a lot of money when you buy coats.
Yeah.
So you want to take your time with it, don't you?
And if you are wondering about the trousers that are hanging up behind our Katharine, don't forget that was from the show earlier on, 9 o'clock this morning. Very, very busy show, but I know lots of you have been asking about the trousers that are hanging up. So another pattern is available. This one is Katharine's own pattern from the Leicestershire Craft Centre. Lots of you shopping for this one. We're down to the tiniest of amounts now. So yeah, it could potentially be your last chance to get hold of that one. So yeah, we saw that being made, or part of it being made. And then at the top of this show, pretty much finished them. Amazing. So yeah, the pattern is there. So we've got a single dart on each of the front pieces. Is there double darts on the back?
Yes. Now, I'm not going to do it right now, but I would do the same again where I would just snip through the darts to lay them flat. But what we will do is we're going to pop the shoulder seams together, right sides together.
It's lovely fabric, actually. If it's your first ever coat, I'd certainly recommend having a look at the fabric that Katharine's working with, because seeing it from a distance, the fact that it's not fraying.
It's nice to work with. Soft coat is lovely.
Yeah, because a woven fabric, you've got to kind of deal with the woven aspect of it, and that you might get some fraying with it. So maybe for your first one, make it out of the soft coat fabrics that we've got. And it's the beautiful sand tone that's on your screen at the moment, which is the one that Katharine's working with as well.
Because there's nothing...
Yeah, I've got others.
It's not going to fray, but it's also not stretchy, so it's not going to get pulled out of shape, which is good.
It gives you an opportunity to focus on the construction, doesn't it? And then once you've kind of got that and you've made your first, then look at your other fabrics, because you will want to make more than one of these.
Okay, so you might be thinking that this front of this coat looks odd, but this is because this is part of the collar that's inbuilt.
Ah, okay.
I think people get often a little bit scared about collars as well.
Yes. Yeah, because of course this one, yeah, you can see how it kind of has got, there's a part at the back that attaches to the front piece. So yeah, but it's all education, it's all learning.
It is. And I think it's good to know these things. It's good to like learn how your clothes are constructed. It makes you appreciate them more.
The thing is, if you've got, I mean, sometimes that you have got the opportunity where you can go to classes and workshops, and I know you bring us a fabulous range through your company, but it's not always accessible for people to get to a place where they can learn, where they can have a teacher face-to-face. So knowing that you've got a pattern that's accommodating for that almost like distance learning, I think is key. And everybody that we've got here at Sewing Street really pride themselves on the instructions, because that's how you're going to make it. You're not going to necessarily be able to go to a class or a workshop, so it's got to be clear and explained, which they all are.
Okay, so we've got it to this point.
So those, I'm looking at that, I'm thinking those are my shoulders.
So this is my back neck,
yeah,
my shoulders, and then this is like my front collar that's going to do that. So now what we're going to do is we're going to put our first piece of collar on.
So at this stage, you're not using interfacing. Is that because you're working with a weightier fabric?
It is. So you could interface it if you wanted to, absolutely, but it doesn't feel like it needs it for me. When I've got the facings in and the other layer, it feels like it's going to be thick enough.
And it's quite a soft fabric, isn't it? So it's almost got that drapiness to it, I think, around that area.
It is. Now, with this collar, you can see we got like a corner to sew. So what you need to mark, and I've managed to mark it on the wrong side. Well, I'm going to mark it on both sides because we'll see. Because this is what Jane shows you to do in her video, and it's, I think, really good idea. So you're going to mark in your pivot point. So it's going to be 1 centimetre down and 1 centimetre across, and it's where those 2 points meet. So it's like there. That's when we sew it, where we've got to stop to swivel so that we get a really nice edge of our collar. So we'll do that on both sides. And I'm going to mark similar on my actual collar bit, and then hopefully when we come to sew it, it's going to look good.
Perfect.
I've already marked it there on that bit. Have I done it there?
No, but I like this because these are all pointers that mean that it looks balanced. It looks, because when you're looking at the coat, you want them to be balanced, don't you? You don't look and see, oh, the left-hand side's different to the right-hand side.
No, and if you just take that time to measure and mark it, I mean, it's really easy to think, oh, I'm going to eyeball it.
Yeah.
But actually, if you measure and mark it, it is going to go better. Just for that, 30 seconds extra. Right, we've got some notches here to match. So this is, we have got the coat the right side up. Just checking I have got it right. I'm going to make sure that those shoulder seams underneath are open.
Oh,
And so when you're pinning round a curve, you may have to, it may not be exactly, you may have to ease it in a little. Okay, so if you're going to ease it in, you're going to find the centre point, and then you're going to divide that up. Because you're going round a curve and it's just getting everything, if you do it little by little, a bit at a time, it will fit. If you start at one edge and work your way along a curve, it almost certainly won't fit. Right. Start in the middle, work out a little bit at a time.
If you're looking at the fabric and you're wondering what are the details, well, lovely Hannah's popping it up on the screen. It's been a very, very popular choice with you guys. There's not a huge amount of it left now. So yeah, if you do like the idea of getting hold of it, 3.5 meters is going to be enough for you to create your coat. Of course, the beauty of this one is no pattern matching or anything. I would, as a sewer, highly recommend that you go for a plain fabric, an easy fabric for your first ever coat. So if you've never ever made a garment before, never ever made a coat, it is deemed kind of titled as an intermediate garment because obviously you're making your lining as well. But if you have made garments previously and it's your first ever coat, so you're a beginner coat maker, should I say, then certainly make things a little bit easier on yourself. So get a fabric that's easy to work with, like the one that we've got on the screen. We've got 3 different variations. We've got the sand that is being worked with at the moment. We've got that fabulous terracotta and the ochre as well, but they're all on the website.
Yes. So where we marked those points, if you put a pin through each one, then we know that's going to match up really nicely. Okay, so we're going to stitch this collar in place, stopping at the dot that we have marked up. Yeah, my first ever coat, Hayley, I disregarded all the rules and did a really complicated princess seam with tweed that I pattern matched.
Oh no!
And it was fully lines. It took forever. I did have quite a lot of help, but I learned a lot.
I was going to say, once you've done that, it's like, you ticked every sewing box.
I did exactly what I always tell people not to do and like jumped in at the deep end.
I think it's naturally what people want to do, though, isn't it? They have an idea of what they want to make. I often say about sewing machine, if you're a brand new sewer or brand new to dressmaking, don't make your first project a wedding dress. I mean, there's nothing stopping you doing that, but yeah.
It's a steep learning curve.
It is, yeah. Depends how hungry you are for that knowledge. Just popping the pattern details back up on the screen if you are looking to create your own Danehill coat. Don't forget, if you are not the most confident of makers when it comes to coats, if it's your first ever coat, you have got the support of the video as well that's going to take you everything through. It comes with full instructions with regards to step by step, so everything is there, everything's laid out very clearly, not only with the images but also with your text as well. So it's a really, really easy guide to find your way around, so you don't have to worry, that's included within your instructions. But if you do like the confidence of having a video to fall back on, then you have got that there as well, and you could go off and probably find that video before you shop for the pattern. But bear in mind, we've not got huge quantities of those left, so if you are thinking, I'll go and watch the video, I'll come back and get the pattern, you might find the pattern might not be there. So perhaps get the pattern, then go and look at the video, and then when you get the pattern home, you maybe watch it again, but then you've got all that knowledge that you need.
Okay, so I've stitched round to the dot. Now we're going to snip in to that dot so that we can swivel this round to create the revere.
Lovely.
Obviously as far as you get, but obviously not through your stitching. And then this collar piece will come round.
Oh, that makes it so much easier to manoeuvre it, doesn't it?
And you can see your notch is going to join up
Oh,
nicely.
could you just show us that again? So we didn't quite catch that.
So hopefully,
Oh,
there I am.
there we go. Fabulous, thank you.
Hopefully my notches are going to join up. It's always a bonus when they do, isn't it?
It's like a little win, isn't it?
So then we're going to stitch this part.
And again, this
From where we finished sewing, so you've really got to kind of watch your placement to get it on that dot again, and then down to this notch.
Okay.
This is what's going to give you, hopefully, a really nice corner.
Wonderful. Oh, had a question pop through. Good afternoon, Linda. So, good morning. Could you put a toggle and loop instead of the button? I love all these different design
nice,
features.
wouldn't it?
Good suggestion, Lynn. I love this as well. I like it when people adapt a pattern.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing more satisfying is when you come up with something and people kind of think about what you've done but want to do their own little twist on things. So, it's lovely.
Oh, can you see? I've done that little piece there. And if you've got the overhead camera.
Bruce is on his way. There he is.
You can see that is a really nice.
So it's that little bit where you've got the red,
that little bit there. You can see just my little red edge of my little red dot there, which is where, but it means we've got a really nice corner there.
And that is so much easier to do in those like 2 stages, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the fact that you've marked it up so you know exactly where to stop, that makes all the difference.
And that, I'm guessing, I'm just trying to figure out, that is this point on the coat?
It
here,
is,
just
yes.
under there. So you've got kind of where you've got that attached revere that's going to come back on itself when you complete the collar, but it's this kind of little...
But it's kind of important to get it right.
So that little point that you've got there, and it does need, like you say, it does need to be right, because when you actually make the collar, it's going to sit right when you actually get to that point. So that's that little point there.
Because when the facing is going to then go on top to do the same thing, so you want both bits to match. So the more accurate you can be at the start, the easier it's all going to go together. have I pressed? Something. My foot pedal's sliding away.
Oh, chasing it across the floor. You okay?
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend making a coat standing up if I were you.
No, it's
Definitely sit down to do it.
It's one of those strange scenarios, isn't it? Well, that's the bit, I do stand up and sew at home, but actually, because I haven't got anywhere I can sit down, everything is kind of cluttered underneath. I've got kitchen cupboards, so yeah. And usually with the exhibitions, I'm used to standing up, so yeah.
So I've actually got a slight tuck there. I've not pinned that quite as well. I'd probably do that again.
Okay.
Just to get it really nice. So that's how that part of the coat goes. Now, I tell you what's really useful if you're making this is if you've got a dressmaker's dummy.
Okay.
Because sometimes when you've got a garment that's got quite a lot of pieces or something you've not done before and you're just trying to work it out, if you put it on your dummy,
Yes.
you can see how it's going to look.
Yes.
And then you can work out, you can kind of reverse engineer it. You can go, okay, this is what it's going to look like when it's
Yes.
finished. So that's what I'm going to
That's
sew.
a really good point, yeah.
Because I when I was making the sample, I was a bit like, oh, I didn't get the facing quite right
Yeah.
first time. And I got it on my dummy, and then it was like, oh, that's what I did. I'd put it in upside down.
Yeah. And that's the thing, because sometimes when you've got things on a hanger or you're holding them up, we were saying this earlier, it never really looks right. But by having it on something like that's three-dimensional, so much easier as well. If you are looking for your tailor's dummy, we've got them on the website.
So very quickly, just to explain how the second part of the collar goes, you've got a facing, a back neck and a collar facing. You can probably show it on that one, Hayley,
yeah.
that's going to go basically over the top of your...
So is this the bit on the back?
Yes.
Yes, let me turn it around so it's easier.
And
Oops, come on, Doris, turn around. Here we go.
so that's a second collar part.
So you kind of done
So
the inside.
what happens is you put your facing together and you then stitch your second collar to your facing. So you've got like a whole nother neck piece basically, and then that all goes wrong sides together and you put it on, you stitch around the outside of that collar
It all comes around the edge.
and then it all folds to the inside and works.
Perfect.
Yes.
There you go. So that's a bit, kind of like it with the collar up as well.
I am so pleased with how, look how that
this.
collar matches.
Can we just take a moment?
Yeah.
Let's just take
I'm
a
really
moment
pleased
to
with
savour
that.
this. I mean, look, that absolutely perfect all the way through. Absolutely. So, I mean, if you wanted to go for something that you want to pattern match, by all means, please do so. Personally, for my first one ever.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it for your first one, but
yeah.
you know what? If you fancy a challenge, if you fancy like, I'm going to just up my skill set,
Yeah.
go for it, have a go.
Yeah. What's the worst thing that you can do? What's the worst thing to do? Put a bib belt on it and you wouldn't notice.
Exactly.
But it looks amazing, beautiful, all the way through. Absolutely incredible. So there you go. If you fancy creating your own coat, then, well, why not? Why not indeed? You can make it to whatever size you need from your size. Is it size 6 that we've started at? 8. Size 8 through until 30, creating a beautiful coat with that popper feature. If you want, I mean, so many fabulous suggestions from you guys today, from toggles and buttons and all sorts of different things. Size-wise, you've got a size 8 going through to a size 30. You can see them all there. Take your own measurements. If people are looking, like you say, about that they're in between sizes, which of the dimensions would you say to take your lead from?
If you're dead in between, you can like cut in between your sizes.
That's a fair point. Yes, yeah, that's true.
If you're kind of alternating, so maybe your top's bigger than your bottom, go with your waist measurement, I would say. Because it's quite tailored, you've got a bit of room in there.
Yes.
If you went slightly bigger, probably. It's
that's
always
it.
easier to go bigger and make it smaller than
That's a good
vice
point.
versa.
And also, as you said, it's almost like a construction of two halves, isn't it? So
It
you,
is,
you
yeah.
can kind of ease it together. But what a fabulous garment you can be making as well. Got fabulous fabrics. Obviously, we saw Katharine working with that gorgeous soft coat. We've got 3 different colourways with those. Shall I very quickly show you? Was there anything else you wanted to show us? Sorry.
Well, I've kind of talked through that bit. We haven't really got time to sort of do a lot more sewing. The collar bit was the hardest bit, and once
Yeah.
you got the facing on, to be fair, the rest...
That's it.
It goes
But that's all on the
together in-
video as well,
it
isn't
is.
it? Yeah. So there you go. Perfect. Lovely. Thank you very much. So we're going to look at that gorgeous fabric that you've been working with. I mean, just watching you sew with it, it looks such an easy fabric to work
Really
with.
nice to
Beautiful.
sew, yes, absolutely.
gorgeous, brand new to us today. It's been a popular one with you guys as well, and it's perfect time of year. Well, it's still cold and frosty out there. Make yourself something wonderful to snuggle into. I mean, the thing is, this is beautiful. I could use this potentially on the back of a quilt and things like that.
Oh, that would be nice.
Yeah, if you wanted to make something that's really kind of cosy. I
I've just melted my tape measure.
Oh no. We've got other tape measures, don't worry. So yeah, if you like the idea of your soft coat, we've got the sand, the details of which are on your screen. That's the one that we did see in the demonstration. So if you wanted to go for that one, then you can do. I'm going to move that one to the side and bring in the ochre. Is that okay? Okay. So you're okay. Okay. No, it's actually just called your ochre. It's $39.99 again, 3.5 metres. So that is the fabric cut that you need to create your own coat in any of those sizes. And then the last one that we've got for you is that beautiful terracotta, absolutely gorgeous, as you can see, which is an amazing colour, I have to say. And I must admit, I think that would look beautiful with those trousers that you created earlier on, because you've got
it would make a great outfit,
gorgeous.
wouldn't it? Yeah.
If you're wondering about the trousers that I'm talking about, this was in our first hour today. We saw a fabulous brand new pattern, the totally flattering trousers. We've got a handful of these available. It's been incredibly popular throughout the course of the morning. We did see this live at 9 a.m. this morning. People were shopping for this one before we even went live today. Not surprised, because they are the most beautiful trousers that you can be creating in the comfort of your own home. Very, very forgiving in their style. You've got a fabulous kind of crossover, which is kind of where you fasten them at the front, and then these pieces wrap around the back and tie off. It's a bit tricky for me to show you when we're running out of time, but do go back and watch the show. And these were made literally during the show at 9 o'clock, and then a little bit of sewing in between before you came back for this hour.
Yeah, they're a nice quick make.
I love it. And all of the fabulous trousers that we saw earlier on, you can see behind Katharine, including the ones that she's been wearing, that have been amazing. So yeah, go back and watch that show, and yeah, you can make your own as well. But please be quick. Please make sure you're taking advantage, and do share those pictures when you've created them as well. Katharine, thank you. It's been a pleasure.
It's been lovely.
And congratulations on your brand new pattern. Everybody's loved it. And yeah, you and John, with your little kind of conversing about it, came up trumps, so thank you. So keep checking your baskets out. We've got one live hour left during this morning with you here at Sewing Street. Got some fabulous things to share with you. We're talking overlockers, and we're talking your last chance with some deals that we didn't think we'd be able to bring back. So I'll see you the other side of this.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool, and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned. It's my last hour of the day. I'm going to miss you guys. But I've had a fabulous day, and I know you guys have as well, because we've had lots of interaction, lots of you shopping for bargains. And this hour is kind of along those realms, because we have got some things that we didn't think we were going to be able to bring to you. Because when we had some shows recently, we had loads of sellouts, some fabulous deals, fabulous prices. But what happens is, obviously, you've got that period from when you've actually got it in your basket, check your basket out. Sometimes the circumstances change for whatever reason, and occasionally we get dribs and drabs that we have that become available again. Often only ones and twos, very small numbers, but obviously we give you the opportunity again to take advantage of those in case you missed out on them, or you weren't even aware that they were deals in the first place, because we can't watch 24/7, can we? So yeah, that's why we've kind of got a couple of little deals that we're going to share with you. I will let you know when we get to situations where it's your last opportunity, because certain things like the quilt kits, those are the situations that you've got to get them while you've got the chance. So the iron, the Aliso iron. We had an amazing deal on this one. And we are going to repeat that deal. This is the lowest ever price that we've seen recently with this one. £164.99 is your price where you would usually shop for this. And if you are familiar with the iron, it's that iron that kind of springs into life. When you take your hand off it, it will lift away from your pressing area and your fabric. But then it remains hot, so when you are ready to actually press your fabrics, you can get straight in there, do your pressing, and then when you release, it will lift, and obviously that temperature, that heat is taken away from your fabric. So the deal for you is, now you're still going to have your split pay with this one incidentally as well, so don't worry, that's going to be available, but you're now looking at £129.99, which is an incredible price. So if you thought that you missed out on this one, you have an opportunity, half a handful of opportunities, shall we say, with regards to this one. Let's be honest, you've got three chances there. So if for whatever reason you didn't shop for it last time, maybe you weren't available, maybe it wasn't the right time for you to shop for it, maybe you were waiting for your payday and stuff like that. Well, now you have the chance to get hold of it, and the beauty is you don't have to shop for it all in one go. £43.33, you have got the opportunity to spread the cost as well. Lisa, I'm with you on that one. I've got this iron. It's brilliant. I've never shopped for the Lisso iron before, and I was like, right, do I want one of these? Do I need one of these? Once you've got it, I think the kind of evidence that you need it is that, would you give it back? And that's often what I always say to people. Once you've got it, would you actually give it back? And usually the answer is no, for those kind of tools that we've got that we use every single time. Love the colouring of this one. Obviously it's your tulip pink. We've got, where am I? Two people that can take advantage of that deal now. You've got all of your familiar settings on there, so all of your little dials, and you've got your different kind of spray and your steam. You can do all of that with it. But it's just a brilliant iron. It's got all of those features in there. Incredibly long cable with it, which was a fabulous thing for me, I have to say. So you can kind of literally have it a good distance from your, plugged in, good distance from your sewing area. 360 cord pivot. I've had so many irons where that cord has got damaged over time. So with this one, you don't need to worry. It's protected, as you can see with that one. It is an amazing iron, and it is your last opportunity. Please take advantage of it. Comes with a little jug in the box as well. I kept the box just so as if when you've got something that's kind of prestige, when you move in a house, you want it to go back in the box that it came in. So I've even kept the box for mine so it's all good for when we move. But it's just a brilliant iron. So many of you have shopped for these in the past that, yeah, I highly recommend it. And the details are on your screen as well. So I will keep you updated with regards to this one. Don't forget, it takes a little bit of getting used to, because if you're used to sticking your iron on the end there, and indeed when I did start using mine, I did keep doing that, but you don't have to, because it will literally detect when you are holding it, when you are pressing, when you are moving it, and the moment you take your hand off, it will raise up and protect that surface as well. So definitely one to go for, especially if you're doing that split pay, because it's just £43.33. And that's saving. I don't think I've ever seen that price before, other than here. Obviously, we had that deal to share with you. When we go shopping for it elsewhere, you can't find that deal. So £129.99. Last opportunity now, literally down to single figures with regards to those. So it was literally a situation that we had this where people didn't complete the purchase for whatever reason. Phone could have gone, the doorbell had gone, forgot to come back and check out the basket, or change their minds. It's with your prerogative, isn't it? But if you're wanting to go for it now, you may have thought that you missed out, then it's one of those situations that, yeah, you now got a chance. I think it's going to sell out because we've actually got more people. In fact, I'm going to unplug it because we've got more people shopping for this than we have available. We only had 3 left when we started. So those are being checked out now as well. So, yeah, so thank you and well done for that. You're going to love that one. So where are we going? The Bumbleberry Fat Quarter. Oh, there they are. They're making life difficult for me. Bumbleberry. Have you come across Bumbleberry before? This is a classic style of fabric that you will find yourself using over and over again. Loose and iron. Love this kind of, and I love the name of it, Bumbleberry as well. I don't know if they are actual things, but anyway. Pack of 4, fat quarter, £14.98. That's where you should usually be with this one. So we're actually going to be dropping the price down for a Lewis and Irene fat quarter, £2.99. Now that is a ridiculous price, and they're so usable. I mean, straight away you've got your monochromatic there, absolutely perfect. If you're working with any grey tones or you want something that wants to give you that injection of colour, sometimes it can be a case of that you're going down that particular route. Love that gorgeous kind of purpley pink tone that you've got there. And again, the connecting factor between these fabrics is that gorgeous design that you've got. So they complement each other if you want to use them all together. You could very easily do something like a log cabin or something like that with these if you wanted to, or quite a simplistic style. You could even do things like your disappearing 9 patch with these if you wanted to. They would work really, really well. Add in other fabrics if you're wanting to as well. Now with these, being a fat quarter, sometimes, and you could be forgiven for this, thinking that a fat quarter, you can't really do a lot with a fat quarter, especially when we say £2.99. So what is a fat quarter? Well, it's a very, very usable piece of fabric. So you've got the bolt of fabric, obviously is your selvage to selvage. With a fat quarter, what would you regularly take is kind of like a meter's worth, and then cut it across, and then cut it vertically, and then you kind of got your quarters, 1, 2, 3, 4, so to speak, and that's what you've got. It's more advantageous quite often to have a fat quarter than to have a linear quarter of a metre or yard, because you kind of got that length, but you haven't necessarily got a usable area. So loads and loads of opportunities to use fat quarters in so many different ways. Surprising what you can create from a fat quarter, especially when you are looking at fabrics where you haven't got necessarily a directional pattern with it, and that's exactly what you've got with this particular one. It doesn't matter which way round your pattern pieces are going to go, they're not going to look out of place, which means you can really maximise that fat quarter piece. Beauty of this bundle is you've actually got 4 gorgeous fabrics which are going to work beautifully together, but equally so you can use them independently. And being Lewis and Irene, straight away you know the quality that you are getting with the fabrics. So you're going to get all 4 of these. They look beautiful alongside each other because you've got that continuation of colours and that repetitive nature of the bumbleberry design. Originally at £14.98, what price were we looking at? £3.74. That's a very fair price for a quality fat quarter. But that price has dropped down to now the equivalent of less than £3, £2.99 a fat quarter. That is amazing. So that is the kind of, you know, and dare I say it, I have seen fat quarters at that kind of price, but they're usually fabrics that people are trying to get rid of. You know, that they might be like out of season. It might be a case of that the design is not of everybody's taste. It might be that the colours aren't of everybody's taste. And they've kind of been hanging around for a little while, so the price has come down. Not with fabrics like these. Not with fabrics that you would go and actively seek out and want to shop for these. Bumbleberry is a range that we keep on our website. We regularly see it. And it's one of those ones that we go to time and time again because it's such an easy fabric to work with. But how long we've got it available with the price that we've got at the moment, I really do not know. Didn't know as we'd be able to bring it to you. We will see these again. So when I say obviously we've got kind of limited quantities, it's not like this is the last of the fabric forever. It's in this configuration, this set of 4, and with the price that we've got on the screen, potentially the last that we will see of it once that stock has gone. Can't imagine that the bundle will come back together as it sits. Quite often we'll make up different bundles, seasonal bundles, but while you've got the opportunity, take advantage of this lovely collection. I love those colours, really good choice. Beautiful. So leave those details with you while you have the opportunity. Beautiful. Do you know what would work well with this one? And I'm going to bring it in. We've got a cave bundle for you. So let me fold that in. So beautiful fabrics that you've got there. Well, what do we know cave for? Well, the boldness. That's the thing, isn't it? Quite often they're fabrics that have got a lot of volume to them colour-wise. Sometimes there can be ones that you can shy away from because you're not quite sure how to work with them. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid of them, they're gorgeous. The quality of the fabric is incredible as well. And the kind of personality behind them and, yeah, everything about them. I love them in garments, showcasing those prints, which you could do quite easily. With this particular one, we're looking at half-metre bundles. So if you are looking at a garment, it might be that you're having to kind of piece the fabrics together before you cut out your fabric pieces because potentially you're not going to get a sleeve or 2 matching sleeves, certainly out of a half-metre of fabric. But you could piece them together and make almost like a patchwork style. But aren't those gorgeous? A little bit of all sorts in them. So, £116.87. You've got 6.5 metres. Quite often we will see quilt kits where you've got kind of like 6.5, 7, 8 metres worth of fabric to make a quilt, depending on the size. So quite feasible. You have got enough fabric there to make your quilt top. Might be that you're doing that, might be that you're making bags. It's entirely up to you. Kaif's fabrics work in so many different areas. Now, we did think this one had sold out. We didn't think that we were able to bring any more to you. We are. And because we are able to bring it to you, we decided to honour the price that you last saw it at when we had that deal price, £99.99. But we only have 3 chances for you to take advantage. It's your last opportunity. Beautiful fabrics, gorgeous vibrancy, wonderful personalities within each and every one of these, and fabrics that we see regularly here. So we will see them again, but not in this configuration, and certainly not in this configuration, the price that we've got. Absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful fabrics throughout. And if that wasn't good enough, we've got split pay on it as well. I mean, to bring you a deal like this, all of this fabric, 6.5 metres of Kaif's fabrics for less than £100. We've still got those 2-way split on here, so you can still spread the cost over 2 payments. And again, I'm going to bring in the bumbleberry because you could actually bring in something that has got its own personality, but to do the separation. So sometimes you want to separate the boldness that you've got, so it's not kind of arguing with itself, so to speak. Beautiful bundle, brilliant value for money, but your last chance potentially to get hold of that one. I will keep you updated. Obviously, it's an investment. You're looking at a substantial amount of money, but think about what you're saving with these as well, because that's the key thing. If you do decide that you like these and you want to come back for them, you're saving a huge amount on this. You're saving in excess of £16 when you're shopping for these. Makes sense to go for them as that bundle. So many that I love in so many different ways. Would I use them all together? Potentially not. I don't think I would. I'll be honest, I don't think I would. But what I would potentially do is kind of take elements, so like these two together, I mean, obviously they've got the same print, so I could utilise those together. They're quite close together colour-wise, so I don't know. I like the idea of maybe having that as the inside of a bag. Maybe I've got a dark fabric on the outside of the bag, but when I unzip the bag, I want it to be that power of happiness and that explosion of colour. Well, that would be perfect. Again, some of these would be lovely in garments. I mean, I'd love to see shirts made out of some of these as well. Beautiful. We've got the red there with the urchins on as well. Gorgeous. A lovely way of eking out your Kaif stash. 2 split pays if you want to take advantage, but be quick. Be quick. Love that one. And also as well, don't forget, bold fabrics don't have to be used as the main part of your garment. I mean, you could, or your quilt, it could be that you're using it for the sashing. It could be that you're choosing to use it for something like the binding as well, because sometimes it might be that your quilt is quite blocky with the colours, but you really want a kind of like a joyous binding. Well, something like this one would be perfect for your binding. Actually, perfect thing for you to help make your binding is the binding maker, which we've got as well. I don't know where it is. Now, if you're wanting to get hold of it, I don't know if I've got it here. So, let me just move this fabric to one side here. I think I'm going to sneeze. Oh, I can't see the binding maker. Is it underneath? Sorry, that was me kind of saying I'm about to sneeze, but it happened a bit quick. Thank you, Dan. Thank you very much. Now, this is brilliant. Now, it's something that we do see here. We do see it from time to time. We will see it again. It's not like your last chance, last opportunity. But we did have an amazing deal for you. So, we've got it in your basket already. So, it's going to come with loads of different elements. I've never actually seen this particular one with all the bits and pieces. Oh, wow, Hannah. It was a very competitive price to start with. I have to say, £124.99. But now, even more so. I mean, you potentially will have done your research anyway, to be honest. Now I've got hiccups. So potentially will have done your research anyway, which is fine. If you've done your research, maybe you did watch the show, and you thought, you know what, I want to take advantage of it at that price, but you weren't quick enough. Well, second chance. second opportunity. So it comes neatly in a box, which you obviously can keep it in the box if you want him to. But what you've got, you'll have a power cable with it as well. So this actual tool itself will help you create your own bias tapes. There's loads of demonstrations online with regards to this one. You've got kind of like the feeding system. So you'll feed your fabric over the rollers that you've got here, and it will have an even feed. You attach whichever of the tape makers that you're wanting to use. So you've got a variety of those depending on the width, and obviously you'll cut your fabric according to those as well. And then it will pass through this kind of like heating unit that you've got here. Completely motorised because it's got the electric power cable, so you don't need an iron. You can just set it up and then create your bias tape. So it just makes life a little bit easier for you, especially if you've got a quilt, a large quilt, where you're going to be doing a lot of tape, then yeah, it's like having a little kind of helper, isn't it? That you can say to them, oh, can you just make me that tape up? And then off they go. Now, it was an amazing deal. We sold a lot of these when we bought you the deal. We only have 2 opportunities for you to make, or to take advantage of, should I say. Sorry, make. I got distracted then, sorry. Take advantage and make your money. That's exactly what I meant to say, Hannah. Thank you for digging me out of that little hole. I was just looking as well because each one of those makers has actually got the width on there. So if you're wanting to make your 1.25 inch wide, then you can do. It's all kind of detailed on there. You've got your 1 inch in there as well. You get to know the colours, I suppose, when you're working with these, or 3/4 inch in there. Some of them you might use to kind of do bag straps and stuff like that. You've got your, where am I, half an inch in there, and your little dinky one there for your 1/4. It might be that you're doing things like stained glass and stuff like that. So yeah, brilliant price. Fabulous opportunity. Again, the packaging explains exactly what you need to do, but when you have kind of finished your session, you literally will just fold it up. You've got a little kind of clasp on there as well, lock it shut, and then you can take it off, put it back in your cupboard or wherever you need to put it. So yeah. We've got reviews with regards to this one as well. And this kind of, well, it is what it is. It's like no surprises really, is it? Excellent little machine, saves so much time. Bam, you hit the nail on the head there. You don't need to say any more than that really, do you? That's what you want. You want a tool that's going to do what you want it to do, and that's exactly what you've got with this one. So there you go. Not many opportunities for that one. Maybe you've got a bit of Christmas money left over, or you had Christmas money that you've not decided what to spend it on. Well, there you go. Can't go far wrong with that. I'm going to pop those in there and pass that over to our lovely Dan, and he can pop that back in the box for me. Right. Oh, we've got some scissors for you. These are beautiful. You're going to like these ones. So, like unicorn colours. Look at these. These are lovely. Look at that coating that you've got on there. There is no getting away from, these are your scissors when you get these scissors. Absolutely. No getting away from the fact that these are my dressmaking scissors. So actually I can't get them out. But yeah, do not use them for anything because they're mine. And people will pick up scissors. I think if they're not a sewer, they will pick things and put these scissors and just say, I'll just cut this bit. Cut this bit of wrapping paper. No! They are gorgeous. They're fabulous as a kind of, as a gift as well. Maybe you're teaching somebody to sew. And these could be scissors that they're going to be using for many, many years to come. Just think they're lovely. $14.99. Brilliant quality from the Quilted Bear. They do a whole range of fabulous products, sewing projects. So yeah, $14.99. Brilliant. Yep, take advantage while you've got the chance. If you've paid for your post and packing today, I mean, you don't want to come back and pay it again, do you, when you're just shopping for these? So yeah, while you've got the opportunity. Only a handful or so of those left, so yeah, be as quick as you possibly can with those ones. TFQ028, if you're wanting to get hold of those. Quite a few have got those in your basket, so do come clear on those orders. So there you do, if you like that idea. Now, have you been waiting for your next big project? Well, have a look at this. This is beautiful. I mean, I just love the packaging. Look at it. Isn't that amazing? Now, we did see this on air the 27th of December. So the show won't be on the website, but if you actually go onto our YouTube channel, you will find it. So let's address that price. We've only got one chance, one opportunity. Again, when we had this on the show originally, we thought they'd all gone. Oh, one person didn't check out their basket. Oh my goodness, look at all this. I mean, the box itself is beautiful. You're now looking at less than £100. My goodness, you're going to make a big size quilt with this one. 1.5 metres square. Oh gosh, so weighty with the fabric. Now, if you thought that you missed out on this one, oh my goodness, what a find. I hope you tune in live, because if you're watching on the repeat and you missed out on this the last time, oh, you'll be absolutely gutted if you miss it a second time round. So, let me show you the instructions. Well, first of all, it's like a book that you've got in here. It's huge. Look at this. Now, you could well be forgiven for thinking that this centre panel there is a printed panel. It's not. No printed panels in here at all. It is fabric through and through, which means you are going to be making that. It's going to sit in the centre of your quilt, which, if you want the dimensions metric, just over 60 inches. And you've got all of the instructions laid out here. References to the fabrics. This is your last chance. We are not getting this one again. So if you want almost like a heritage style quilt, then this is definitely one for go. I mean, it couldn't be laid out any simpler, could it? All the photos are there, the dimensions are there, so you know exactly what you're doing here. This is that gate. This is what I'm saying about you've not got a panel for these gates. You're making these gates. You're cutting those strips. You're putting the spaces in between. It is a comprehensive pattern. But oh my goodness, what that sense of achievement is going to be like when you have created it. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'd love to be a fly on the wall. Look at that. Absolutely beautiful. So when it's all pieced together, it looks amazing, as you can see on your screen. And the instructions are going to show you literally the layout, what goes where. It's your Mansfield Park gate. Beautiful. Isn't the I mean, that's gorgeous. There's all the papers. All in there. So that is your pattern. But then you've got your fabrics. Now, it might be that you've no intention of making the quilt. It might be that you just want an incredible array of fabrics. Well, my goodness, you're going to get those with this. Again, inspired by Jane Austen and, as I say, the Mansfield Park gate, or Mansfield Park, should I say. Amazing, beautiful, absolutely gorgeous fabrics throughout. I'm going to have to fold those back even more because I didn't really accommodate for how many. We've only got one opportunity, one chance. You might have a different quilt pattern that you're going to think, well, do you know what, I'm going to do something. Oh, did you, Elaine? Oh my goodness, you bought this one on the 27th. Beautiful, love the box. Isn't it gorgeous? I've still got all of this fabric here. There's loads of fabric here. Beautiful, a lovely review here as well from Wendy. As a fanatical Jane Austen fan, I'm delighted with this kit. Lovely fabrics and straightforward instructions. Yeah, oh, it's gone. Oh, I want to carry on stroking. Look into the fabric, they're beautiful. Oh, well done. Oh, I am so pleased. Whoever managed to get hold of that one. Oh, you're going to love that. It's almost a shame when we have to say goodbye to quilt kits, isn't it? We have got another quilt kit coming up, though. I'll show you that one. I'll show you that one next. Let me move that one over the way, though. Put that out of the way. So, this one, I like this one. It's kind of, and bear with me with this one, it's monochromatic, but it's not. So it's not a cheesy quilt, although you've got cheddar at twilight. That's not a bad way to be spending an evening, actually, is it? A bit of cheddar at twilight. So it's the colour of the fabric. Apparently, it's a very traditional name for that particular colour. So this was launched on the 5th. Stuart was here. He actually launched it. Did he make this one up? I don't know. Oh, I can't. Oh, we demonstrated on that show as well. So this one should still be on the TV schedule then, shouldn't it? Is that less than a week? I don't know. It might still be on there. I don't know. So, oh, that looks good, doesn't it? That looks beautiful. Now, if you were watching on that day when Stuart was demonstrating this one, you will know that it did show as being sold out. And indeed it did during the course of the day. But obviously you have the opportunity that you might want to change your mind for whatever reason. There can be a variation of reasons. But we had only about, is it 4 that we've got of these? It is 4, yeah, it is 4. 4 chances. So we're matching the deal that we bought on the day. So you're saving £50. So the quilt size, you're looking at 51.5 by 67. If you make it up as it is, when you look at the actual, the quilt pattern though, I mean, obviously you've got the blocks here, but can we go back to the picture that we just showed, Bruce? Is that okay? When you look at this, if you wanted to make more of a square quilt and then a few cushions, you could do. Isn't that lovely? Now, there's enough fabric for you to make it as it is there. So what you're looking at there, the 51.5 by 67. So that's how much fabric you've got in there. So you could make that. But the instructions, again, beautiful. But I mean, that's a sign of quality, isn't it, when you've got a box like that? I mean, that's beautiful. And it's lovely because you will reuse this. I mean, you've got the signage there from Riley Blake. Not Riley, Riley Blake. Riley Blake there. I love the little bird on there. Cute. So this one is called Peppermint Bark. I'm not quite sure whether that came from, that name, but anyway, let's open it up carefully. So within here, you've got all your gorgeous fabrics. Now, are you going to be making it to the larger size, or are you going to play around with it? It's your quilt kit's entirely up to you. You might not want the quilt in a larger size. That's okay, you don't have to. Yours. Nobody's going to come back and take it back off you. It's your choice, your prerogative. You're going to get your full instructions here. So everything you've got all your checklist. You've got all your different fabrics there, telling you what you're going to need. Your cutting instructions. Again, going back to your squares, your triangles, your rectangles. They're all featuring in there. All the instructions, the layout for your blocks are all there as well. And when you actually look at the blocks, they're the same block, just repeated with different colours. So this is where it's going to be a very achievable quilt. And again, you play around with it. Are you going to be making it as it is? Are you going to be making it as a square? Are you going to have those extra 3 blocks as cushions? Are you going to take some of these ones and rather than having them down the side, they have them down here and make it into more of a bed runner to go across the foot of your bed instead of a quilt? Are you going to be making 2 little lap quilts? It's entirely up to you. But you can see that it does actually tell you how you're going to be making those for the different kind of formations. So if you want to do a variation of it, and this is where you've got plenty of fabric to create this, it's kind of work. Oh, it's the 3x4, so it's that one, sorry. That one there, sorry, I do it right. So you've got that one, there's fabric enough to make it in that size, so you're 3x4. But this is like variations. So if you were to kind of use the pattern afterwards with your own stash, you can kind of make it in different formations. Okay, I get that. That makes sense. That's very useful, actually. There's kind of like more than one pattern there. Gorgeous fabrics. Oh, look at that. Oh, I like this a lot. Oh, this is lovely. Do you know what? And the strange thing is, I wouldn't put these colours together. Not normally. Sometimes when you're kind of choosing your own colours, you wouldn't necessarily. And the hard thing is when you're making a quilt kit up of your own yourself, you can't really visualise what it's going to look like. And that's where it can become quite tricky, because if you're making it and then you're like, I don't know if I like it. But you kind of got to continue, haven't you, and finish it. But with this one, you know instantly that, see, I wouldn't normally shop for that kind of colour, that kind of cheesy orange, if you will. But because it's a very traditional colour, as you can see from the details on your screen, there you go, cheddar at twilight, it works. And it works so well with that navy. Sometimes we have to think a bit differently, don't we, sometimes with our colour combinations. But it's quite a bold thing to do when you don't know how it's going to turn out. But when you know it's going to turn out like this quilt that we've got to share with you, then, yeah, you know that they've got it right. So there's the layout of the quilt. Now don't forget, you can go back and watch the show. Stuart demonstrated this one, showed you how it came together. Yeah, you can go back. I can't remember what the actual date was on that one. My talkback suddenly died, so I need some new batteries. Hannah's probably shouting the date at me. I can't hear you. My batteries have died. But isn't that gorgeous? The pattern itself, the fabric that you've got here, so within your £149.99, you've got enough fabric there for you to make the quilt in these dimensions. So you've got 45.5 inches by 61. You've got 3 blocks across, 4 blocks down. Now, obviously, if you make it in a different combination, if you're wanting to take those blocks and make it into a bed runner, you'll still have enough fabric in there in order to do so. So you can play around with that configuration. It might be that you want to do a square quilt. It might be that you're wanting to take those last 3 that you've got there, turn them into cushion covers. You can make it up as however you want it to be made up. It's your kit. You decide. Your choice. And then you've got the variations as time goes on for how you can add to that and grow with that. And don't forget, you could do your own research. You could find those fabrics if you wanted to and actually go for more of them as time goes on. But for the time being, what a beautiful quilt. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Oh, now we're in a tricky situation. We've got more people shopping for this than we have stock available. Sorry. Be quick. If you've got your heart set on it, check your basket out. That's the only thing I can say to you. Thanks, Dan. Yeah, check your basket out. Don't miss out. Right, now, we're going for the overlockers. Now, we're going to talk, we said that we'd talk about overlockers earlier on. I'll be honest with you, and this is hand on heart, overlockers have been a nemesis of mine for such a long time. And I think it's because in the past, it's been one of those situations where I've shopped for an overlocker and I've kind of gone for kind of like a very basic model, which is fine. It does all the things that an overlocker would usually do. 4 threads, it does everything. But then there's certain things that you have to add into the mix yourself. So it might be a case of that you've got to thread it. Air lock it, you don't need to, because it will do it for you. Air overlocker, should I say. Anyway, so yeah, it's kind of, it depends on what your budget is. It depends on the features that you want. But one thing that we can assure you is our relationship with Elna means that we bring you some amazing deals. And they permit us to do amazing deals that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So if you have been considering an overlocker and you've been doing your research, you'll be thinking about an air threader. Well, it's kind of up there. It's like having a little person that will come along and actually help you with your threading of your overlocker. So, first time I've seen this one up close, I will admit, but what you've actually got is you've got your thread basket, which is attached, as you can see here. And you've also got the ability is, does it come down? Oh, that comes off like that. So when you actually open it up, let me just turn it up. Does it slide? There we go, it slides and comes down. So what you've actually got is obviously you've got your threads at the back here. Now the 2 threads furthest most on your left, they're the ones that go through the needles. Okay, so they usually would go through needles, and you kind of you thread it up in an order that is suggested by the manufacturers. Quite often you're working from this side going across, but obviously that depends. Check your instructions with that one. But the 2 that you've got to this side here, this is where you have to go through the mechanism. Now you'll hear the phrase upper loopers and lower loopers, which sometimes it's like, whoa. What on earth, what did she say? She's suddenly speaking in a different language. These are the stitches that form, they don't kind of put your fabrics together like the traditional up and down needle, but they kind of do the stitch that goes around the outside, the raw edge. So one will come from the top, one will come from the bottom, and they basically create, with the other stitches that go along the seam, they create that kind of linkage of threads. And that's what you'll find on, well, whatever garment. If you've got a shop-bought garment and you're wearing it now, have a little look at the side seams. I've got them on the edge of my here as well. Oh, actually, this one's been done in a different way, but typical. No, not going down there. But yes, it kind of neatens and cuts at the same time. That is key with certain types of fabrics. If you've got fabrics that are lightweight, flimsy fabrics that might fray a lot, stretch fabrics, it's just a useful thing to have, and quite often people will progress. They'll have a sewing machine, they'll get the sewing machine to the kind of level that they want, and then it's an additional tool to help. Saying that though, you can do a lot of different sewing on an overlocker and never ever go to your sewing machine. So there's loads of different ways. But basically, when it comes to threading, you've got a couple of little holes there. You pop your thread just like the little bit at the beginning, pop it through, press a lever, and it goes through and pops out the other end, and that's it, it's threaded. So there's no need to be a contortionist. There's no need to try and get into here and all the mechanism and all that. It's very clever indeed. And that's what you're paying for. You've gone up a level with regards to your overlocker, so you're not going to get these kind of features on you kind of starter levels. You'll still thread your overlocker, obviously, but you won't be able to do it with the air system. You're paying something extra, but that's something that might be important too. It might be that you can't physically thread up an overlocker. It might be that you're upgrading your overlocker. Can I ask a favour of you though? If you are upgrading your overlocker, pass on the love of the overlocker to somebody who maybe can't stretch to one just yet, because they'll be taking those initial steps that you will have taken at some point. Anyway, this overlocker, what can I tell you about it? Well, thankfully, we've got some fabulous slides to tell you a lot of information. So, loads of different ways you can use this. Obviously, one of the most powerful things is the air threading system. That's probably one of the main features that you would be shopping for with regards to this one. You can still do everything from your 2 to your 4 thread overlocking. And of course, you have got your blade system in there that's going to cut your fabrics as it sews as well, if you want it to. Because of course, with an overlocker, you can do things like rolled hems and all sorts of different things. You'll find all of those different stitches in the guide that it comes with. Now, it has got a built-in needle threader. Again, that is not something that you readily find available on an overlocker. So that is a feature. Again, that is one of those features that you might not think, oh, well, I need that. But when you've got it, you wouldn't go down a level. You wouldn't shop for anything that hadn't got it, because you've got it already. So 5 lever pressure foot dial. So with that one, sorry, that's the pressure of how much pressure is literally going on the foot onto your fabric. It is who it is. 8-piece feed dog system. So you know that your fabric is going to be fed through at an even rate, resulting in a fabulously professional result, which is key. And you've also got your 2-thread converter. So this means that if you are wanting to use it for things like your rolled hems, you kind of follow those features that will allow you to do so. And it takes out things like the blade and stuff like that. So yeah, it's all explained within the instructions, so don't worry. You've got built-in thread cutter as well. So you've got the ability to cut your threads very, very easily. And it sews at 1,300 stitches per minute. So it's a fast machine. Don't be terrified, because you're in control, you're pressing the pedal. So you don't have to go at that speed all the time. But it's a very useful tool. Would I give an overlocker back once I've got one? No, certainly wouldn't. No, certainly wouldn't give it back. Sometimes an overlocker that hasn't got the threading system can be like, oh gosh, I've got to change from my light to my dark thread. And I'm like, oh gosh. And yes, it can be one of those situations that you're like, oh, be nice to me, work. But once you've got it right, once you've actually used it, you will use it time and time again. So that's why, if you've struggled in the past and it's been the threading system that's caused you the issue, please do not fall out of love with overlockers. Just because it's the threading, do look at upgrading potentially and going for one that's got the air threader, because it makes life so much easier. So there you go. Details on your screen if you're wanting to take advantage of this one there. So yeah, £1,059, but you've got a 5-way split on this one, which makes it a very affordable way. So yeah, it is something worth considering. Do your research if you want to. But as I say, we've got that phenomenal relationship with Elna, which means that we can bring you these wonderful deals. So there you go. £211.80p. So I'm going to pop that back in the front where your threads would normally go. You wouldn't usually keep that in there, but it is rather convenient today for a TV presenter. So there you go. If you fancy going for an overlocker and you're upgrading, or you're in the fortunate position that as a starter, as a beginner, you can go for that. Then by all means, please don't think, oh, I've never had an overlocker before, so I'm not worthy of that level. We just offer different kind of ranges, different prices, according to your budget. Ultimately, they will all do the same thing. They will cut those fabrics, give you that neat edge. They'll do that overlocking that you want to do. And quite often we'll talk about sewing machines will have an overlocking stitch. They don't. They have an overcasting stitch. The actual cutting is part of the overlocking. Now, don't forget, some manufacturers, they might do, sorry, I'm talking and unravelling at the same time. Sometimes they might do a specialised foot that will allow you to actually do your cutting of your fabric as well. But as a standard foot, you wouldn't get that. Now, this has got a little bit kind of jumbled up, but I'm not going to play around with it. So, this is kind of the other end of the spectrum with regard to the range that we bring you. So this is potentially the new as a newbie, you might be on a budget. You might be looking at, I don't know, got £300 to spend. Well, that price was over £300. I didn't realise this. It's actually dropping to just below 300. So this is a very, very affordable option. Again, you've got your 5-way split, so again, you can spread that cost. Means that you're paying a little less than where am I, £60 today, £59.80. That is brilliant. So this doesn't have the air threading function that we spoke of previously. So when you actually come to thread this up, this is where you are going to be following the kind of the thread guide that you've got on here. Now this machine has got grey thread on it. I don't know whether that's how it comes to you or whether somebody has been using this and that's how it's happened. Top tip from me, when you're getting to know your overlocker, and indeed maybe the first time that you're threading it, get some threads out of your stash and choose the threads that you'll see on the tension dials. So grab yourself a spool of green, a yellow, a red and a blue. And take your first kind of hours, getting to know your overlocker. Don't go straight in with a garment, don't go straight in with a project. Get to understand where those threads go, how they interconnect, how they behave, what happens if the tension of one isn't high enough and the tension of another one is too low, and all these different things. You've got your guide here, so as I said before, an overlocker is an overlocker. It's just the kind of extra bits and pieces that you're shopping for, the extra features. So you'll still have your 4 threads, we saw that previously. It's just you've got to thread them yourself. So the air threader, these 2 threads on the outside, the yellow and the green, it would take care of those for you. On this occasion, what you're going to do is you can follow it and take it through the different paces. And then what you will need to do is actually get into this area here. And again, you've got the dots, you've got the markings there, so you know exactly where everything is going. You will turn the dial and it will make those pieces accessible as you're actually stitching. Actually, I'm going back to front with that one, aren't I? So it'll make it accessible so you can reach those areas where it needs to thread through. So you're going to be able to do everything that you would normally do with an overlocker. It's just you've got to do it yourself. But it doesn't mean that you can't do things like cutting your fabrics as you sew. That's an overlocker will do that. Doesn't mean that you can't do things, hello Polly, that you can't do things like your old hems. All of those different features are there. You've still got the ability to alter the feed dogs as well. So it's the feed dogs, they work, you've got more feed dogs than you would with a sewing machine, and they work independently, so you can do all sorts of fancy techniques with those. Gather up your fabrics, do little like kind of lettuce edges to organza hems and things like that, little dance wear and stuff like that. Use it for your stretch fabrics. All of those different scenarios, you can still do that with an overlocker for £300. It's just the bells and whistles. If you don't want the bells and whistles, if you're just getting started, if you don't know whether you're going to enjoy using an overlocker, then please do go for this one. Now, it might be that you're thinking to yourself, well, I want it as a supportive element to my sewing machine, but I'm not going to use it all the time. Can't really justify going for the other. That's fine. That's why we bring you the different levels. It's still a brilliant machine. It's still got the Elna branding on it. It's still a very popular machine. And it might be something that you're wanting to go for just to try it out. You can use an overlocker for dressmaking. You can use it. I know people that have made quilts using overlockers as well. And with the threads, you've got 4 threads. So on this one, oops-a-daisy, you've got 4 threads on this one. So again, as I say, when you're getting to know it, change the different threads. But the 2 threads that you've got furthest most on the side there, you can play around with those threads as well. Use decorative threads. Use metallic threads. Get some really nice effects when you're doing that overlocking. And do a little scoot over on YouTube. Look out for people that do use overlockers in lots of different ways. And I think you will find yourself converted. You've got all the different things that you'd expect, things where you can change the stitch length and things like that. For a cracking machine for a very small price. And that's purely down to how we get on so well with Elna. So there you go. If you like the idea of that one. Just shy of £300, which is phenomenal. That's phenomenal. You're getting a lot for your money with that machine. So what we've got going on, I'm going to say goodbye to you before much longer, which makes me feel a little bit sad, but there we go. It has to end so as it can begin again tomorrow. And tomorrow it is going to start with an amazing, I've got Bex reading tomorrow, and she's going to be taking you through some hand sewing and some essential tools, which is fabulous. Oh, brace yourselves, Hayley Smith's going to be in the building. Have you never met Hayley? Said, oh, is it her first time here at Sewing Street? I don't know. She's like a little pocket rocket. You're going to love her. Full of energy, full of enthusiasm, and she's going to be here from 9 a.m. through till 10. So a lovely, lovely hour. I know she's worked with Bex in the past, I think. So yeah, there's not going to be an issue at all. They're going to be brilliant. I might tune in myself. At 10 o'clock through to 11, sewing room tools. So yeah, all sorts of bits and pieces that are going to make your life easier as you sew. Get those professional results time and time again. And make sure that you're enjoying your time sewing. That's the key thing. That's the bit that we like, isn't it? The sewing bit. So that's 11 through until 12. And then 12, well, oh, now look at this. It's like a battle. A battle of designers. So this is this like, oh, it's like you've got Kate Fassett at one end of the pitch and you've got William Morris at the other end. Oh, has he now? That's going to be interesting. So what Kate has done, it's a bit of a collab going on, a collaboration. What Kate has done is actually taken inspiration from William Morris and his fabrics, and he's added his injection of colour. That's going to be interesting, isn't it? Seeing them in a totally different way then. And that's tomorrow. Another fabulous day. That's what we always bring you here at Sewing Street, fabulous day. So maybe this is the year that you're going to be taking that opportunity to get into your fabrics, to start sewing. As we say, new year, new hobby. And it might be that you do the other way around. Maybe you are a sewer and you're looking at doing things like your card making and things like that. Well, do stay tuned, because coming up after the break, we'll be handing over the crafty baton to our fabulous hobby maker team. Oh, Rose is here alongside lovely Pauline. You're going to have a fabulous afternoon with them. I will see you sometime soon, I am sure. But in the meantime, take care of yourself. And don't forget, Stuart said a massive thank you for all your little messages of concern. He's fine. He's just putting his feet up for a couple of days, and he's going to be due back with us on Saturday. So you'll be able to get your John Scott fix on Saturday morning. I'll see you very soon. You take care of yourself. Bye for now.